Well, we have some good news. We have some bad news. Obviously, we can get to it all here. But going through and looking at practice reports from what you have today, start off with the most recent. Jakobi Meyers does not practice on Wednesday. Obviously, you're sitting here also with no Davante Adams. Now, I want to reiterate our stance we've had with Trey Tucker all along is probably not super excited about Trey Tucker. This is one of the worst offenses in the league. And at the same time, it's not like Tucker is a particularly great talent. So in reality, if Myers does not play here, what I'm probably looking to do is I'm probably looking to just start Brock Bowers, and that's about it in Las Vegas. Now, Cooper Kupp did get in a limited practice, and according to Sean McVay, Kupp is trending in the right direction for week 7. We had already had the reports last week surrounding Cooper Kupp's availability for week 7, saying that he was more likely than not going to be good to go. So with this in mind, I definitely want to say if you have Cooper Kupp, plan on starting him. Obviously, we will get more additional news both on Thursday and Friday. Now, Drake May underwent an MIR after Wednesday's practice. So it sounds like Drake May actually not be the starting quarterback in New England this next week. Now, if that is the case, I think you should be less excited about Ramondre Stevenson. And if that is the case, Demario Douglas is probably somebody that you're going to have to go ahead and you're going to have to bench. But we will get more information with the MRI probably tomorrow. But it is a brutal spot, of course. Sticky Ricky gets in a full practice on Wednesday. Sounds like Ricky Pearsall may be good to go this week. If not this week, he will be next. I am personally excited because I took him in a bunch of underdog drafts, but in your regular fantasy football league, really there's no reason to pick him up. The offense is just going to be too crowded, to be honest. Moving over to what we have with, I guess we can look at Ricky Pearsall on the field. If you didn't trust the report, there's a video. TJ Hawkinson gets in a limited practice. Obviously, Hawkinson was already practicing, and at the same time, now you're looking at in another week with the bye. He's in practice on Wednesday. Wouldn't it be the most surprising thing in the world if we get Hawkinson back in week 7 or week 8? Should be excited for it. Aaron Jones does not practice. Not only does Aaron Jones not practice, but also at the same time, they trade for Cam Akers yesterday. So I am not relying on Aaron Jones in my rankings this week. Now going over to Derek Carr. Derek Carr is doubtful for this Thursday. Also, Shaheed may be going on the IR. So if Shaheed's going to the IR, Derek Carr is not playing. Chris Olave's out. The only guy you could possibly start in New Orleans will be Alvin Kamara. Dallas Goedert doesn't practice. I wouldn't plan on starting Dallas Goedert this week. And with no Goddard, it does make Devonta Smith slightly more appealing. But with that being said, you're already starting Smith anyway, so it doesn't matter. Patrick Surtain is listed as out for Thursday. So I know some people want to get excited about Bub Meats. Don't overthink it. Nobody is startable there in New Orleans. Like, realistically speaking, if we go over to Underdog and look at the projections that you have, I think you should probably be more excited about this Saints passing offense now that you have no Patrick Surtain. But at the same time, the higher lower on Spencer Rattler passing yards, 184. Like, in my mind, there's just absolutely no way that you can go through and you can start any wide receiver in New Orleans outside of if you're playing in like a start 11 dynasty format, then obviously that can be a little bit different. Don't care about Jordan Whittington now that Cooper Kupp's back. If Cooper Kupp is back, I will hit you with the hook 'em horns. Maybe we got to fix our hat a little bit here. Show off the school pride. But yeah, you can go ahead and you can probably just safely drop Jordan Whittington if we have Cooper Kupp back. Clyde Edwards-Helaire gets in a full practice. If you have CEH coming in, no, I do not think that he is going to be the starting running back in Kansas City, but it does maybe make it a little less guaranteed that Kareem Hunt sees 20 plus opportunities. If CEH just gets 30% of this backfield, it could be really bad for Kareem Hunt's fantasy football value. Ramondre Stevenson does not practice on Wednesday. So here's what I'm probably going to do. In the Flock League, I'm playing Sal this week. I'm actually going to be with Sal for tomorrow night's game. So I would love to get Devonta in. So I'm going to take Ramondre Stevenson out. I'm going to play Javonte Williams. And yeah, would I do it if I didn't get to have something fun to root for tomorrow night? Probably not, but I don't know if you can rely on Ramondre here with the Drake May injury and Ramondre's own injury as well. James Cook did practice. Absolutely great news. Don't care about Elijah Moore. Don't care about Mike Williams. Don't roster him. Nick Chubb gets in a full practice. Remember, Nick Chubb should be playing this week. I'd rather not start him if we can avoid it. It's going to be a garbage offense his first week back. But also, at the same time, I know some teams, like my own team, you may have no other option. Travis Etienne gets in a limited practice on Wednesday, which is surprising because the initial report was saying that Etienne was going to be labeled week to week. So maybe there's an outside chance that Travis Etienne will be good to go. If that's the case, do you want to start Etienne? Hell no. Do you want to start Tank Bigsby? Hell no. Do you want to start Dearness Johnson? Hell no. I don't think you start any Jacksonville Jaguar running back if you can avoid it. Devon Etienne gets in a full practice on Wednesday. Etienne should be good to go. Tua will not be in this game, however. Jordan Mason gets in the limited practice. Seems like Jordan Mason will probably be playing. Brian Robinson gets in a limited practice. Sucks. I have to play against him this week. Great matchup against Carolina. Sounds like he will be playing. Sermon, JT, neither are back just yet. Will be very important to monitor the Thursday practice report that we get with Jonathan Taylor. Devin Singletary gets in a limited practice. Would not be surprised at all if Singletary is back in. I'd probably not start Singletary or Tracy if Singletary is good to go. And then Malik Neighbors most likely will be playing this week as well. And don't fall for the Bub memes propaganda. That's all it is. And yeah, Shaheed is going to be potentially going to the IR. If you are looking at Shaheed, I don't know. I want to give the guy his credit. He had a good season. He had a couple games with over 20 fantasy points. But it's not like we've had the extended sample where we can say, oh, okay, yeah, we've known for years now that Shaheed's a top-end option in fantasy. Or, oh, okay, we know that Derek Carr is going to have this as a top 5 offense in the NFL in terms of their total passing volume. So you're kind of hoping that Shaheed goes to the IR. If he doesn't, and all of a sudden, I don't know, you have to roster him, say, for 2 to 3 weeks for him to be a wide receiver 3 or 4 when he comes back in, kind of sucks. Obviously, if he goes to the IR, then you can move him to your IR slot. Taysom Hill, doubtful for Thursday. You don't play him regardless. DJ Chark doesn't matter. Olave, we already knew was going to be out. Jonathan Brooks still considered week to week, but Jonathan Brooks was back at practice. So exactly what we've been saying all week here as well. You're not expecting Jonathan Brooks going to play this week. He may not even play next week. Honestly, with Brooks, it does sound like he's more likely to be coming in week 8, 9, or 10. Zamir White does practice on Wednesday. So with that in mind, Alexander Madison is probably a little bit less exciting here. But let's move this back over and let's answer as many questions as we can in this live stream. Of course, if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. I mean, I have live streamed every single day during the fantasy football season in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now 2024 without missing a single day. So make sure you drop a like, subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. And of course, if you want to get your team reviewed for free in this live stream, what I would recommend doing is going over and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that as well, you'll be getting a free Bo Nix pick for tomorrow night's game. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. You can find that link in the description as well as the comment section and the live chat. And just make sure you set up an account over on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. And when you do that, when you get your free team review voucher, you just go over and hit expert advice. There you can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message. You can do it at any time of the day for any of these questions over on flockfantasy.com. Even if you're not going to make it out to the live stream, as soon as I answer your question in the live stream, you're going to get an automated link sent to you. That is a custom link that will take you to the exact time that I answered your question for you. So you can ask a question during a live stream, out of a live stream, even if you're never going to come to a live stream. No harm, no foul, makes no difference. Obviously, I'd rather you come and hang out with me, but you don't need to. But let's move over and let's start getting to some of these questions. We're waiting for Angel to get back to us. They changed their team name. Their first team name was Airhertz Express. Please shoot me an email letting me know what your updated team name is, or let me know in the live chat so we know what team we should be looking at here. But going over to our next team, this is going to be almost impossible to even evaluate. This is from Anthony, team name to Infinity and Bijan. This is a free Underdog team review. And I'm sorry, Anthony, I already know right now this team review is going to be absolutely garbage. Here's what we are about to say. Great team. I don't know how you built it. And congrats. Because I can go ahead and I can see right now that we have the number one team in the league analyzer by a crazy high margin. Unbelievable. Literally unbelievable. There's everybody in this live chat, get ready to see the craziest team that you probably have ever seen. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the only thing that matters is the top end production, not the depth. And here, looking at this team, we have 4 running back ones with Gibbs, Walker, Bijan, Devonta, Etienne. Wide receiver, we have 3 wide receiver ones with Lamb, St. Brown, Tyreek. We have Nico Collins in the long term. We have Trey McBride as the elite tight ends. So I guess actually we do have something we can say with this team. I am going to be very brief. I wish I could give you an in-depth breakdown and saying, oh my gosh, here are all the little intricate moves that you need to be making. What the hell can you do? You have the best team that we are going to see all week. The only thing I think you can do is go over and get an elite quarterback. You are so strong here. There is no reason why this team shouldn't have Jaden Daniels. There's no reason why this team shouldn't have Lamar Jackson. Why this team shouldn't have Jalen Hurts. I mean, maybe going through and looking at a team that has quarterback value but garbage running backs. This team has Jalen Hurts. Their RB2 is Javonte Williams. Their RB3 is Devin Singletary. Could we potentially go to this team and go, hey, man, for Jalen Hurts, I'll give you CJ Stroud, Jonathan Brooks, Rico Dowdle, and Bucky Irving. Take them all. You're never going to start them. You can go to the waiver wire and backfill some of these names. So I hate to just be very brief here and keep it stupid simple, but this is insane. You're dominating your league mates. If you lose, fantasy football shouldn't be a thing. And also, there's no excuse for us to not have an elite level quarterback here. So let's go ahead. Let's send Dowdle and Stroud. Let's send Brooks and Stroud. Let's send Bucky and Stroud. Let's send all of them in Stroud and go get an elite level quarterback. But congrats on the team. And I knew right before we even pulled it up that this was going to be just a juggernaut based on the league analyzer. And for funsies, everybody, we can go look at the bottom team that's 0-6 right now in the league analyzer. Our running back, they have Connor Chubb. Wide receiver, Deontay Ladd, Wandale. Tight end, they have Fry. I legitimately think I could go to the waiver wire in this league and start picking up options and possibly beat this team. But let's move this over to Sportist Nutritionist. Longtime member of the flock, always happy to see her, says, Mason, let's give the expert advice. Sportist. Okay. Sportist nutritionist. Embarrassing that I can't read, and I'm happy to know how to pronounce this after we have mispronounced it for years now. But anyway, Jordan Mason got in limited practice. Going to assume that Mason is good to go. We'll have no McCaffrey. Even if Etienne plays, I don't want to play Etienne. I think you may end up having to play Austin Eckler here in a matchup against Carolina. Sportsbooks are currently putting the Commanders as the highest scoring offense in the NFL. Going over to wide receiver, sounds like Kupp is going to be good to go. And then for the flex spot, we are going to go Brian Thomas. Obviously, we're a little bit lower in our rankings on Brian Thomas last week, given the matchup. But I think this week, where you have an implied team total of 24 points here, should be a much better spot for Brian Thomas and this Jags offense. Now, let's move this over for Sita. Sita coming out with a start-sit question. Here, quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Running back, we are choosing between Chase Brown, Bucky Irving, and Tyrone Tracy. Singletary was at practice. I think it's safe to project Chase Brown to be the starting running back right now in Cincinnati, so we will take Brown. And then over on the flex spots, we are absolutely loaded. We have Brian Thomas and Devonta Smith. Obviously, it's a nutso team where we can play Lamb after the bye, but just not right now. And then, yeah, clearly we're playing Jalen Hurts. A phenomenal squad, but I think we go Chase Brown there at running back. Now, going over to a free underdog team review from Sunbee. Like I said, of course, if you wanted that free team review, just go through the link in the live chat or the link in the description or comment section to get that through Underdog. But this is Hide Your Young Ho. Now, right now, this team is currently the 7th team in the league analyzer, but if you look at the league analyzer here, it is a pretty even league in general, where there's not a massive disparity between the teams at the very top and the teams at the very bottom. This is a 12-team format where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So quarterback's going to be a little bit less important, and depth's going to be a little bit more important. And as we pull this up, quarterback, we are rolling out there with Geno, Tua, and Rattler. The easiest thing that I can tell you to do is you cut Spencer Rattler right this second. There is no world in which you would ever start Rattler unless it's a super flex league. But even if it's a super flex league, sitting out there on the waiver wire, you have the ability to pick up Dak Prescott. So I don't care if it's a 1 quarterback format. I don't care if it's a super flex league. We are going to need to go through. We are going to need to cut Spencer Rattler, and we are going to need to go ahead and pick up Dak. Now, after this week, we can go through and we can reevaluate. We can play the matchups weekly between Geno Smith and Dak Prescott. Obviously, once we end up getting Tua back in off the IR, then that will be another thing that we are having to think about from a week-to-week perspective. But for now, not a super high priority for us. It's a 4-2 team, so we can't afford to think a little bit more long-term. And going over to running back, we have the stud holding the position down for us with Kamara, who we can start every single week. We have the combo of Jordan Mason and Christian McCaffrey, where it looks like you can just go through and start Jordan Mason comfortably in the short term, McCaffrey comfortably in the long term. We have Kareem Hunt down there as a quality running back depth piece with upside. And then we have the other handcuffs with Tyrone Tracy and Clyde Edwards-Helaire at the very bottom. So in terms of looking at any potential running back switch ups I would make, I think I personally would actually drop Trey Sermon for the combination of Roschon Johnson and Trey Benson. I just personally see more long-term upside with the other 2 backs. Going over to what we have with our wide receiver position, obviously it is a spot in which the Davante Adams trade will negatively impact us here, having Garrett Wilson. Looks like, at least in my mind, Garrett Wilson goes from being a locked and loaded wide receiver 2 to instead more so Garrett Wilson at this point is somebody that projects to be a high end, goes from a low end wide receiver 1 to a mid wide receiver 2. I apologize for misspeaking. I'm looking at Jaylen Waddle, Xavier Worthy. These are young receivers that we are going to expect to get better over time. Obviously, in the case of Xavier Worthy, we have the historical precedent of rookie wide receivers improving with time. In the case of Jaylen Waddle, we really just have to wait a couple more weeks until we are going to get Tua back in. But overall, long term, I think wide receiver will be better than it is in the short term. I think something else that we could be looking to do here is I think we could be looking to potentially trade Jameson Williams as a wide receiver that has been averaging fewer than 4 targets a game over the past 3 weeks. Obviously, he gives you the big playability weekly, which you do really like. But at the same time, it is going to be very much up and down and will be hard to project consistently. In terms of us potentially dropping any of these receivers for pickups, the guy that you could consider dropping would be Jakobi Meyers for either Keon Coleman or Calvin Ridley. But with that being said, I'm completely fine with you holding on to Meyers over these other options. Now, going over to tight end, we have Trey McBride and Tyler Conklin. I personally would drop Tyler Conklin, not for another tight end off the waiver wire, but I think instead maybe for either another running back or another wide receiver. I think you can go ahead and pick up Sean Tucker or Blake Corum or Kamani Vidal or Emmanuel Wilson if you wanted to look for a solid running back that's an injury away from making a difference. Or you can pick up Keon Coleman and hope that the rookie wide receiver will continue to improve over time in a decent offense. Obviously, Keon Coleman looks a lot less exciting, however, now that you have the Amari Cooper trade to Buffalo. But overall, it's a very strong team, specifically because it's a league in which you can start 4 receivers weekly, and at the same time, it's a 12-team format. I'm not particularly super excited to go through and look to move on from any of the depth wide receivers outside of Jameson. And in terms of what we'd be looking to trade Jameson Williams for, I really think it's just pivoting to a wide receiver that maybe just has more volume and could see some positive regression going into the future. Like, I think somebody that could represent a decent buy low opportunity would be a player like Chris Olave, where obviously Olave wasn't going to be viable anyway with the Derek Carr injury. But if you potentially get both Derek Carr and Chris Olave back in week 8, then at that point, seeing the limited amount of targets that you're going to be seeing from Jameson Williams, I would prefer Olave over him personally. But overall, I mean, this is a really strong team. I just think we cut Rattler for Dak. You cut Sermon and Clyde Edwards-Helaire for Roschon and Trey Benson. You consider cutting Tyler Conklin for either another running back or Keon Coleman, and then potentially trade Jameson Williams in a full PPR format for a wide receiver that is going to see a little more target volume. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Really hope you're able to get something from this. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, moving over, CC Products says, how do I access the free team review after submitting the Underdog Pick'em? So after you make your $10 deposit on Underdog Fantasy, or even before then, just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way, the next day when Underdog gives me the list of everybody who signed up, we can go ahead and we can accredit all those teams with the same email addresses, a free team review voucher. And then at that point, you just go over to the site, you go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner, you go and go through the team review process, and it should say $0 for me. But it may take up to 24 hours for us to hook you up with that free team review voucher. Now let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Miss Dorsch, says sitting at 4-2 and got this trade offer. Also could maybe get Dallas Goedert as well to sweeten the deal. London to Marvin Harrison Jr. is a slight downgrade for us. I mean, if we are looking at what you have with how strong the passing volume is currently in Atlanta, I mean, London looks like a locked and loaded top 10 wide receiver rest of season. Obviously, you're dealing with the Marvin Harrison injury, which is a little bit frustrating. Not the end of the world, but also at the same time, the passing volume that Kyler's had doesn't look close to what you're getting with Kirk Cousins currently. Now, with all that being said, getting Josh Jacobs, in my mind, is more than enough to make up for the difference. So, yeah, I think I actually go through and I think I would take this deal, especially if you could get Dallas Goedert. Then at that point, it would be a no-brainer. And we're 4-2, so we can afford to think a little bit more long-term. And even if Harrison is crushed by London in the short term, by the time we get to the playoff stretch, maybe we have some slack here. Now, going over to Rivels. This is a start sit question where he says, hey, Mason, 10-team, half PPR, single flex. Is it crazy to start Drake May? Yes, it's crazy, especially now that you are dealing with the knee injury here. And then weak Jacksonville defense and Green Bay defense is the real deal. I completely understand the thought process. I think right now you do have an implied team total of only 22.5 points for the Houston Texans. So sportsbooks are telling us that the Texans offense should be a little bit worse. You have no Collins. You have a tough matchup. But still, for me, I think you have to go through. You have to start CJ Stroud. You just probably have to lower expectations. Now, going over to what we have with our next option. For the flex spot, you are currently looking at Jaylen Waddle, Demario Douglas with the Drake May injury, DeAndre Hopkins in the worst offense in the league, Josh Downs. Oh, dear God. This is not the most exciting situation to be in. If you had Joe Flacco under center here, it would be very easy to go ahead and tell you to take Josh Downs. But honestly, I think I go with Jaylen Waddle. Let me see if you have projections up right now. I know we saw projections for this Colts offense where right now you're a higher, lower, I want to say 193 passing yards for Anthony Richardson. We don't see the yardage marks with Josh Downs just yet, but can we see what we have with the Dolphins offense here? Okay. Tyler Huntley, I guess you're 181.5 passing yards higher, lower. Waddle, you're less likely to get the touchdown, 38.5 receiving yards. Oh, dear God. I have Waddle in the flock league. Selfishly, I really just want it to be Jaylen Waddle. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have Waddle or Josh Downs in your flex this week? Obviously, in the same game, you have Waddle going up against the Colts. You have Downs going up against Miami. Who are you going with? Waddle, Downs, Downs, Waddle, Downs, Waddle. Downs, Downs, Waddle, Downs, 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 Waddle. James says Demario Douglas. I can't go Douglas now that you have the Drake May injury. I understand he has seen more volume. Not only has he seen more volume, but at the same time, it's a great matchup. Just for me personally, I think I probably go ahead. I think I bench Douglas. Maybe we go Josh Downs here. Maybe that is the answer. I don't know if I love it, but you can definitely go in that direction. Okay. Now, moving over to our next question. This is going to be a team review from Tua Mini Concussions. Team name 0-4 to top 4. All right. Well, looking at us in the League Analyzer, we are currently near the bottom of the League Analyzer. Now, good news is the gap between us and third place is smaller than the gap between us and ninth place. So I guess maybe it's not the end of the world here being down here at 8th. It is a 10-team league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it's a half PPR format. So with that being said, the wide receiver depth is not going to matter really at all here. Now, going over and checking out the team, quarterback, we have the combo of Kyler and Drake May. For me personally, I think it's probably an easy spot to go ahead and to cut Drake May post May's injury. I think he was a marginal pickup at best. I don't think you were ever going to be playing Drake May over Kyler Murray even in an instance where you potentially are dealing with the injury to Marvin Harrison Jr. So, I mean, if we're looking for better quarterback pickups, I would rather have Sam Darnold over Drake May. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we're currently rolling with Mixon, James Cook. Obviously, both running backs have dealt with injuries. We have Pacheco injured as well. So this team's currently sitting at 1-5. So on a 1-5 team, what we need to be willing to do is we need to be willing to sell the future value for short-term production. So, I mean, if you could potentially find somebody that is a believer in Isaiah Pacheco coming back, that thinks Pacheco is going to be making a difference here, for me, it would be a no-brainer to go ahead and look to try to sell them that bag of dreams, sell them Isaiah Pacheco, and maybe a player like Marvin Harrison Jr. to pivot over to a different low-end wide receiver one, where maybe we're giving up a little bit of the long-term upside, but we're getting short-term production in to try to stay competitive right this second. Going over to wide receiver, we have the elite option with Chase. Love to see it. Going down to wide receiver 2, I think Marvin Harrison is a top 12 wide receiver in the long term. In the short term, obviously, rookies we're going to expect to be a little bit slower, and Harrison dealing with the concussion as well. So on a 1-5 team where we need the production right this second, we're not exactly getting it. What I really don't like to see with this team is it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. It's a league where you only get half a point per reception. So wide receiver depth doesn't matter at all. And we're rostering Juju, Michael Wilson, and Demario Douglas. First thing to point out here is I think you're better off rostering the handcuff running backs in this kind of formats that could step in and be immediate starters for us, where in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format, you're really never going to plan on starting somebody like Demario Douglas. I would rather have guys like Braylon Allen, Ray Davis, and also going over to wide receiver, you just have better names on the waiver wire. Like, I would cut Juju Smith-Schuster, Michael Wilson, Demario Douglas in favor of picking up Jaylen Waddle, Rome Odunze, and Michael Pittman for completely free. And knowing that you have those viable receivers out there on waivers, what I would absolutely love to do, if possible, is if you could go ahead and if you could potentially package together, say, Jackson Smith-Njigba and Pacheco to go get that running back upgrade, let's do it. If you can go ahead and if you can package together, say, Marvin Harrison and Isaiah Pacheco to go get that running back upgrade, let's do it. Would absolutely love to make a move like that and then just pick up the wide receivers off waivers for free. And we're able to upgrade running back at the same time. Going over to tight end, we have Sam Laporta, Tucker Kraft. So, I mean, if you could pivot from Sam Laporta to Travis Kelce by going through and trading away like Ladd McConkey, it would be an absolute no-brainer. Trade away JSN, it'd be a no-brainer. Trade away Christian Kirk would be a no-brainer. Obviously, much, much easier said than done. But hell, I mean, even if you could trade Pacheco and Sam Laporta to go get that elite level tight ends, I would absolutely love doing so. So in general, I think that there are a lot of moves that we should make. I think we should be thinking about potentially going through and selling the assets with a long-term value for the players with short-term upside. I think we should also, at the very minimum, cut Drake May, pick up Dak Prescott. Actually, no, sorry, pick up Sam Darnold. Cut Juju Smith-Schuster, Michael Wilson, and Mario Douglas. Pick up Jaylen Waddle, Rome Odunze, Michael Pittman. And then go through and try to sell some of these mid-tier wide receivers and go get upgrades at running back or tight ends. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to our next question. It's coming out with a massive dono from Jay Lucas. Says, I feel good about my team. Don't feel great. Looking at my team and other teams, what trades would you try to make to level up the squad? So our team name currently is Romper Cal. Right now, we are 4th in the league analyzer, kind of right in the middle. There are 2 juggernaut teams at the very top ends. And now it is a 10-team league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So in this league, the wide receiver depth just is not going to matter. And instead, we really need to be prioritizing running back upside when we can get it. Yeah, those teams at the top of the league analyzer are also 4-2, so they'll be a little bit tougher to take down. But going through and pulling up what we have on the squad, right now we have Josh Allen and Brock Purdy. Now, I'm saying this as somebody who has Brock Purdy as their potential QB1 in the Flock League. Like, I don't love to say it, but I would like to go through and just cut Brock Purdy, knowing that we are going to be starting Josh Allen every single week regardless. I believe the Josh Allen bye week's week 12. For week 12, we can go ahead and we can pick up a different quarterback to fill in at that point. Going over to what we're sitting with at running back, we currently have Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Najee Harris, Rico Dowdle, Bucky Irving, and Tyler Algier. So I think we have a couple RB1s here, not a couple RB1s. We have an RB2 and an RB1, and we have plenty of depth at the same time. So I think that this is a very strong running back room, top to bottom. Really, there's nothing that I am looking to change. Absolutely love to see it, especially in a 10-team league in which you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Maybe if you could sell somebody that has a cap ceiling in general and go ahead and look to pivot off an option like Najee Harris. That's something that you could look at. Well, I mean, if you were going to make a trade where we sell Najee, obviously we need to attack one of the teams that really needs help at running back. This team just lost Jerome Ford. Zach Moss possibly just lost his starting job as well. So maybe if we can trade Najee Harris in a 2-for-1 deal with like Brandon Ayuk to go get Mike Evans, I think that could make a lot of sense. Or Najee Harris and Garrett Wilson to go get to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think that would make a lot of sense as well. Going over to this team, they lost Pacheco, so their current RB2 is Javonte Williams. So, I mean, maybe we could sell them Najee and, say, Garrett Wilson to pivot over to Cooper Kupp. I think that could give us a little more long-term upside. At the same time, you actually have some very interesting waiver wire running backs that you're able to pick up. So, if you are able to make that 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade at wide receiver by selling one of those depth RBs, what I would look to do at that point is I would probably look to go ahead and actually pick up Jonathan Brooks for free, potentially as a running back with upside for down the stretch. Going over to wide receiver, obviously it's a fine wide receiver room, especially when we get Tua back and all of a sudden Jaylen Waddle is much more appealing than he is now. Tight end, we have Sam Laporta. But just in general, I think definitely the move that we are wanting to make is we are wanting to sell one of the running backs that may have a cap ceiling, but has the high floor, such as Najee Harris, such as Rico Dowdle, potentially go get that stud wide receiver 1. You can open up a roster spot that way. You can pick up Jonathan Brooks for free. We can also cut Brock Purdy and pick up your favorite option between Rome Odunze, Travis Etienne, and Rachaad White. I need to move up Travis Etienne in our rest of season rankings. The initial report was saying that Travis Etienne was going to be out for weeks. Now that Travis Etienne's actually back at practice, obviously Etienne's not super exciting. The man has been a bomb, but I think I would rather have Etienne, and honestly, I'm moving Zach Moss. So I would rather probably have Etienne over Bucky Irving. I'm going to put Etienne up at RB31. I still, with him dealing with a hamstring injury, with him being bad in the first place, we're not super excited about him, but I think I could definitely consider picking up Travis Etienne here. So I want to reiterate, trade Najee and a wide receiver, go get that wide receiver upgrade. At that point, and we drop Brock Purdy, we'll have 2 roster spots available to us. We can go ahead, we can pick up Jonathan Brooks and Travis Etienne. And if you wanted to drop Tyler Algier for Rome Odunze, you could look to do that as well. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And yeah, wishing you the best of luck here, my guy. But let's move this over to our next question. It's coming out from Dante Brown. This is a start-sit question here. Where at quarterback, we are rolling with Jalen Hurts. Running back, we have Breece, Kyron Williams. Wide receiver, Debo, Chris Godwin. And then tight ends, we are choosing between Goddard, Tucker Kraft. Goddard was not at practice. From what I can tell is it does seem like Dallas Goedert is going to be missing this week and possibly a little bit more time as well. Going over to what we have for the flex spots. Kenneth Walker, an absolute must-start option each and every week. Really, it's going to be down between T Higgins and J.K. Dobbins. This does appear to be a full PPR format. Obviously, in that environment, you don't want to give a slight edge to the wide receiver. But Dobbins, you do have a really strong matchup here. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have J.K. Dobbins or T Higgins in your flex spot this week? Please let me know in the live chat. Would you go with a Dobbins or Higgins? For me personally, I'm definitely going to be starting both of them over Flowers, Addison, not considering those other options, but Higgins, Dobbins, Higgins, Dobbins, Higgins, Dobbins. It is literally going 50-50. Dobbins, Higgins, Higgins. It seems like it's 50-50 in the live chat. I think it's up to you. I think Dobbins gives you probably the higher floor with just the baseline level of touches he's going to have against Arizona. My maybe hesitation you'd have with T. Higgins is you are playing the Cleveland Browns. So you could see this team deciding to actually just go through and run the ball in the second half. It's super close. Honestly, I could put out the flex rankings tomorrow and maybe have Higgins over Dobbins. I just don't know. I definitely know you. I'm confident with the rest of the starting lineup. This is the one spot. Not so much. But Angel coming out with a trade question. Always happy to see us. To say, Mason, wanted to get your opinion on this trade. We currently have Godwin, Kupp, Harrison, and Ayuk, which no one wants to trade for. Completely understand that nobody wants to move off of Brandon Ayuk. But as I sit here and look at Devonta Smith and Garrett Wilson, to be honest with you, I think that these wide receivers are the same guy at this point. I think if you were looking at Devonta Smith and Garrett Wilson, neither wide receiver is going to come through and give you a 25%, a 30% team target share. Obviously, you were getting that from Garrett Wilson before the Davante Adams trade. But post Davante Adams trade, all of a sudden, the target share should be coming down here for Wilson. Now, I will give credit where credit is due. I think that Garrett Wilson does have the upside to be the wide receiver one for his own team. Whereas I just don't think you have that same type of upside from Devonta Smith, where we know A.J. Brown's the wide receiver one no matter what. However, with Wilson versus Davante Adams, we just don't know yet. Now, with that being said as well, for me personally, I think that we should expect the Philadelphia Eagles offense to be better than what you have for the Jets going into the future. I mean, that's been the case this year. I mean, if you look at sports books right now with the implied team totals that you have this week, they're putting the Eagles much higher than what you have with the Jets. So I don't know. I think Smith, Wilson are pretty much back-to-back, and it is going to be up to you. If you're telling me we're getting Jordan Addison for free, I think we probably go here. But honestly, now that we've had a little more time to think about this after the trade, I think I would rather have Wilson over Devonta Smith. But I think that they are literally back-to-back here. So honestly, I think it's a personal preference type of thing. So if you're going to be getting, say, Jordan Addison for free on it, I will just take Addison. But super close, and I could see the Wilson side winning. Obviously, if it wasn't for the Davante Adams trade, Wilson wins, and it's not even remotely close. Now, Flock123 says, my current running backs are Barkley, Hunt, Mixon. Wide receiver, we have Wilson, Higgins, and Brian Thomas. This is going to be Saquon Barkley. I'm very excited about Cooper Kupp, especially in the games that you're going to have no Puka Nacua. I think Kupp's easy to project as a top 10 receiver. But I think Barkley is the best asset in fantasy football And I personally would just rather have Saquon Barkley. Like, give me the running back 1 overall in comparison to a mid wide receiver 1 and a mid running back 2. Especially where we're strong at wide receiver as well. It's not like we need help at receiver. So, yeah, I'm going to go with the best asset. Now, Bogach says, just traded Pollard and Juju for Nico and Jameson. In first with the most points scored. My team is linked. Thanks. Thank you. And honestly, I don't think that this is too close for me. Pollard and Juju for Nico and Jameson. Give me Nico by a mile on a team that's in first place. Looking at this trade here, that's Jameson Williams, Joe Mixon versus Tyler Algier, Bijan Robinson. I think Joe Mixon to Bijan Robinson is a slight upgrade. I think Jameson to Tyler Algier is a downgrade. Looking at the team, wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Godwin, Amari, Nico. So there really is no world in which we ever start Jameson Williams. So, I mean, if you're looking at what we have here, I think it is kind of just up to your personal preference on how you view Joe Mixon and Bijan Robinson. For me personally, I would rather have Bijan over Mixon. So with that in mind, I'm probably going to go ahead and take the Bijan Robinson side. But I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go with the Joe Mixon side here. But also, I'm super low on Jameson Williams. Like, I just don't see this team starting Jameson Williams. Now, FrankDETTank coming out. Running back, we are looking at Dobbins, Chase Brown, Chuba Hubbard, Breece Hall, Derrick Henry. So let's get the easy guys in here. Let's put Derrick Henry and Breece Hall. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Pickens, Ladd, and Juju to choose from. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go Tyreek as well as George Pickens. And then, actually, I don't know. Obviously, we now have the pivot over to Russell Wilson for Pickens. But you are going against the Jets. We're going to still keep Pickens there. We'll keep Pickens. And then for the flex spot, here, I think you just have to take the running back with the guaranteed 3-down workload. We are going to go ahead and we are going to jam in Chuba Hubbard. Obviously, long-term, once Jonathan Brooks is back in, then maybe at that point, we have to think about it for a little bit longer. And maybe at that point, we think about, oh, J.K. Dobbins is in a great matchup, blah, blah, blah. But you should have no Jonathan Brooks. Chuba Hubbard should be a must-start option. Now, Joey coming out with a trade question. It says, my team is Allen, Saquon, Walker, Chase, AJ Kraft, Tyreek. I feel Amon-Ra lacks AJ's ceiling, but has a higher floor. So for me personally, in a full PPR format, I would prefer St. Brown. They're wide receiver 3 and wide receiver 5 in my rankings. So obviously they are incredibly similar. But if you look at St. Brown, he has pretty much been just a guarantee week in and week out wide receiver that's going to hook you up with 20 fantasy points. Pretty much giving you the highest floor in fantasy. So I will go ahead. I will take St. Brown here. As well as, since you have the injury to Aiden Hutchinson, I think that there is the outside chance that you actually have the Detroit Lions forced to throw the ball a little bit more. And if they're forced to throw the ball a little bit more, I think that does bump up the target volume for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, moving this over to Nate, says the rest of the team is Hall, JT, Chase Brown, Allen, Etienne, St. Brown, Neighbors, Waddle. Quarterback, we have Fields. Tight end, we have Bowers. We are 4-2. So Debo to Jaden Reed, slight downgrade. Jacobs to Devon Etienne, slight upgrade. Mahomes to Jordan Love, slight upgrade. Mahomes is through the bye week. Etienne is through the bye week. Nobody else is here. Assuming that Jaden Reed is healthy, we are probably going to go ahead and take the Jordan Love and Jaden Reed side. Primarily because it does appear to be that Mahomes isn't anything more than a streaming quarterback at this point, to be honest. Where you could possibly expect that Jordan Love does lead the NFL in passing yards and passing touchdowns going into the future. And personally, I think that Tua does come back. And on a 4-2 team for the fantasy football playoff upside, I think you could see a big time difference being made, specifically with Devon Etienne for this deal. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Jordan. This is a start-sit question. It says 2-4, kind of regretting trading Brian Thomas Jr., Evan Ingram, and Brees for Gibbs and McBride. Options if Marvin Harrison Jr. misses. So Thomas, Ingram, Brees for Gibbs and McBride. Doesn't look that bad, to be honest. But anyway, if Harrison misses, I think you're going to be, obviously we get Malik Neighbors, which is solid. I think you go Pickens with the swap to, say, Russell Wilson instead of Justin Fields. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers may take a hit. While at the same time, you could potentially actually get a little more passing volume in this offense since quarterback's not going to have so much rushing production. And then going over to what we have for the flex, if Rachaad White does not play, we go Bucky Irving. If Rachaad White does play, we take Ladd McConkey in a good matchup. But if White doesn't play, we're going to go Bucky Irving, and we'll just have Bucky Irving split in the backfield with a Mr. Sean Tucker. Now, Freddie coming out, this is Malik Neighbors versus Tyreek Hill. I would rather have Malik Neighbors at this point. Obviously, while I am expecting that we get Tua back in, and for that reason, I really like the idea of going through and buying low on the Miami Dolphins players. At the same time, I do want to at least acknowledge that there is risk. It's not a 100% certainty that you get Tua back in either weeks 8, 9, or 10. So I think we can go through, take the Malik Neighbors side of this, just because the uncertainty really isn't there. Now, Bucky coming out with a trade question says, I also got offered Hurts, JSN, and Rico for Godwin. We have Anthony Richardson as our quarterback. We have Jacobs, Hill, Neighbors, and Puka on IR. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's look at this. Hurts, JSN, Rico for Godwin. I'd probably rather have the Hurts side, maybe. Chris Godwin to Jalen Hurts, up to you in your roster. Smith to Aaron Jones, up to you in your roster. JSN for free. Right now at quarterback, we have Jared Goff. I think Goff's actually going to be a little bit better in the future. And we have Anthony Richardson. Honestly, I think you're probably taking on too much risk here and not charging a high enough premium if you are selling Chris Godwin at this cost. Now, I don't mind saying, oh, okay, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers receivers are kind of going to be going back and forth. So if you wanted to go through and potentially see what you could get from moving on from Chris Godwin, I think it could potentially be interesting. I think you just need to be charging a higher premium than what we're getting here. So I'd go Godwin. Oscar says, I'm 6-0 going against the other 6-0 guy. Please help me optimize this lineup in the Clash of the Titans. I'm wishing you the best of luck here. I really need to win my matchup here as well this week. Now, I'm not 6-0. I wish, but here anyway at running back, we go ahead and we play Joe Mixon almost regardless in a tough matchup. Wide receiver, we are going to be going with the combo of, ooh, this is tough. We have Evans, Wilson, and Devonta Smith here. So we have 3 wide receivers that are all very interesting. I think I was maybe a little too low on Devonta Smith in our initial set of rankings. Now that we can pretty much confirm that you should have no Dallas Goedert in this offense, I think more of those targets funnel in the direction of Devonta Smith here. In terms of what we are doing with Garrett Wilson versus Mike Evans, I think this is probably a spot against the Baltimore Ravens where you are going to be forced to see Lamar and Baker get into a shootout. Going down to the flex, if Jonathan Taylor's good to go, you play Jonathan Taylor. If Jonathan Taylor isn't good to go, you play Garrett Wilson. But I can very clearly see why this team's 6-0. It's freaking nuts. And I'm extremely jealous. Now let's go over to FrankDETTank, who's trading Chuba Hubbard, George Pickens, Chase Brown for Stephon Diggs and Jake Ferguson. So going from Chuba Hubbard and George Pickens to Stephon Diggs. Downgrade in the short term, where obviously when we're sitting here with no Jonathan Brooks, Chuba Hubbard is just a 3-down running back that you can start every single week. Chase Brown to Jake Ferguson, honestly, kind of is up to you here. Can y'all spam the chat? What side do y'all want? I think probably the winning side here is going to be Chuba Hubbard. We don't have the team link, so I can't see what the rest of the roster is. Please let me know in the live chat. I like the idea of getting out of Chuba Hubbard before Jonathan Brooks comes in. I just don't know if you're getting enough value at this cost. At this cost, it may not be enough. But Justin says Chuba. A-Rod says feels like it's a bit much. Diggs, Hubbard, Diggs, Hubbard, Hubbard, Diggs, Hubbard, Diggs, Diggs, Hubbard, Diggs. So it does look like it's also split 50-50 in the live chat. I don't know. I like the idea of getting out of Chuba Hubbard like I mentioned previously. I just think it'd be really nice if you could charge a little bit more here. Like if you could go through and if you could make this deal while keeping Chase Brown, it's a no-brainer. Now, Dominic coming out with a massive dono. I will be excited to get to the team, but it's not loading right now. It's just going to take us a little bit of time. Next time we go to it, I'm sure it will load. But Kidlos, and we're not skipping over it forever. We'll go back to it in this live stream. I promise you that. But Kidlos is trading Josh Downs for Rome Odunze. Josh Downs has been significantly better than Rome Odunze so far this season. Downs over the past 3 weeks is sitting with 20 points per game. He's been phenomenal. But with that being said, give me Rome. Give me the top 10 NFL draft pick playing alongside the other top rookie in the draft this year that we are going to expect to continue to improve as the season goes on. Where I think when you have Anthony Richardson taking over as the quarterback, you should expect that we actually have the passing volume go down dramatically for the Colts. So Downs has been so much better than Rome Odunze so far this year. And if Joe Flacco would be the starting quarterback all year, it'd be very easy to go through and to take Josh Downs. But I'm not excited to do so, to be honest. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Ben's Mafia, always happy to see you. Says, Mason, my man, felt weak at the running back and quarterback positions after trading away Bijan and Burrow for essentially just Justin Jefferson. I accepted this trade today. Looking at my team, what are your thoughts? Should we have kept Jefferson? Traded Burrow and Bijan for Jefferson, which I like that deal. I do not like this trade. We traded the best player in the deal for the second, third, and fourth best players. But for me, if we're like looking at, say, Caleb Williams and Alexander Madison versus Tank Dell, I prefer Dell, but like, who cares? And then if we're looking at, say, Justin Jefferson versus Josh Allen, and I apologize, we need to get Aaron Jones back in. We're looking at Jefferson versus Allen and Aaron Jones. I would rather have Justin Jefferson. So I like the cost that we got Jefferson at. But yeah, it seems like you did panic here. And in my mind, I honestly think you would have been better off just keeping Justin Jefferson. Like, I would rather have the Jefferson side, which I'm sorry to say. I really hope it works out for you. I hope Josh Allen is QB1 rest of season. And if Josh Allen does average 25 points per game down the stretch with Amari Cooper, then it could work out. But yeah, I just think you're taking on a lot of risk. Now, moving over to our next question. This was coming out from D. Nickel. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. It says, can you digs it? Here, this is the 6th team in the league analyzer. It is a 10-team league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So at a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, really, the wide receiver depth is not going to matter. Going through and looking at our record, we are currently sitting at 4-2. So, I mean, a strong team where we can't think about long-term upside. We have Kyler currently a quarterback. I mean, with Kyler in a 12-team league, I'm completely fine with him as my QB1, and I honestly kind of feel good about it. In a 10-team format, it's less exciting. We're just in general in a 10-team league. Obviously, we are expecting that pretty much everybody else has a better quarterback. Not everybody, but I mean, hell, if we say that Kyler is QB7 rest of season, and there are 3 teams in the league with a worse quarterback than us in a 10-team format, and honestly, streamers may not be that much worse in a 10-team league if you just play the matchups correctly. Like, go pick up Sam Darnold this week. So I think in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, if you are able to go through and if you are able to make a 2-for-1 trade where we sell some wide receiver depth pieces with Kyler Murray to go get a stud QB, I think that would be very appealing here. Now, going over to running back, we're absolutely loaded, right? We have Gibbs, we have Taylor, so we have top 10 running backs long-term. We have Tony Pollard with the Tajay Spears injury, just has such a guaranteed workload, especially as a receiver, that Pollard is a must-start name every single week. Bucky Irving is a viable flex play that looks like he has a decent amount of upside here as well. So, really strong running back room. Going over to wide receiver, we may not have like the Justin Jefferson profile, but we have a lot of guys with upside. We have Diggs, Amari, Waddle, Dell, Keenan, Juju, Demario Douglas. We have the elite tight end with Trey McBride as well. We have him stacked up with Kyler Murray. So if you're looking at what you have here with this team, I think you have a really strong team that has a bunch of depth in a league where depth doesn't matter much. So if you would be able to say sell Tony, I mean, no, we won't go Pollard initially. I mean, if you could go like Bucky Irving and Kyler Murray to get to a top 4 quarterback, to get to Hurts, Lamar, Daniels, or Allen, it would be an absolute no-brainer if we could possibly do that. At the very minimum, there are some waiver wire moves that I want to be making. Here in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, at the very bottom end of our team, I would prefer to optimize around the guys that give you the upside for a top 10 finish at their position, not necessarily a top 30 finish at their position. So like I would go ahead and I would cut Raheem Mostert. I would cut Demario Douglas. And I think some higher upside options would be like Jonathan Brooks and Zach Charbonnet. So I'd pick up Brooks. I'd pick up Charbonnet by cutting Mostert and Douglas. I would try to sell one of the depth running backs like Bucky with Kyler to get a true elite QB. And then outside of that, I don't think there's much that we need to do. It's a 4-2 roster, obviously. So, I mean, we can't sit here and we can't wait for the upside of getting Jonathan Taylor back in. So, do really like the team. And I think it's in a good spot. I would just change the guys that we're rostering with the very bottom end of the team. And I would possibly get a quarterback upgrade if possible, given the format that you're in. But let me move over and try to answer as many questions as we can down in the live chat. So, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to answer them. Amiga says, you realize he got hurt from a hip drop tackle, blah, blah, blah. Don't know what that's referring to. Sir says, Kyler and Brian Robinson for Josh Allen and Chase Brown. Depends on your team. Brian Robinson looks like he is about to absolutely crush. But obviously, if you think that all of a sudden Josh Allen is a top 3 QB with Amari coming to town, I understand it. So I think it depends on your team and your format. Okay. But Tyro says, Brees and Ferguson for Bijan and McBride. Give me Brees over Bijan. Give me McBride over Ferguson. I think it's a fair deal, and it's up to you. Diego says, should I sell Bijan? No, I do not think you should. Wendigo says, Collins and Dobbins for Higgins and Devonta. Give me Adams over Dobbins, Higgins versus Collins. Give me Collins. Fair deal, up to you, your team and your record. Julian says Montgomery for Ramadre and Amari. No, definitely want the David Montgomery side of this. If you are selling Montgomery, which I like selling Montgomery. For me, he is a low-end RB1 rest of season. If you could pivot off at a mid to high-end to a mid to high-end RB1 by packaging a depth receiver, we want to do that, but we're never wanting to pivot down from like the David Montgomery to Ramondre Stevenson range by picking up a depth receiver. That's like the exact opposite of what we're looking to do here. The Vortex says, what are we doing about CeeDee Lamb? Okay, so here's what we're going to do with CeeDee Lamb. I thought about this a lot. We obviously needed to come up with a solid strategy for CeeDee Lamb here. So week 7, he is on bye. So what you're going to do is you're going to move CeeDee Lamb from your starting lineup to your bench. And then in week 8, when he is back from his bye, you're going to move CeeDee Lamb from your bench to your starting lineup. I know that may seem a little bit complicated, but I think it's very important that we have it down to a T. Obviously, do not sell Lamb. You're chilling with CeeDee Lamb. Lamb's top 5 receiver rest of season easy. And real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 500 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this stream. I mean, I have live streamed every single day this football season, last football season, this season. Literally, this is our 5th football season without missing a live stream during the year. So if you're not going to hit a like for that, I don't know what we got to do. Now, let's move this over. Warrior says Harrison and Brian Robinson, or DJ Moore, Ayuk, and Kareem Hunt. Give me Marvin Harrison over DJ Moore. Give me Brian Robinson over Brandon Ayuk and Kareem Hunt. So very easily the Marvin Harrison and Brian Robinson side. Okay. Now, the Waffle says, Mason, I've been offered Adams for Pollard in a full PPR format. I have good running back depth, and I need a receiver to replace Rashid. What are your thoughts? I think it's a fine move if you wanted to make it. I think it is up to your team. And if you're telling me we really need a receiver, we can go ahead and do it. I don't love selling Pollard, however, knowing, of course, that with Tony Pollard, this is a really nice spot with the injury to Tajee Spears. Okay. Let's put this over. Jeffrey says, do we drop Josh Downs for Ladd McConkey? Yes, I would drop Josh Downs for Ladd McConkey. I think Ladd McConkey is going to be in a higher volume passing offense going into the future with less competition as well. Sahil says Olave a buy low target. Honestly, yes, Chris Olave may be a buy low target. I would probably go after him next week. So here's what I'm going to imagine. I'm going to imagine that this is going to be a nasty, nasty Saints game. And then possibly we have Derek Carr coming back next week and Olave coming back next week with the Shaheed injury. And Olave is probably a mid to low end wide receiver 2 that you can pick up at a wide receiver 3 price tag. Now, Apple says Etienne or Marvin in the flex in a full PPR format. You're probably going to have to go Etienne because I think Marvin misses. If Marvin does manage to play, then I would go with Marvin Harrison, but I think he probably misses here. But let's move this back over to the questions that we have on the site. Obviously, we have a bunch that we need to get through. And also, thank you, PJ. We finally got something right this year. Maybe we got Ray Davis right. That's our first thing. Chalk it up. We are 1 for 1,000 this season. But anyway, if you wanted to ask any questions over on flogfantasy.com, you always can get a guaranteed answer. All you got to do is go over to the site. You can press the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, or send a super message, whatever you are wanting. I would highly recommend, though, if you wanted that full-blown roster review, the cheapest way to get it is actually going over to Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And at the same time, with code FLOCK, you'll be getting that free team review in the live stream we are doing every single day. And you'll be getting a free Bo Nix pick more than less than half a total yard for the game tomorrow night. Just make sure you go through that link in the live stream, whether it's in the description or the live chats. Use code FLOCK. And if you wanted the free team review, set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's send that to D Nickel. Let's go ahead and let's reload the questions that we have. And we're still waiting from Angel to let us know what our updated team name is. Angel, when you see this, please reach out. Going over, we're still waiting for Dominic's team to load. And Weetabix says, made some trades today, and I'm just torn on who to play in the running back slots and the flex. So for the flex here, I think that you are more likely than not. Oh, we want to get Jordan Mason in. Yeah, so Jordan Mason was at practice today. So was Travis Etienne. Like, I expect that Mason probably plays this week, and we probably end up starting Jordan Mason and Chase Brown. And then going over to the flex, if Amari Cooper does play, we go with Amari Cooper. And if Amari Cooper does not play and Travis Etienne does not play, then we go with Tank Bigsby. But if Amari Cooper does not play, Travis Etienne does play, then at that point, I think you actually probably pivot over to Xavier Worthy. So obviously, it's a lot of what ifs. We just don't know just yet. I'll probably go ahead and play Amari Cooper. Now, D-Train coming out with a team review says, team name, airing out my balls. Have not heard that one before. Definitely a little interesting. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Thank you so much for taking advantage of the Underdog promo. And this is the number one team in the league analyzer. Now, it's not the number one team by a wide margin. I'm sure that we can still hopefully find at least one or two things to be doing with this roster. And what's funny is this is the number one team in the league analyzer. However, we are 2-4. The top three teams are 2-4, 2-4, and 1-5. I do not know if I've ever seen that. This is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth is not going to matter really here at all, particularly at wide receiver. Starting off at quarterback, we are currently starting Josh Allen. Obviously, Allen has been very much up and down all season, but still personally do expect that Josh Allen is a quarterback that you're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. So really don't have too much hesitation. Going over to running back, obviously we've been dealing with the Jonathan Taylor injury, which has been frustrating. There's a chance we get JT back this week, however. We have Jordan Mason as a short-term plug-and-play guy. We lost Pacheco. We had this team's just been decimated with injuries. We had the Brooks injury. We had the Taylor injury. We had the Pacheco injury. We had the Kupp injury. We have the Tua injury impacting Waddle. We had the McBride injury earlier in the year. This is a team that was decimated by injuries, but now we are getting healthier, which you do love to see. The running back depth is completely fine, and actually probably not looking to sell the running back depth anytime soon, as we are needing to wait until you potentially get back Jonathan Taylor for sure before you go through and before you actually look to sell a depth running back like Rico Dowdle or Zach Moss. Going over to wide receiver, I think we have the best wide receiver in the league. We have Chase, Kupp, Higgins, Thomas, Waddle, Downs. So I think this would be a very easy spot to say if we can, we'd want to go through and we'd want to pivot off of Josh Downs in a 2-for-1 trade to get an upgrade elsewhere, whether that's Josh Downs and T Higgins to just pivot up to a slightly better receiving option, such as Garrett Wilson or Devonta Adams. Whether that's Josh Downs and Jordan Mason to pivot over to a running back that we're a little more excited about the long-term projectability of, whether that's Tony Pollard, DeAndre Swift, or Brian Robinson. If you could sell Downs, it'd be an absolute no-brainer, but much easier said than done. And my issue in terms of selling any of the other players is I think Brian Thomas will get better as the year goes on. If you're selling Thomas now, I think you're kind of selling at a low point. I think Jaylen Waddle will get better as the year goes on as we get Tua in. I think if you're selling Waddle now, you're kind of selling at a low point. So I think we would like to sell a wide receiver depth piece in a league where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. But you are in a situation in which here, I think the depth is very important. Before we get Cooper Kupp back in, and at the same time, as we wait for Tua to come back, for Waddle to continue to improve. Tight end, we have the elite option with McBride. We have Kincaid as well. You're clearly not going to be getting anything for Kincaid. So this is a very strong team where I personally think it's a very tough spot to go through and to really be making any move, to be honest with you. While, yes, we're 2-4, I think we have a ridiculous amount of value. And as our roster gets healthier, our record will get better. And if you wanted to go ahead and make any trades, maybe what we could do is actually look to sell T Higgins and Jordan Mason and try to pivot over to a running back that you think can reasonably be an every week low end RB1, high end RB2 for us, such as somebody like Joe Mixon. And then we rely on Brian Thomas and Jaylen Wadd here for the long-term upside, especially as we get Cooper Kupp back in. Then we can pick up Keenan Allen for free. I don't think we can sell a running back depth piece as we are dealing with the RB injuries. I don't think we can sell Brian Thomas or Jaylen Waddle just yet because I think they'll be much better in the future. So it's a tough spot. I think you do have a really good team here. And really, maybe the only deal you can make is Higgins and a running back for a stud RB. But thank you again for everything. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, Red Zonarias, something like that, says, need help mainly considering if Jameson should be somewhere in here. Watson equals no. Downs equals no with A-Rich. So running back Kamara and Mason will be must-start names. Obviously, we pivot over to Dobbins if Mason's not good to go. Wide receiver, we're going to be jamming in Cooper Kupp, and we are going to be getting in no DJ Moore. He's on bye. So probably instead, we are actually going to be going with Zay Flowers, and then we're going to go J.K. Dobbins for the flex. So I don't think you start Jamison Williams. The only scenario in which you start Jamison is if Cooper Kupp misses, then you put Jamison at wide receiver. Or if Jordan Mason misses, then you pivot Dobbins up to RB, and then you put Jamison Williams in the flex. So I think Jamison is just kind of that backup option here, to be honest. Now, next switch coming out from Dawson. This is a trade, no tight end, double flex league. He wanted Dylan Collins for DJ Moore and Swift, but then I told him this could work out better for both of us. Let me know what you think. Thanks, bro. Thank you. So if this was a regular league, I would say, oh, this is tough. I mean, yes, Devonta Etienne to Joe Mixon. Honestly, I need to move Mixon ahead of Etienne in the rest of season ranks, even with Tua coming back in. Now that we get the confirmation with this Mixon workload that it wasn't a Fugazi, you see it yet again. And obviously, this is an offense with CJ Stroud that is strong. I would rather have Mixon over Etienne here. But regardless, with that in mind, Etienne, Mixon, up to you. Dell and Bowers for DJ Moore. I'd definitely rather have Bowers. But with this being a league in which you only start 2 flex spots and you don't need to get in a tight end, the value for Bowers falls off a cliff. I mean, the reason why we are excited about Bowers is not because we think Bowers would be a great wide receiver play or a great flex play. It's the value over replacement that you get with him versus the other garbage tight ends in fantasy football. But if you don't have to go with a garbage tight end if you move on from Bowers, and instead you can just throw a wide receiver in that second flex, then it's no harm, no foul. I think you look to do just that. And we are going to go ahead and we are going to take the DJ Moore and Joe Mixon side in a league in which you do not have to start a tight end. Now, let's move this over to Ghost Trade Question. It says, got this offer. Should I ask for another piece? I don't think so. I think you just take Harrison and move on with our day. Dobbins looks to be a mid RB2 rest of season. Darnell Mooney is somebody in a 10-team league that I'd probably rather not start. So, no, I think you go ahead. I think you very easily just take Marvin Harrison. Charlie says, bought low on Adams, Brown, sold high on Etienne. Thank you for the advice. Do we start Chubb or Adams? Really appreciate you. Excited to check this out. So quarterback, we are going to go Purdy over Stafford. Will be a tough matchup against the Chiefs, but the thing with Stafford is you probably aren't forced to throw the ball against the Raiders. You probably can't just run the ball in the second half. Going over to what we have at running back, here, if Jonathan Taylor, actually it doesn't matter. We're going to go ahead, we're going to put Montgomery, and then for the flex, we can say if Jonathan Taylor plays, we play Jonathan Taylor. If Jonathan Taylor misses and Devonta Adams plays, we play Devonta Adams. If Jonathan Taylor misses and Devonta Adams misses, then at that point, we go ahead and we play Nick Chubb. but I really don't want to play Nick Chubb this week if we can avoid it. I do like the long-term upside that you potentially get, but it really is just upside. By no means is it a guarantee thing here with Chubb. Now, moving over to our next question. This one's coming out from Rusty. This is a team review that isn't loading right now. I'm going to get back to this. I'm sorry. I think maybe it's Yahoo League where we are getting rate limited, but hopefully next time I pull it up, it will load. And I promise you we're definitely going to get to it. It's just having to wait till it correctly loads. For whatever reason, like 1 out of 100 team reviews do that. But Yak's season coming out with a start-sit question. Here at running back, we're going to go with Jacobs over Hunt and Etienne. Down in the flex, I think we go Harrison if Harrison does play. I think Harrison probably ends up missing. And in that case, I'm probably just going to go ahead and play Kareem Hunt. I will monitor what we are going to be getting from Clyde. You know what? Clyde Edwards-Helaire actually did practice in full. So I would rather have Etienne if this is a full PPR format. Not that I think CEH or any running back in Kansas City is going to come take the starting job from Kareem Hunt, but more so I think that there is a chance in which you actually see, say, I don't know, CEH or another running back here in Kansas City taking 8 touches and knocking Kareem Hunt down to 15. And if he has a similar amount of touches as Devon Etienne, and Etienne's the one who's able to potentially go out and break away the long play where we don't expect that from Hunt at this point of his career, I think we'd rather have Devon. Now, moving over to our next question. It's going to be from Kathreg says, is it smart to start both Gibbs and Montgomery every week? Okay. This week, maybe not so much. You have a nasty running. We got to trade a running back here. This is an insane team. Let's figure out wide receiver. Wide receiver, we start Chase and Diggs. Tight end, we're going to go Laporta. Here's what we got to do. We got to go through and we got to see if we can sell one of these depth running backs like Jordan Mason and Sam Laporta and go get Travis Kelce. Even if we're overpaying, and we just have so much help at running back. The issue with Montgomery is this is a really tough matchup against the best defense in the NFL with the Vikings. If Brian Robinson was 100%, I actually probably go Brian Robinson instead in a much better matchup against Carolina. If Jordan Mason is healthy, I probably go with Jordan Mason, who has just seen significantly more opportunities. And then going down to what you have in the flex. I think, yeah, James Cook, Jordan Mason, and Montgomery are all viable plays for you here. I'm not saying, oh, I want to bench Montgomery because we have Gibbs. I think it's more so, okay, we have a brutal matchup against the Vikings, or Brian Robinson has the best matchup you could ask for against the Panthers. Obviously, with Robinson and James Cook, you have to monitor the availability of them through practices. They are both at practice on Wednesday. We want to see if they can get in a full practice on Thursday. If they aren't 100%, we can go with Montgomery. But this is clearly just a monstrous, monstrous team. Now, going over to our next question. This was coming out from Schmike. Says, love your content, Mason. Thanks for all the work you put in. Also, can I see your dog? Yes, I'll get the dog up here. I'll get the dog here. Hey, my girl. Come here, baby. Come here. Everybody wants to see you, my good girl. Come here. Oh, my goodness. She's laying down. Oh. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. My good girl, aren't you? They're over there. They're over there. Say what's up, people. What's up, party peeps? Y'all use promo code FLOCK and Underdog yet? You get your team reviews? I've heard this promo 1,000 times. Sounds like a really good deal. Sounds too good to be true. You tell them? You tell them? Okay, good girl, good girl. Okay. There we go. We got a little bit of dog action. So you can go ahead and lay back down. But again, thank you, Schmike. Looking at this trade, London to Lamb, clear upgrade. Dobbins to Najee, clear downgrade. But honestly, with Lamb, he is one of the best assets in fantasy football. I still view him a clear tier ahead of Drake London, even in a game where the Dallas Cowboys just completely collapse. You still get the production coming through for CeeDee Lamb. So honestly, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take CeeDee Lamb here. I think getting Najee instead of J.K. Dobbins, I'm going to be on record, that is a pretty big downgrade. I just think for me personally, the upgrade to Lamb makes it worth it. Now going over to our next question. This one coming out from Brazy. It's a trade question where we send Eckler and Worthy for Brooks and Chuba. This is very easily Brooks and Chuba. I mean, it's hard to say at this point that Eckler or Worthy could potentially be top 10 options at their individual position any given week. Right now, we have that with Chuba Hubbard, and you have the long-term upside with Jonathan Brooks if we're getting him added in as well. Now, Bezecki says, Puka back on the IR soon. Thinking of swapping out Bijan to Montgomery, then AJ to Garrett Wilson / Debo, Juju to Jameson Williams. Okay. So Dell to I'm just a little confused here. The Bijan to Montgomery. Let's go ahead and let's do this. Because yeah, I would rather sell Montgomery than Bijan in a full PPR format. So let's view it this way. AJ to Garrett Wilson / Debo. No, I'd rather have AJ Brown. And Juju to Jameson. I would rather have Jameson over Juju. So let's go ahead and let's view this. Montgomery to AJ Brown, massive upgrade. Tank Dell to Jameson Williams, Jonathan Brooks. Give me Jameson Williams and Jonathan Brooks. So, looking at this, I think if you can make this deal, it is an absolute no-brainer. Go get AJ Brown. The initial trade's a little bit tougher. Bijan, AJ Brown, slide upgrade. Dell to the guy slide up. I still probably do both, but I'd really prefer selling Montgomery instead of Bijan if we can. Now, Whole Milk is King coming out, says, hello, Avery. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have officially updated the team name in the Flock League. I am now Sal's barber. We're going up against Sal this week. So, hopefully the team name gives us a little bit of hope. But Montgomery to Brees, clear upgrade. Devonta Smith to Marvin Harrison, clear upgrade. Phenomenal. Love it. When we put Montgomery as a sell-high candidate in a video, obviously we have to come out and we have to put a massive asterisk on it saying, hey, he's a low-end RB1 for us. But in a full BBR format where we are looking to possibly make the pivot is we are looking to make the pivot from potentially, say, the low-end RB1 to the high-end RB1 that's going to have the receiving usage. So absolutely love this move. Now, Eric Brainmay coming out with a question. This is for Moroccan Moon. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This team is currently the second best team in the league analyzer, but we are sitting here with the top two teams as looking like they are straight up juggernauts. And yeah, we are 5-1. It is a 12-team format in which wide receiver depth is going to matter a little bit more. And at the same time, not only is wide receiver depth going to matter more, but you are also in a situation in which waiver wire options are going to be a little bit less valuable. So it's not as easy as us just going through and saying, okay, we want to spam 2-for-1 deals. We are trying to make as many 2-for-1 trades as we possibly can. Now, it has to be a little bit more of a well-balanced approach. But here, sitting with Jayden Daniels as a QB, elite level quarterback that we're able to start every single week, regardless of matchup, I think we can pretty confidently say that Daniels is one of the reasons why we are 5-1. You'll love to see it. You don't make any adjustments. Going over to what we have at running back, we have 2 low-end RB1s with Joe Mixon and Etienne here for the long term. And that's the number one thing that matters here is the long-term outlook on a 5-1 team. That's the number one priority. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Khalil Shakir, as well as Dontavian Wicks. So wide receiver depth matters. We are thinking long-term. We have Kupp coming back in to a 5-1 team. We have Tyreek Hill for the long-term getting Tua back. We have 3 top 10 wide receivers, and Amari Cooper just got an upgrade. Phenomenal. Going over to tight end, we have Jake Ferguson. Usually, we have TJ Hawkinson for some long-term upside. But with the Ferguson bye week, we are having to roll out Hunter Henry. Now, it does seem like Drake May went in for an MRI, so he may be missing here. So if Drake May is going to miss time, I would probably recommend for us to go ahead and actually pivot over and look to grab a different tight end off the waiver wire. Now, best waiver options that we have at running back, you have Braylon Allen. I would cut Jerome Ford with his injury for Braylon Allen or Ray Davis, to be honest. Wide receiver, we have Jalen Tolbert. Honestly, doesn't matter. If you want to go Wicks, you go Wicks. If you want to go Tolbert, you want to go Tolbert. Tight end, these guys are bums too. I mean, hell, you can go with Hunter Henry if you really wanted to. I would be more excited about Hunter Henry if we have Drake May. But this is a phenomenal team. Realistically, I don't know what we could tell you here. Where it's a team that's 5-1, that's about to get a top 10 receiver added in. And once we get Tua back into this lineup as well, then all of a sudden you're in a situation in which we get a bump to Tyreek Hill and we get a bump to Devonta Etienne. So it's a team that was already 5-1 that's about to get a lot better. I hate to give you this answer. It sucks, but you sit on your hands. You cut Jerome Ford for a running back with a little more upside if his situation were to change, such as Braylon Allen. Jerome Ford has no upside at this point, given his own injury, Nick Chubb coming back in, and how bad the offense is. So we make that tiny little pivot, but outside of that, I think we are chilling here. I wish I had more for you, but obviously it's a very strong team. You're in a very strong spot. I wish I was in the same situation, but yeah, thank you again for taking advantage of the Underdog promo, and thank you again for being a member of the flock. I wish I could have helped you out a little bit more. But D. White coming out says, I have London, Jaleel, DeMario, and Hopkins. Nico on the IR. Got offered this deal. I think it helps. Why the hell? What? You listed, I have London, Jaleel, DeMario, and Hopkins. We also have Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor, Trey McBride, Jordan Mason, Terry McLaurin. Why did you think that I cared more about hearing that we have Jaleel McLaughlin, DeMario Douglas, and DeAndre Hopkins versus us having Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Drake London, Jayden Daniels, Trey McBride, Nico Collins, Jordan Mason, Terry McLaurin? Why the hell are you telling me we have these guys up here? Anyway, we'll be excited to check this out, my friend. Going from Waddle to Amari, I think that this is an upgrade post-trade. But you are going to get Tyreek Hill back in somewhat soon. And you're paying Rico to get it done. For me, this isn't a big enough upgrade. Maybe I'm biased because I have Jaylen Wadd on the flock league here, but I think if we get Tua back in a couple weeks, I think Waddle, I'd rather have him over Amari. Obviously, I'd rather have Amari right now, but I don't know if the difference is worth the starting running back on the Cowboys. Yeah. And I don't know if I misspoke, but yes, obviously when Tua comes back for Waddle. But I appreciate you. And sorry for my misunderstanding. Obviously, we've been streaming for 5 hours every single day. So my brain is slowly but surely deteriorating. And it started as effectively a peanut brain. So I can't even imagine what it's going down to. Probably going down. I mean, maybe it started as a walnut and then it's going down to a peanut now. But anyway, moving this over. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews from David. This is the Subpar Sigmas. This is an 8-team league in which we can start, I want to say, 5 receivers weekly. So it is a league in which, like, if we go through, and typically we're looking at 12-team formats where you start 7 guys. So that's 84 total offensive starters. Here, this is an 8-team league where you start 9 guys. This is 72 total offensive starters. So it is still more shallow than what you typically have. This is kind of similar to a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. Looks like you do play against the league median here. So we are currently sitting at 4-8. We have a bunch of roster spots as well. But I mean, even with that, like we said, this is an 8-team league. So you still have great options that you can go to on the waiver wire. Like waiver wire options, you have Baker, Dak, Richardson at quarterback. Running back, you have Algier. Wide receiver, we have Hopkins. Tight end, we have Komet and Njoku Kraft. So looking at the squad, obviously we will have to have a pretty high standard going position by position here with it being an 8-team league. Starting off with what we have at quarterback, I mean, when we are rolling out Jordan Love, we can say, oh, okay, looking at Jordan Love in a 12-team formats, maybe we can go through and maybe we can say, oh, okay, he's QB6 for us, so he's a mid QB1. But here, if like Baker Mayfield, Anthony Richardson, Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins are all on your waiver wire, realistically, Jordan Love's not much better than a streaming quarterback here for this league in particular. Obviously, it's a very different league format than what you probably play in, somebody watching this. So quarterback, we're cheeks. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Jonathan Taylor, who I do believe is a top 8 RB rest of season. So we have an RB1 even in an 8-team league. On top of that, we have Josh Jacobs, who I believe is a top 16 running back rest of season. So we have an RB2 even in an 8-team league. We have Kareem Hunt. Is he a top 24 guy? Borderline. Maybe he's an RB3 in an 8-team league. Maybe Brooks is. Maybe Dowdle is. Overall, it's a fine running back room. I don't think we're super strong. Going over to wide receivers, St. Brown does look to be a wide receiver 1, even in an 8-team formats. I'm looking at Jaden Reed. We can say that Jaden Reed is probably a wide receiver 2 in an 8-team format. Olave, wide receiver 4 in an 8-team league. Same thing with Dell, Worthy, JSN, Rome. Going over to tight end, we have the elite tight end with Kelsey. This should give us a significant edge, particularly in this kind of league. So, I mean, if you're looking at what we have here, I think that this is a team that honestly should go out there and try to pay up for the elite level quarterback. I would imagine that there is a team here sitting with a couple top guys. This team has Jalen Hurts and Joe Burrow. It does seem like they're maybe lacking a little bit of running back depth. Where their RB4 is Travis Etienne, James Cook's banged up, DeAndre Swift's on bye. So, I mean, if we could potentially sell them like Kareem Hunt and Jordan Love to go get to Jalen Hurts, or Jonathan Brooks and Jordan Love to go get to Jalen Hurts, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Now, obviously, that is much, much easier said than done. Going over and maybe looking to another team at quarterback. This team has Daniels and CJ Stroud. Their third running back's Chuba Hubbard. They had nobody after this as well, so their running back depth is extremely limited. If we could go through and sell them Love and Hunt, Love and Brooks, Love and Dowdle, Love and Pacheco, really any combination of those guys to get to Jaden Daniels, I think that could make a ton of sense for us here as well. We're specifically in an 8-team league, even if the depth does matter a bit, specifically because the amount of starters that you can get in your lineup weekly, everybody still should be pretty damn strong when it comes to their running backs, their wide receivers. And what I would like to try to do, if possible, is I would love to get the elite tight ends and the elite quarterback. I think it's one of the very few ways that you can actually stand out in an 8-team league. And I think we've done a good job of that specifically at tight ends, but maybe we can afford to go out there and get the elite level quarterback. But obviously 8-team leagues, it's very difficult to make moves. I mean, in general, I'll say, of course, every trade we want to make in an 8-team league is a 2-for-1 trade to try to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup if possible. Now let's move this over to Efren. This is a free Underdog team review. Looks like they actually submitted a screenshot here instead of linking their team. My friend, you're playing on Sleeper, so you 100% should be able to link your league. If you're having any issues, please send a message in the site issues section of the Discord, which you can find the Discord link in the description of this live stream. And yeah, one of the developers will be really happy to help you out and help you link here. But I mean, 90%, I don't say 90%, maybe like 50% of the teams that we look at are linked through Sleeper. Maybe 30% are ESPN, 20% are Yahoo. Should be very easy for you to link a Sleeper league here. But anyway, quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. This is a league in which you start 2 receivers and 2 flex spots. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter much. And also, it's a league in which we only have 5 bench spots. So here, I think if you have 5 bench spots, I probably don't roster a backup quarterback. It sucks to say with how damn good Caleb Williams has been. So, yeah, I mean, I would just drop Caleb Williams, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, if you could trade Caleb away, we would. But going over to running back, we have Bigsby, Najee Harris inside the starting lineup. Down on the bench, we are rolling with Bucky and Rachaad White. So, I mean, and we have Jonathan Brooks on the IR. So, this is a team in which running back is an absolute disaster. And when we have the elite quarterback, obviously, we can go through and we can try to sell Caleb for an RB. But in reality, I think what you probably need to do instead is, I think more likely than not, you're probably just needing to go ahead and look to actually drop the backup quarterback and pick up a backup RB. Going over to wide receiver, we have London Higgins, we have CeeDee Lamb, we have Ladd McConkey, we have Nico Collins for the long term. So elite wide receiver room. Obviously, having Dobbs, Leggett, these are quality fill-in potential options. Given the injury to Nico Collins, probably important that we have those. And then going over to what we have at tight end, you're currently sitting with Dalton Kincaid. I mean, if you are looking at Kincaid, I think you probably expect that the usage goes down just a little bit. With Amari Cooper coming over, he's a little bit less exciting, but he wasn't that solid in the first place. So I think here, if you're looking at this team, it's a strong team in which if you have a winning record, you're probably not needing to make any moves, and we can hold on to the guys on the IR and wait for the long-term upside. But specifically when you have the elites quarterback with Daniels, and at the same time, you have some quality waiver wire options in general, I would go ahead and I would drop the backup quarterback in Caleb Williams, and I would pick up what you have maybe with your favorite running back on the waiver wire. But really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Sebastian coming out with our next question says, Sup Mace 2 and 4. I've been thinking about this. We have Etienne, Bijan, Moss, and Najee. Jason Tankdell versus Isaiah Pacheco. When you are 2 and 4, you just need to have JSN and Tankdell. Like, in my mind, on a 2 and 4 roster, you have absolutely no business in going through and trading for someone like Isaiah Pacheco, where you pretty much are just getting long-term upside with no guarantee at short-term production in the slightest. So yeah, I really just hold on to the receivers. I don't think it's close. Now, Jonathan coming out with a trade question. Massive Dono says, we have Breece, Mixon, Stevenson on my team as well. And wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Flowers, Wilson. Maybe grab these, trade and pivot some players for a better receiver. So Wilson to Harrison, I think, is the long-term upgrade. Nick Chubb to Dobbins, and Nick Chubb and Jonathan Brooks to McCaffrey and Dobbins. Absolute no-brainer. I don't care about Josh Downs, but we're still going to go with the Marvin Harrison side. And honestly, if the person you're trading with says, oh, I can't, I don't know, this is close, but I don't know if I can do it, tell them, okay, well, you can keep Josh Downs. And then honestly, in that case, you can still go ahead and make this trade. But obviously, they're going to give you Josh Downs for free. Go ahead and do it. But absolutely no-brainer here. Well, like, I think you can view it and say, oh, I'd rather have Jordan Mason over Chubb right now. I'd rather have CMC over Brooks in the long term. I'd rather have Mason over Wilson in the long term post Devonta Adams trade. So yeah, please, let's go ahead and let's make this move. Now, going over to our next question. This next one's coming out from Tommy D. This is a start sit where wide receiver, we are going to be looking at Shakir, Amari, Flowers, Ayuk. I think we're going to be going with Flowers for this week. Probably Amari when we get confirmation he is good to go in Buffalo, just by waiting and seeing a game. And then here for the flex spots, we actually will go with Amari Cooper. And then the last spot that we are going to be thinking about will be Brandon Ayuk versus Darnell Mooney. If you look at my rankings this week, I personally have Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver 24, whereas I have Darnell Mooney at wide receiver 26. So I think that these are very close. And it is kind of up to you. Obviously, Mooney has been much better than Brandon Ayuk so far this season. But we have seen the large sample of Ayuk dominating going back in 2023 as well. So I think we're this early into the season, I'm still willing to give Ayuk a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But Eric Dong says, hey, Mason, I did this trade today and would like to know what you think about it. I needed the depth. I hate it. We're going to go with Malik Neighbors. I can't see the team. I can't see exactly how much depth we needed. But I think Terry McLaurin's a wide receiver 2 rest of season. DeAndre Swift's an RB2 rest of season. And I really don't want to be trading someone who's potentially a top 5 option at their position. So I would rather just have somebody like Malik Neighbors. That could be a mid wide receiver 1. It should be back from the concussion this week. Unless, if this was like a 16-team league, then maybe I could consider taking the 2 starters. But I think Neighbors is like tiers ahead of Terry. Now, Houday Nation says 4-2 in a close matchup against my brother-in-law. Need the edge because I talked the most crap all offseason. Well, I am in the same spot as you. I don't know if you've seen the Flock League YouTube channel, but I am consistently talking the most crap. And when you do that, yeah, it's funny if we can back it up. It's funny if you win. But if you're not, then it's a really tough spot to be in. So I'm rooting for you as a fellow crap talker myself. And let's go ahead and let's try to figure out what we can do here. So running back, we are going to go with Gibbs as a locked and loaded option. We're going to be going with Jordan Mason as well, assuming that Mason's good to go. And what the heck happened here? Did we just spam this, or is the start sit tool spazzing? I've never seen this before. Wide receiver, we are going to go with Deebo Samuel. We have London in the other slots. And then for the flex between Hunt, Tyreek, Najee really is the only options, and Rashad White and Waddle. We're going to go with Tyreek Hill. Hope that we get the big play. Obviously, it's not a comfortable spot to be in, but you actually do have an implied team total over 20 points here for the Miami Dolphins this week, which does maybe give you some hope that Miami is not like the worst offense in the league. Now, Neil coming out with a trade question. Says, Hook'em, I'm number 1 in the league analyzer by far, but considering beefing up wide receiver until Puka's back. If you're number 1 in the league analyzer by far, then at that point, what we should probably be looking to do is just sell depth, make 2-for-1 deals to get upgrades inside the starting lineup. So, yeah, I think we go ahead. I think we take Deebo Samuel here relatively easily. Congrats on having a dominant squad, and congrats on a really strong trade. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat, please. If you all have any questions in the chat, go ahead and drop them. Taylor Morris says, is Bub Means worth a stream? So maybe we actually need to rank this guy for realsies, right? I mean, obviously we were playing around with where we are ranking him. Last night in the live stream as a joke, but let's be for reals here because now you have no Patrick Surtain. So, I mean, in our rest of season ranks, I'd probably put him in the range of like, I'd rather have Polk, I'd rather have Pearsall, I'd rather have Tucker. Probably put him like wide receiver 74 in our rest of season ranks. Feels about right with Shaheed going on the IR. And in our week 7 rankings, we need to move up Tucker as well, as it seems like you're actually going to be having no Myers this week. Would I rather have Bub Memes or Trey Tucker, Demario Douglas, Michael Wilson, Leggett, Tyler Lockett, Myers if he plays, Gabe Davis, Christian Watson, Sutton, Shakir, Ridley? I'd rather have all these other receivers over Bub Memes. I'd probably put him in the same range as like Quentin Johnston, Alan Lazard, Juwan Jennings. He's not worth the start. I would ignore him. The thing is with running backs, they can come in and they can step into a job where everybody's injured and they can give you a relatively decent floor. Like if you're looking at a running back, if the coach is going to call a run to the left side, the running back at minimum, if the hole is there, they're going to possibly pick up 4 or 5 yards, even if they are just, a guy signed off the street. However, if you're looking at what you have at wide receiver, just because you get on the field, it does not guarantee you the touch. You still have to get open. You still have to draw the target. And you still have to have a quarterback that's able to deliver you the ball. So while obviously a wide receiver stepping in opportunity can be much more exciting than with no opportunity, it's not like a running back where you still want players that have that talent profile. So for me with Bub Memes, I think Spencer Rattler's no good. Not only do I think Spencer Rattler's kind of a bum, but also I think Bub Memes himself isn't any good. So I personally don't have any interest. I know you have no Shaheed. Not only do you have no Shaheed, but at the same time, you have no Olave, but I don't care. Nick says, when are the defensive rankings coming out? We're going to drop that video tomorrow. Schloke says, Gibbs or Mixon for rest of season. Full PPR format, give me Gibbs. He's already through his bye week. He's a younger RB that we expect to expand as the season goes on. But it's not a wide gap by any means. Keith says, Hunt or Jameson in the flex this week. I will go with Kareem Hunt. Nolan says Eckler or Bigsby this week. Eckler if Etienne plays. Cactus Zach says start Etienne or Jordan Mason. If Jordan Mason's good to go, we will go with Jordan Mason until we get to a back end. Then at that point, maybe we can reevaluate. Adrian says, do we start Deontay Johnson or DK Metcalf? Until we see otherwise, Deontay Johnson's averaging 11 targets a game. So you just simply, over the past 4 or so weeks, but you simply just have to go ahead. You have to play Deontay Johnson. Okay. Thomas is a trade offer right now. My Debo and Etienne for McLaurin and Hall. Debo to McLaurin downgrade, Etienne to Hall upgrade. I think Hall is the best player in this trade. I think you can go with McLaurin and Hall there. It's not easy by any means, though. Okay. Lorenzo says Harrison or Brian Thomas this week. I have no idea if Harrison will be good to play. I'm assuming that Harrison's probably going to miss, to be honest. So, Robot says, worth trading Garrett Wilson for Deontay Johnson. I'd probably rather have Wilson rest of season. Drank says Christian Watson or Jamison Williams. I'll go Jamison Williams. I don't love them. I don't really love Jamison, to be honest. If you are looking at Jamison, one thing that I want to point out for sure is the fact that this is a receiver that is averaging fewer than 5 targets a game pretty much over the past month. And at the same time, it's a really tough matchup going up against the Minnesota Vikings, who have the best defense in the league. Now, Light says was offered Tyreek and Etienne for Kupp and Dobbins. Dobbins over Etienne, Kupp versus Tyreek. It is up to you. Fair trade, up to you. Let's see. Raina says, which three should we start? AJ Brown, Kupp, Evans, Terry. We're going to go with the first three if Kupp is good to go. Aquil says, got offered Dell and Wandale for Terry in a full PPR. I'd rather have Terry. I mean, obviously, Wandale's been fine in terms of what you've had in a full PPR league with cheap receptions. But I'm a little bit concerned that if all of a sudden we are getting back Malik Neighbors, the target volume in this offense should dramatically go down. Human Ziggy says Shaheed out for the year. Yeah, saw Shaheed obviously is getting surgery and he is going to be going to the IR. Didn't see that it was going to be out for the year, but regardless, I don't know if you can reasonably expect Shaheed to be a player that makes a difference for you this season. But let me move this back over. And obviously we have a bunch of questions that we want to get through on flockfantasy.com. And if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you could always go over to flockfantasy.com. Hit the button in the live chat that says ask a question here. You can go through that link, or you can press a button here at the very top of the site in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, or send a super message. Now, if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting a free Bo Nix pick, more than less than half a total yard in the game tomorrow night. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. So just make sure you use promo code FLOCK. Go through that link in the live chat that says free team review. You can find it in the description as well. And make sure that you make that deposit and make an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's move this back over to the new batch of questions. So we were waiting on Angel to let us know the updated team name. We're waiting on Dominic's team to load. This one has now loaded, I believe. Let's just double check. This is perfect. Let's go ahead and let's dive into it. This is coming out from Dominic Rinzi. Says, can you pick my lineup for the week? Yes, sir. I'd be happy to do it. Thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. I'm going to be happy to dive into everything here for you. But anyway, first thing is, this is currently the 5th team in the league analyzer. If you look at the overall league dynamic, everybody is pretty damn close. This is poverty team where we are currently sitting at 3-3. It's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth's not going to be super important. Quarterback, we are going to be starting Jayden Daniels. Running back, we are going to be starting Devon Etienne and Najee Harris. Unless Rachaad White does not play, then you start Bucky Irving instead of Najee Harris. Wide receiver, we're going to be going with Tyreek Hill, Jaden Reed, and DJ Moore. Actually, I'm sorry, DJ Moore on bye. We are going to go Ayuk over Darnell Mooney. Darnell Mooney does have a good matchup and is very close to Ayuk in our rankings this week. I still think you prefer Ayuk, and obviously we're going to go Kyle Pitts at tight end. Now, in terms of how we are viewing this team in the long term and any long-term moves that we could possibly look to make, starting off at quarterback, obviously we have the elite level quarterback with Jayden Daniels. I'm completely fine rostering Anthony Richardson here as well, given the fact that with AR, I mean, this is a quarterback that gives you the rushing upside to, I don't know, maybe pop off, have 2 rushing touchdowns, and all of a sudden be a player that you could go through and you could look to move in a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade running back later on. You have the name appeal as well. Going over to what we have at running back, Etienne here in the long term, once we get to a back end, will be much more exciting. Najee, Etienne, Bucky. I don't think this is a great running back room. And to be honest, it's a league in which you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So I think we probably should try to optimize, if possible, to have some more upside at running back. Wide receiver should be a good team in the long term when we get to a back end, as we do have Tyreek Hill here, of course. Reed, DJ Moore, Ayuk, Darnell Mooney, Myers. It seems like it is a pretty strong team. If we were looking to make any moves, I mean, we had DJ Moore as that sell high candidate 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's a little bit of a tougher spot now to be moving on from Moore. But if you are still able to sell DJ Moore, say with a running back like Najee Harris coming off a very impressive week, and go get a 2-for-1 upgrade and go get to a running back where we are very excited for the long term, go get to somebody like Joe Mixon, I think that could be an exciting move to make. Going over to wide receiver, you're currently sitting with Tyreek Hill. Going over to tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. The waiver wire options, there are some decent names to point out. Running back, Devin Singletary sitting out there. I mean, I have Austin Eckler in the flock league, but I do see higher ceiling with Singletary at this point of their respective careers, where obviously Eckler has absolutely no shot to be the guy over Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson is back at practice. So, I mean, I probably personally would go through and I would cut Eckler for Devin Singletary. Going over to wide receiver, nobody's super exciting. Tight end, nobody's super exciting. So really the trades that you would look to make if you wanted to do anything would be potentially selling a depth receiver like DJ Moore with a running back like Najee Harris coming off a strong week. Going and getting that upgrade if possible. Maybe then at that case, you don't even have to drop Austin Eckler, and instead you can just go ahead and you can pick up Devin Singletary for free. But for me personally, I think that is what I would be looking to do. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And hopefully we actually get Etienne back and not being a complete bum sometime soon. Now, Rusty, longtime member of the flock. This is I Waddle with a Chubb, asking if there are any trades to make. Now, this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer. There's only really 2 teams that are actually contending here. Pretty wide gap between the 2 of them. We are currently 4-2. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So if we get the ability to, we for sure want to be going through and making 2-for-1 deals to improve inside the starting lineup. Quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. I mean, having Daniels, we're starting him every single week over Kyler Murray regardless. Obviously, Kyler coming off a disappointing performance. You have the Marvin Harrison injury right now, so you're probably not going to be able to sell Kyler in a package deal to get an upgrade at running back right this second. But in the long term, I do think that we should be able to potentially go through and sell Kyler Murray with a running back like Nick Chubb or a wide receiver like Devonta Smith to get that significant upgrade there in the lineup. Going over to what we have out running back, we have Kyron and Etienne, who both have long-term running back one upside. We have Dobbins, who we can play over Etienne right now. We have Nick Chubb coming back in. I mean, it's a team in which we don't need anything from Isaiah Pacheco, but if Pacheco comes in later in the season, it's definitely not going to hurt. So, I mean, this is an extremely strong roster here. Wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Puka Nacua, Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin, and Jaylen Waddle. So it's a very strong and very deep wide receiver core as well. What I would love to do on this team is I would love to go through and potentially package together somebody like Terry McLaurin, who in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we are this loaded currently, it's not like McLaurin's going to make up a massive difference in our lineup for us. And if you could potentially sell, say, Terry McLaurin in a package deal with Sam Laporta to pivot over to a true elite level tight ends, to go get to somebody like Kelsey, Kittle, Bowers, or McBride, I think that'd make a lot of sense. I mean, even in that case, we're still sorting St. Brown, Devonta Smith, Deontay Johnson every week. I mean, we don't even know if Deontay Johnson's in our flex spot over one of these running backs. So I love the team. I just think the move is we can afford an elite tight ends. Let's go through and let's trade Terry and Laporta to try to get to a top 4 option. And in that case, we can just go ahead and bring in Tank Dell for free off the waiver wire. But also, like we said, once Kyler does get a spike week, then at that point we would go through and we would be trying to sell Kyler Murray as well, but probably going to be wanting to wait a bit because if you look to sell Kyler right this second, I don't think we're going to be getting much. But again, thank you for being a long time member of the vlog. It's a phenomenal team. Like, you're looking back out the league analyzer, we are the number 1 team. It's really just us and the team there at 2, and nobody else can contend. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over to Slush Monkey. This is Stevenson, Harrison, Collins versus Chase and Tracy. So Stevenson and Tracy downgrade, Harrison and Collins to Jamar Chase clear upgrade. It's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So in that instance, we're going to go ahead, we're going to take Jamar Chase. I could see a scenario where you say, oh, okay, well, Mason, actually, I'm in a situation in which I'm 6-0. I just need to be thinking long-term upside, long-term upside, long-term upside. Then in that case, I definitely think you could just go ahead and take the rookie and Nico Collins. So we'll get back in the long term. But for now, I mean, Jamar Chase is just the best player in the deal. And in a league format like this, that's what I'm going for. Now, Butterball coming out with a trade question. Says, thanks. Running back depth is Jones, Dobbins, Tracy. Wide receivers, Jefferson, Waddle, Wilson, Pickens, and Wandale. Oh, dear God. Okay. Oh, I'm dying. Going from Kamara to A.J. Brown, slide downgrade. Higgins to James Cook, slide upgrade. I think this is a perfect example of a personal preference type trade. It is up to you. What I can say is A.J. Brown's already through his bye. I think there's maybe a slightly larger gap between James Cook and T Higgins. Now that you are looking at a running back that should be back this week. At least he was at practice. So I'd probably go ahead and take A.J. Brown, James Cook, but it honestly is going to be up to you. Now, Legend coming out with a start-sit question. Here at quarterback, we have Kyler. Running back, we have Brees Gibbs. Wide receiver, McLaurin, A.J. Brown. Tight end, we have Trey McBride. And going down to the flex spot, for me personally, I think it's an easy spot to just go ahead and jam in Devonta Smith. The only instance I would maybe consider not doing so is if Singletary does get ruled out and Tracy has a guaranteed 3-down workload. But honestly, even then, Smith, you have no Dallas Goedert. I think Smith's going to absolutely crush. Now, Jay coming out with a trade question. This is Kyron Addison versus Mason, CMC, and Neighbors. Oh, this is tough. I was going to take the Kyron side as soon as I read Kyron's name, saying, oh, Kyron's a top 5 asset in fantasy through his bye week. Addison through his bye week. But we go through and look at this. Jordan Mason, mid RB1 in the short term. McCaffrey, mid to high end RB1 in the long term. Kind of the same thing as Kyron Williams. Maybe a little bit worse. And you get a top 10 wide receiver in here as well with Malik Neighbors. I think you go with the CMC, Jordan Mason, and Malik Neighbors side. Now that you're looking at, I don't know, Jordan Mason back at practice, it seems like Jordan Mason should be good to go this week. Get top 10 running back production short term, top 10 long term, and the top 5-ish wide receivers. So we're going to go CMC, Mason, and Neighbors. Hate trading Kyron, though. Hate it. Vay says 6-0. Would you make this trade or just sit? Traded Bowers and Ayuk for JT yesterday. Are we too trade happy? On a 6-0 team, I love going out there and getting Taylor. Looking at this deal, going from Kittle to Evan Ingram, clear downgrade. Chase Brown to Aaron Jones, clear upgrade. Jaden Reed to DK Metcalf, up to you. I think maybe this is getting a little too trade happy. Especially if you look at Kittle right now. He is the tight end 1 in fantasy so far. I do think it's going to be Kelsey going into the future. But still, Kittle has been the tight end 1 in fantasy. At the same time, you're looking at Chase Brown potentially taking over as the starting running back in Cincy. So yeah, I think we go ahead and we take the Kittle, Reed, and Brown side. Now, Gly27 says, is this a good trade? And then starter sit Anthony Richardson. Quarterback, we have Dak and, we have Mahomes. Dak, are you saying? Maybe this is a different team. In terms of my quarterback rankings this week, if you're looking at Richardson in comparison to Patrick Mahomes, I have Mahomes currently sitting at QB 12 and Anthony Richardson currently sitting at QB 13. So honestly, I think it is up to you. I think Richardson has a ton of rushing upside, but here I'm going to go Josh Jacobs. I'd still rather have Jacobs over Amari straight up. Obviously, Amari is so much more appealing now that he is in an offense with efficient quarterback play. But at the same time, Jacobs is a 3-down running back, one of the best offenses in the league. So I think Josh Jacobs is just an absolute crusher. Now, Ryban's coming out with one of those free Underdog team reviews. Thank you again for supporting the channel. This is Hanging with Hernandez. This is the 3rd team in the League Analyzer. Currently, the top 2 teams are... they don't have a massive gap on us. Maybe the first team does. But then after that, you see a massive drop downwards to the teams underneath. Looking at what we have, say, with the teams at the very bottom, they just have absolutely no shot to contend here whatsoever. Rybans, can you please confirm for me as we go through and look at this? Is this a non-PPR formats? Is this a non-PPR league? Because if it is, that is going to dramatically change how we approach this. The League Analyzer is telling us it's a non-PPR format, so we are going to assume that it is. Looking at QB in a non-PPR formats, quarterback is going to be more important given the fact that you will be in a spot in which quarterback makes up a higher percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. In a non-PPR format, we are incentivized to build around the elite level RBs, which we have with Breece Hall, Bijan Robinson. We're going to get Nick Chubb in here as well. Phenomenal running back room. Going over to what we have with our wide receiver position. We are currently sitting with, say, St. Brown, who maybe is a little bit less exciting in a non-PPR format in comparison to a full PPR league. But still, it's the Lions offense. We assume that the Lions offense does have touchdown upside. Down at the bottom end at wide receiver, I think that there are some pivots that we would make with the waiver wire options. In a non-PPR format in particular, I think I would cut Wan'Dale Robinson and Juju Smith-Schuster as these low ADOT guys that are just going to be racking up receptions, but not necessarily big plays. I think I'd rather have somebody like Rome Odunze here that maybe has a little bit more touchdown upside in that instance and can expand as the season goes on. Going over to tight end, we are currently rolling with Evan Ingram and Travis Kelce. So this is a phenomenal team. I mean, we have Kelce through the bye. I think the clear play here is obviously Evan Ingram looks great, but we don't necessarily need Evan Ingram. If we can go through and sell Evan Ingram in a 2-for-1 deal elsewhere to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, I would look to do just that. I mean, if we go through and look at this team here, this team's currently sitting with Freiermuth and Andrews. Running back, they have Mixon, Pollard, Swift. I mean, if you can sell, say, Nick Chubb and Evan Ingram to get to Joe Mixon, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. If you go Evan Ingram, Bijan Robinson to get to Derrick Henry in a non-PPR format, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. Other teams that need a tight ends, this team down here has Isaiah Likely. Why the hell is the league analyzer telling us? Okay, this looks to be a glitch. This tight end room's worse with just Likely. But anyway, looking at this, I mean, they have some quality running backs here as well. I mean, if you wanted to pivot over to Aaron Jones by trying to sell like Evan Ingram and Nick Chubb to get to Aaron Jones, or Evan Ingram and Bucky Irving, even with the Jones injury, we're 5-1. We could potentially actually roll with the long-term upside there, get the elite flex in a non-PPR format and an offense that has touchdown upside. And honestly, I think Evan Ingram, as a tight end that historically is looking at a lower touchdown rate overall, is just a very clear sell in a non-PPR format in general, as well as, or especially in a league where you are sitting with Travis Kelce. So I think you go ahead, you try to sell Ingram in a 2-for-1 deal. You pick up a better running back. And also we try to pick up Rome Odunze by dropping the wide receiver like Juju Smith-Schuster that maybe just gives you a little more big play upside. But moving over to this next team, this is Ruthless Russian. This is, again, one of those free Underdog team reviews. If you want that free Underdog team review, you can find the link in the live chat, of course. But this is 4 rookies and 1 Kupp. This is the 5th or 4th team in the league analyzer. I think we changed the name to 5 rookies and 1 Kupp. It is currently a 2-4 roster. It is a 10-team league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So there should be decent options on the waiver wire, but at the same time, you can start a decent amount of wide receivers. So it's not like every trade we make is a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at running back. But anyway, starting off at QB, situation in which we're not super excited about CJ Stroud, particularly in a league where you have only 10 teams. I think here, if you could potentially go ahead and look to make a 2-for-1 deal, whether that's I want to hold on to Brian Thomas. I mean, if you could sell Tank Dell as well as CJ Stroud to go pivot to a quarterback that gives you a little more rushing upside, I personally would really like to do that. Going over to running back, we have a solid RB1, solid RB2 here rest of season with Bijan Jacobs. We have Chubb coming back in, so running back depth looks fine. Wide receiver, we're about to get Kupp back in. We're about to get Malik Neighbors back in. I think it's a good team. I think it's a team where you just got absolutely screwed with injuries, where we had the injury to Kupp, we had the injury to Chubb, we had the injury to Neighbors. We have now Amari Cooper getting dealt. We'll be in a better situation going into the future. We have a bunch of rookies on this team that I think will be, continuing to improve as the season goes on. So as you sit here, and try to make moves, I think it may be tough. I know it's a 2-4 team, so maybe it feels like we need to, but I think you've already put yourself in a very good position. The main thing that I would try to do specifically here with this being a 10-team format is if we could take a depth receiver and CJ Stroud to pivot over to a quarterback that has maybe a little bit more rushing upside, and then just backfill our depth at the wide receiver position with Keenan Allen, I would look to do that. Also, something else that I would look to do is I personally would go ahead and drop Tyrone Tracy to pick up Javonte Williams, as Devin Singletary was back at practice. And I think Javonte has more standalone value than what you are going to be getting with specifically Tracy. But I think that's all I have for you. Again, thank you. Really do appreciate you. It goes without being said. If you can sell Komet in a 2-for-1 deal and get an upgrade at wide receiver, we would. But much easier said than done. But real quick, the dog needs out. Now moving over to what we have with our next team. This next team is coming out from Jason. Says, am I dropping one of the Ravens tight ends, but unlikely picking up Juju given the waiver order? But in general, with Garrett Wilson's value dropping, not looking as good as I hoped, any trade suggestions? So this is currently the 6th team in the league analyzer. So yeah, it looks like we do have a little bit of an uphill battle. Now this is a league in which, unless I'm mistaken, I do think we should be able to start 5 receivers weekly. Jason, if you're in this live stream right now, could you please let me know in the live chats what the exact starting lineup requirements are? But this is tagged as a start 9 league. So it seems like we can start a bunch of receivers. Wide receiver depth does matter here, even with this only being a 10-team format. Quarterback, we are rolling with Daniels as well as Brock Purdy. When you have Daniels, I don't think we need a backup quarterback here. If you had a league in which we had a bunch of really strong options on the waiver wire, then I think at that point we could potentially think about pivoting off of Purdy, dropping Purdy, and picking up another wide receiver or running back. But specifically looking at the best waiver wire options being like Juju, Judy, Tolbert. I don't think you need to do so. Going over to what we have at running back, we are sitting with 2 top 10 options here rest of season with Bijan Mixon. Looks like Pollard is an absolute must-start name as well, post Tajee Spears injury. So really comfortable spot. At running back, going over to wide receiver, like we said, if we have the league settings correct here, where we can start 4 or 5 receivers every week, we actually kind of do want to be building around wide receiver depth if possible. We have Godwin, who looks like a low-end wide receiver 1 in a 10-team league. We have Wilson, who can still be a very solid wide receiver 2. We have Devonta Smith, who can be a very solid wide receiver 2. We have Jaylen Waddle, who's going to be much better when we get to a back end. Could be a solid wide receiver 2 here as well. Pittman, Keon Coleman, Dontavian Wicks. Going over to tight end, we have Cole Kmet, Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews. So yeah, I think the move that you make with this team, honestly, it's a boring one. I don't think it's a trade. I think we're going to keep it stupid simple. I think you just pick your favorite Ravens tight ends. I have Andrews tight end 18 and Likely tight end 19 rest of season. I think you drop the other guy. We start the Ravens tight end over Cole Kmet this week with Cole Kmet on bye. Then once Kmet's back, you probably put Kmet into the starting lineup. But it's a format in which you can get a bunch of wide receivers in. It's a team where we managed to stay alive with all the injuries that we've dealt with and should be better going into the future. So I really like the squad. The waiver wire options are limited, which makes it a little bit tougher to go through and make a bunch of adjustments. So I think we are kind of leaving this as is, to be honest. But again, thank you for being a member of the flock. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, and really hope we get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon. Now going over to Rich Pedro, the massive dono says, became an annual mother flocker 2 weeks ago, 2-0 since. Much love. If you're an annual mother flocker, I'm sure you maybe already saw this, but please go over to the site. Let me hook you up with some free merch. All you have to do is fill out this Google form. Essentially, we just need to know what your, when we're going to ask you for your email on the site so I can confirm that you're an annual mother flocker. And then you can just go through and rank what you want from most to least here with these merch options. And then give me your size, give me where I need to send it to, and we're going to be sending out a bunch of free merch. So thank you for being an annual mother flocker. If you have not done so already, please go through and fill out the free merch stuff because I'd love to hook you up. But anyway, number one in the league, coming up 70-point win with no Kyron. Just got offered Lamar for Kyron. Trade Calc says no, but would love Lamar. What are your thoughts? First off, congrats on being the number one team in the league. I think you cannot trade Kyron Williams for Lamar Jackson. I mean, we have Caleb Williams. We have Mahomes as well. So I think we can play Mahomes this week, then go with the matchups between the two options here in the long term. But if you are looking at Kyron Williams, he has been phenomenal in an environment which everybody has gotten injured for the Los Angeles Rams, and you would have possibly expected this to be a situation in which they actually end up struggling here with the banged up offensive line, the banged up wide receiver room as well. But they've stayed alive. Kyron Williams is getting used as a true 3-down workhorse. So honestly, I think I go ahead. I just hold on to Kyron Williams. Coming out of the bye week, I think that this offense is going to be a little bit healthier. Kyron Williams was already a top 3 running back. And now at this point, I think that's honestly kind of a very safe projection. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over to Reichel's team. This is a trade where we send Zay Flowers, James Cook, Josh Downs for Breece Hall. This is a trade where we send like a quarter, another quarter, and a nickel for $1. 100% we want Breece Hall. This is just an absolute no-brainer. Let's get Breece, and let's not look back. Now, Loso Loaded says running backs are Moss, Kyron, Whites. One to drop. Brooks, Tracy. Wide receiver, we have Hill, Dell, London, Leggett, Coleman, and Polk. Quarterback, we have Baker. Tight end, we have Kincaid. Should I trade Tyreek or Taylor, or should we do something else? I don't know if this is a trade I would recommend for everybody. However, specifically on your roster where it looks like Rachaad White may have lost his job, not only maybe Rachaad White lost his job, but also at the same time, you actually potentially have, say, Zach Moss losing his job. It's Singletary may be back, so Tracy's not viable anymore. I think that this is a deal in which you could go through and you could trade Tyreek for Taylor under one circumstance. I don't want to do this right now. I want to make sure that we are going to get Taylor back this week. I think you have to see Taylor at practice, because the issue is if you go ahead and you make this trade, what ends up happening here if, say, I don't know, Jonathan Taylor misses this week? You also are looking at, say, Tyreek already through his bye, where Taylor has to go through his bye in week 14. So you're going to get 2 extra games for Tyreek if Taylor were to miss. And in that case, I think you need to get an extra piece added on. But if we get news tomorrow saying that Jonathan Taylor will be back at practice with a roster like yours, where we have a couple running backs that are losing value that we do need to potentially fill in for, I think getting Taylor makes sense. Now, our next trade questions coming out from Adam. It's a 14-team PPR, 2 receivers, 2 running backs, 2 flexes. Is this good with my roster? He may want Pollard instead of Bucky. It's a 4-2 team at the moment. Terry McLaurin to DK Metcalf, massive upgrade. I would say massive. We'll just call it an upgrade. Bucky Irving to Christian McCaffrey, massive upgrade. Paying Jackson Spin the Jigba to get it done is no problem at all. Easily take the DK Metcalf side. And if he wants Tony Pollard instead of Bucky Irving, then it's a lot tougher. Specifically because it's a 14-team league with 2 flex spots. The depth does matter a ton. So if we trade away 3 startable guys for 1 and CMC doesn't come back, then we're screwed. So with how this trade sits now, it's a no-brainer. With the Pollard deal, it is a little more up in the air, and it comes down to what you think with Tony Pollard. Now, moving over to Elias, says we have Hurts. I picked up Love when someone cut him when he got hurt. It's a non-PPR format. So going and getting Cooper Kupp here is an absolute no-brainer. I think if you're looking at the points per game gap that you should expect maybe between Tank Dell and Darnell Mooney, there's not a big gap, maybe 1 to 2 points at the very most. You're selling a quarterback that you just picked up off the waiver wire that you're not going to be starting over Jalen Hurts for a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy. So for me personally, yeah, I think that honestly is kind of a no-brainer here. Now going over to our next question, we have Ryan. Says, 4-2, looking for advice to strengthen for the playoffs. After week 2, I traded Kyron for CMC and Kupp. Doesn't feel good now. At the time, I would have loved it, my friend. But maybe it looks a lot better now that we are about to get Kupp in. And obviously, you still do have some upside with Tyreek to come back. But anyway, feeling like I need to make a move to strengthen wide receiver. Should probably drop the Jets defense. No one I'm loving on the waiver wire. Okay, so looking at this, this is Knights of the Night. We are second in the league analyzer. If we are looking at the rest of the teams that we have here, there's really just that group of the top 3. Then beyond that, it is a pretty flat tier in general to everybody else below. Going over to our roster in particular, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to be super important. And right now at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Jaden Daniels. When we have Daniels, obviously don't need a backup quarterback. Absolutely love to see it. I think that you are in a very comfortable spot. Now going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Bijan Robinson, top 10 running back rest of season. Christian McCaffrey, a running back that if he does come in, we are extremely excited about it, of course. James Conner, Jordan Mason as the short-term fill-in. So honestly, with how this team sits now, I do think that you are in a really good spot in general. At running back, we have Najee Harris and Rico Dowdle. So what I would probably look to do here, where I think you have a lot of rushing upside. You have a lot of upside at the running back position. We don't particularly need the floor. So I think I would actually look to potentially sell Najee Harris coming off the really strong performance, specifically in a matchup in which, it was against the Raiders. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be this good going into the future. Going over to wide receiver, we have Kupp coming in as a top 10 option. We have Brian Thomas, someone that I think is going to get better as the season goes on. We have Deontay Johnson, who's actually absolutely dominating. And at the same time, you have Chris Olave, who I think if you were to sell now, you are selling at pretty much an all-time low. So if we look at wide receiver, there's nothing I really want to do. Going over to tight end, I think Ferguson's going to be much better in the future as well. So realistically, I freaking love this team. Realistically, I don't know what we could potentially do. Maybe the only thing we're looking at is seeing if we can take the two depth running backs that give you some type of floor and tier up to a team that maybe needs a better running back, but has a top option. Like this team, obviously sitting here with kind of a lack of depth. Especially if Brian Robinson misses this week, they're starting Antonio Gibson and Jeremy McNichols. Maybe potentially if you could go through and if you could look to package together the combo of like Najee Harris and Rico Dowdle, where it's not like we're even starting these running backs, and tier up to a better option like Brian Robinson, I think that could be appealing. Going over and looking at another team that may need some running back depth help. This team had the Pacheco injury. So, if we could send them maybe the combo of like Najee and Bijan and pivot over to Kamara, maybe you could look at that if you view Kamara as somebody that's in a clear tier above. I'm really grasping at straws here, trying to come up with something. I think that you're in a really comfortable spot at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end rest of season. And really the only thing I think we could do is tell you to move on from the depth at the running back position and chase something with a little more upside. But really, I think that's the only thing that we could look to do. But I really do appreciate you and hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, great team. We're 4-2, and it's about to get a lot better with Kupp coming back in. But let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Julio. Says, hey, Mason, trying to decide quarterback in a second flex. Matchup is against a good team, and we need upside. Thanks. Thank you. Quarterback, we are going to be going ahead and, dear God, we're going to start Kyler. I think you would just cut Justin Fields at this point. Going over to the flex spots, obviously no Amari bumps Judy, but I still think you go with Tank Dell. The hesitation I would have with Dell here is it is a tough matchup against the Packers, where currently sportsbooks are telling us that the Houston Texans are going to be worse than they typically are, and they are going to struggle a bit. But yeah, I still think that you can go through and you can still start Dell. Don't love it, but I would go with it. Now, Yurley coming out with a trade question. We're 5-1. We have Baker, Kamara, Hall, Mixon, Godwin, Hill, Kraft, and Njoku, Hawkinson. but just did this trade. Is it a win or a loss? Goddard to Andrews is a downgrade even with the Goddard injury. Amari to Devonta Smith, I view it as an upgrade personally. Obviously, Amari Cooper going to be in a much better situation. For me, Amari, I think, goes from a player that was pretty much unstartable in fantasy to somebody that I can project comfortably as a running back 2 rest of season. But we can say the same exact thing with Devonta Smith, plus you have the injury to Dallas Goedert, while at the same time, I mean, you're in a spot where Smith has already gone through his bye week where Amari hasn't. So for me, I think, yeah, I go ahead and I probably take the Devonta Smith side, but I don't think it's like a super easy thing to do. I don't think it's real easy. Now, moving this over to our next question. This is Son of a Flock. This is Harrison and Derrick Henry versus Etienne and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So Henry to Etienne, massive downgrade. Harrison to St. Brown, massive upgrade. Henry to St. Brown, up to you. Harrison to Etienne, up to you. I think this trade, honestly, is your personal preference. I know this is going to sound dumb that we are going in like making this argument, but you do have Etienne and St. Brown already through their bye weeks. Whereas if you were looking at what you get from Derrick Henry and Marvin Harrison, Harrison dealing with a concussion, probably going to miss this week. And you still have the bye week, I think, in week 11. Derrick Henry, you still have the bye week in week 14. So you potentially get 3 extra games out of the combo of the of the St. Brown and Etienne side. So I think this is going to be dependent on your league settings. I think it's going to be dependent on your personal record as well. But for me, since I think St. Brown and Henry are pretty much neck and neck, I'm going to go with the St. Brown and Etienne side. But like I said, I could completely understand if you wanted to pivot and go elsewhere. Now, Tony Mayo coming out says, Fantasy God Mason, I did a team review and you told me to take Brian Robinson and a wide receiver and upgrade my flex. Let me know how he did. Keep up the good work. Been my only fantasy guy I trust. Part of the flock for 3 years. Well, I really do appreciate you. And I can't believe we were able to go through and swing this. Getting any value for Shaheed whatsoever makes a ton of sense. If you're telling me that our running back room is loaded where we're really just trying to optimize in a full PPR format for the flex, I think going and getting Garrett Wilson, he's still a high-end wide receiver too, does make sense here. Now, obviously, on a team that really needs a running back, I'd say, you know what, probably makes sense to keep Brian Robinson. But if we're just optimizing for the flex where we have enough running back production to go around, based off the news that you have regarding Shaheed, I think this does make sense. Now, going over to L Jet, says, hey, Mason, 5-1 currently with Kupp, CMC, and Nico on the IR. Is this a good trade? So, DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas, David Montgomery versus Breece Hall, DK Metcalf. Montgomery to Breece, upgrade. Brian Thomas to DK Metcalf, upgrade. We paid Devonta Smith to get it done. This is, let me just confirm, this is linked. Yeah, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Give me the best player in the deal, which I perceive to be Breece Hall. Gosh, dang. I have like a cough that's down here. But anyway, full PPR format. Montgomery's not going to catch the ball the same way Breece Hall will. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. The wide receiver depth's not going to be the most important thing. Now, moving over to our next question. This is FrankDETTank with a trade question. This is Chuba Hubbard versus Chris Olave. I have these guys ranked very similarly rest of season. Obviously, Chuba Hubbard projects to be a running back 1 over the next few weeks until you get Jonathan Brooks in. Then at that point, he's in a committee in Carolina. Chris Olave gives you nothing over the next few weeks until he's back. Derek Carr is back, and you have no Shaheed. So if I was 1-5, I'd probably rather have Chuba. If I'm 5-1, I think you give me Olave. Now, Ledex is 4-2, accepted, but looking for some reassurance. A bit worried as we have both Puka and Nico on the IR waiting. A London to Kyron upgrade, Chubb to Amari upgrade. We get 2 upgrades here relatively easily. I think it makes a hell of a lot of sense. I view Kyron Williams as a top 3 asset here rest of season. So I'm definitely doing it. But appreciate you, of course, for always sticking with us, my guy. But let me move this over and try to answer as many of the free questions in the chat as I possibly can. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. I'll be excited to try to get to as many as I possibly can for you here. Joe says, is Godwin untradeable at this point? No, not inherently. I mean, we have talked about this a couple times now, but I think you are going to have some weeks in which you get the massive spike week for Mike Evans, other weeks where you get the massive spike week for Chris Godwin. I would say Godwin has a higher floor than Evans, so I definitely prefer Godwin over Evans rest of season. But I don't think it's like, oh, Godwin's a locked and loaded top 5 wide receiver rest of the year where we can expect that these spikes consistently come for Godwin and not Mike. TJ says, what do we do if we have both Wilson and Adams? I guess you just hold them. Unless you're worried about the Jets offense. It depends on what you think about Rodgers. Non-Wavy says, traded Montgomery for Kupp. What you think, Mason? Full PBR format, I like it. Full PBR league, I like it. Amita says, start Bub Memes or Tyreek Hill. I really hope you're joking. Bub Memes versus Tyreek Hill. We are going to go Tyreek Hill. I hope you're joking, though. Should I trade McLaurin for Kupp? Yes, you should trade McLaurin for Kupp. Nick says, does James Cook still get a lot of carries? Yes, I would still expect James Cook to kind of easily be the guy here. When healthy over Ray Davis, even if Ray Davis did look very good this past Monday. I still think James Cook's the guy. Still think that James Cook sees the vast majority of the touches. T Panda says, just traded Jefferson for Jaden Reed and Chris Godwin. It was a 2-for-1 deal. Did I lose? For me, I'd rather have Justin Jefferson here. So I think you lost. The only scenario in which I could say, oh, okay, yeah, we definitely made out like a bandit. We ended up winning this deal was if this is like a, I don't know, league in which it's a 14-team format where you start 2 receivers and 2 flex every week. And it's like a super deep league where you need 2 additional starters. But in a regular style league, I think you lose. Benny says, need a quarterback. Pick between Darnold, Cousins, or other. Cousins a phenomenal QB this week. Right now, sportsbooks are telling us that the Atlanta Falcons will be a top 3 offense in total points scored against the Seahawks. And this game has an over-under of, I think, like 52. Please, if you can, go through and start Kirk Cousins. Gosh, dang. Like, I have like an itch down here. Okay, I think that got it. Rear says, trade Gibbs for Dobbins and Reed. No, I wouldn't. I'd keep Gibbs. White Wee, something like that, says Aaron Jones or Etienne rest of season. Obviously, Etienne, we're dealing with the Tua injury. Jones, we're dealing with his own injury. I think, honestly, you kind of get Tua and Aaron Jones back at around of roughly the same time. In the meantime, you get a couple usable weeks out of Etienne, even if it's not great. But I would still go ahead and I would still start. I mean, I would still take Etienne over Aaron Jones. Chris says Zaire, Madre, Jacoby for Alvin. Alvin Kamara easily. Like, if you're ever finding yourself in a spot where you're just throwing in guys that are on the bottom of your bench, like Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Myers, and it's getting you to a player that is a round one value at this point, you just know you were robbing the guy. It is an absolute no-brainer. Sebastian says Devonta and Chubb for Gibbs. Give me Jahmyr Gibbs. Assuming it's a full PBR format, that is. Aiden says, is Gurindo startable if Jordan Mason's out? Yes, Isaac Gurindo is startable if you have no Jordan Mason. Would it be as solid of an option as Jordan Mason would be? No. What we saw after Jordan Mason got injured is Gurindo didn't take over the full Jordan Mason workload. He did somewhat split the backfields, but he would still be startable. But instead of like where now we have Jordan Mason as an RB1 every week, I think Gurindo would more so look like a low-end RB2. Chandler says, thoughts, Ayuk and Olave for Amari, then pick up DK on the waiver wire. If DK Metcalf is on your waiver wire, Chandler, what kind of league are you playing in? And if DK Metcalf's on your waiver wire and you are rostering Brandon Ayuk right now, what the hell are you doing? Yes, I would very confidently go ahead and trade Brandon Ayuk, Chris Olave for Amari Cooper if it meant we got DK Metcalf as well. As then we're trading Ayuk and Olave for DK Metcalf and Amari. Whitey says Flowers or Dell this week. Probably Flowers. Okay. But let me move this over and get to some more of the questions that we have on the site real quick. Of course, definitely want to remind y'all that if you ever wanted to go over to flockfantasy.com, you can always ask a question with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice, get a guaranteed answer in this live stream. You can also hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. There you're able to send a super message. You can send a start sit question, a trade question, or a team review, whatever you are wanting here. I will say, of course, if you wanted that team review, I would highly recommend going ahead and just taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're actually going to be getting a free team review in the live stream we are doing every single day. And on top of that, you're going to be getting that free Bo Nix pick, more than less than half a total yard, for the game tomorrow. So make sure you take advantage of that. You can find the link in the live chat as well as the description. But let's move this back over to what we have with the questions on the site. We already answered this one from Letix. So let's back out of this bad boy and get some more pulled up here. And I will give myself a shout out. One, we've been live streaming for over 3 hours. So if you have not hit that like button, I don't know what we have to do for you. But two, we live streamed for over 5 hours last night. We had a total of 0 bathroom breaks, which, come on. You got to give me some props for that. But here with Letix's trade, we already said we want to go ahead. We for sure want to take Kyren Williams. Now, our next one's going to be a start-sit question from Eula. Here at running back, we're going to go ahead. We will take, this is a tough spot to be in. With Pollard, you have more receiving usage than Dobbins, but Dobbins going to be in a much better offense than Pollard. I have them ranked back-to-back in our rankings this week, but we have Dobbins one slot higher. And then, I think we leave the wide receivers in here as well. But it is a It is a close call. I would love to get Tony Pollard in. Sportsbooks are saying the Titans should have the worst offense in the NFL this season, though. I'm not this season, this week. Maddie coming out with a trade question where we have Gibbs, Jacobs at running back, Tyreek Lamb at wide receiver. Kind of want to keep Kupp at the flex, though. Worth getting Saquon. 100% worth getting Saquon. I'm not like the biggest DJ Moore guy. I think the passing volume may come down here just a tiny bit in Chicago. But Barkley already threw the bye. I know Kupp and Dobbins are as well. But even if you view Kupp as a mid wide receiver 1 rest of season, Dobbins is a mid RB2 rest of season. Give me the RB1 overall in the mid wide receiver 2 in fantasy. Very, very easily, the Saquon Barkley and DJ Moore side. Now, JP coming out with our next question. This is a trade question here where we have Jamar, Amari, Brian Thomas Jr., and T Higgins. My running back 2 is Jacobs, and I like Saquon's schedule. Do I panic? So Lamb to Barkley, slight upgrade, wide receiver 1 to RB1. Gibbs to Olave and Singletary is a massive, massive, massive downgrade. I know we are absolutely loaded here at wide receiver, but still, even in this instance, I think that we go through and I think we take CeeDee Lamb relatively easily. Like, I don't think it's too close here, to be honest. Now, Omniscient says, me and the Zits. This is the team name. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is currently the 5th team in the league analyzer. This is a league where there is a pretty big disparity between this top team. Gobble has Chase, A.J. Brown, Brees, Mixon, Burrow, Bowers, a really strong roster. And the rest of the league, we are currently sitting at 5-2. It's a 10-team league in which we start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So depth, it doesn't matter, especially depth at the wide receiver position. Here at quarterback, we are currently rolling with Jordan Love and Brock Purdy. I would rather have Love over Purdy rest of season here. I mean, if you're looking at what you have currently, I think I would really like to go through and honestly just pivot off of Brock Purdy. Looking at some of the other quarterbacks that are available to you on the waiver wire, like Anthony Richardson is sitting out there. If we get another injury to Jordan Love for the Jordan Love bye week, which is, I believe, in week 10, if we really needed to pick up another quarterback, we could very easily go to the waiver wire and get one. But looking at the options that you have available to you with the waiver wire running back right now and a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd really like to just pick up these RB depth pieces in Rico Dowdle and Rachaad White. While I understand that, yes, at running back, we are in a relatively strong position. Or, I mean, right now we are sitting with the combo of, say, James Cook, Josh Jacobs. Obviously, we like to see it. I think you could afford to build out our running back depth, especially if you could turn around and potentially go ahead and package together, say, the combo of like Josh Jacobs and Jordan Love to pivot over to Lamar Jackson, pivot over to Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. Open up a roster spot that way. We have the elite level quarterback. And at the same time, be able to drop Purdy, pick up the top 3 running backs available to you on the waiver wire with Rico Dowdle, Rachaad White, Zach Charbonnet. I think it's a spot where we actually can build around running back depth. Now, that's not necessarily a trade that we need to be making right now. I think we could wait a little bit of time on that and wait until we potentially get Jonathan Brooks back in or you feel a little more comfortable with our running back depth. But I think building out the running back depth is going to be key in a format like this. Because going over to wide receiver, I mean, we have 2 top 10 guys long-term. We have Jefferson, we have Tyreek. 2 guys we're starting every single week, regardless of the matchup. Obviously, we're assuming that we get Tua back in a couple weeks, but we're thinking long-term here on a team that's currently 4-2. And obviously, both guys through their bye weeks already. We have Amari Dell's quality depth pieces, especially post-Amari trade. I would cut Jalen Tolbert here. I'd cut Tolbert and go pick up a running back. So I think right this second, I cut Brock Purdy. I cut Jalen Tolbert. I pick up Rico Dowdle. I pick up Rachaad White. And then honestly, I think we go ahead and we sit on our hands after that. And if we get a breakout from one of our depth running backs, whether that's Jonathan Brooks, Rico Dowdle, Rachaad White, whoever it may be, then we can go ahead and we can afford to possibly package together one of our depth running backs with Jordan Love to go get the true elite level quarterback at that point that does give you some rushing upside. But personally, I think that's what I would look to do. I mean, I think that you're in a really comfortable position here at RB. I think you have a great team. And I think you're maybe a little bit incentivized to just go ahead and see if we can get the running back depth built out in a league where that's kind of the most important thing. Okay. Now let's move this over to Matthew. Says Marvin Harrison Jr. has been so hit or miss. Not sure what to do at this point. He's had one bad week and then he got a concussion. So he's a rookie who had a bad week 1 and then he had a concussion this past week. I'm not worried about Harrison. Running back, we go ahead and we jam in Josh Jacobs. Tight end, we're going to be playing Brock Bowers. For the flex spots, it's tough. If Harrison plays, you go Harrison. I think you honestly have to start Trey McBride here, which feels weird. Throw a tight end in one of the flexes. Harrison plays, you go Harrison. If Aaron Jones plays, then you go Aaron Jones. If both miss, then we go Ty Chandler. Or if James Cook misses, we go Ray Davis over Ty Chandler. But if James Cook plays, both of our other options miss, then Ty Chandler is the last resort. But I mean, if you wanted to make a trade, the trade's selling a tight end. It's not selling Marvin Harrison. Now, the Soaring Eagle coming out with his start sit question. Here, it's a super flex league. We're going to be going with the combo of Anthony Richardson. And honestly, I think I may go Geno Smith over Jared. I'm not going to do it. It's very close. Goff has a horrible matchup. I have Goff and Geno ranked back-to-back this week. I think you could consider Geno over Goff. Running back, I'm assuming Jordan Mason's going to be good to go. He did practice today. We'll go Mason. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Jamison Williams. I do not like the matchup, however. And then going down to the flex spot, we're going to go Chase Brown. We're going to send up the prayer that he continues to expand his role in this offense and does take over as the starting guy. Now, moving over to Saram. This is a massive dono, as it always is with Saram. You know, I love seeing you, my guy. Says, congrats on the 250,000 subs, mate. And also great stuff with the Flock League. Been great watching you and the lads. Our jokes. Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of fun. I'm really excited about the Flock League channel we have going because personally, I don't even watch like the videos until they're actually live on YouTube and I'm the one who premieres them. And then so I get to watch them with everybody else because I have no idea what they're going to look like when the editor makes them. And yeah, it's so much fun watching them myself. But yesterday you suggested Etienne and Terry for Neighbors and Chubb, and if not Neighbors and Hunt. What about Javonte and Neighbors? Yeah, Javonte is just a straight up bomb here, to be honest. Like, I think Javonte is pretty effectively a 0. I have Javonte in the Flock League as well. So this does really suck. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat right now, would you rather have Terry McLaurin and Devon Etienne, or would you rather have Malik Neighbors and Javonte Williams? Like, Malik Neighbors is obviously by far and away the best player in this deal. But to be honest with you, how I'm valuing Javonte Williams in this trade is I'm valuing him as a 0. Like, I don't think he moves the needle here whatsoever. But please let me know in the live chat, would you rather have the Etienne, McLaurin, or the Malik Neighbors and Javonte side? We got Etienne, Neighbors, Etienne. Etienne. Yeah, everybody is on the Etienne side. That's what I kind of figured would happen. Again, like I said, I mean, I think if we were looking at some of the trades, I know we already said this yesterday, but the deals that I would be willing to make is if we can get Chubb there, or, I mean, hell, even if we could get, I would rather have Tolbert. Like, if you could get Tolbert over Javonte. Actually, not Tolbert. I'm so dumb. I was thinking Rico Dowdle. Yeah, so not Tolbert, for the love of God. But if you can get Kareem Hunt over Javonte, I would do these, which I know we already discussed. But yeah, I think pivoting down to Javonte is maybe just a little bit too much. But let me move over to this start sit question from 10. And real quick, I'm about to piss myself. Take me 10 seconds. Okay, I feel much, much better. I'm sorry about that. But anyway, this is coming up from Tim. Says, what's up, Mason? Huge fan. Need help on who to start this week in my 2 flex spots, Chubb, Mostert, and Ladd. Okay, so here, real quick, honestly, I'm fine with how you do it. I can go through and answer no matter what. But I just definitely want to help you out if I can. If, say, you start 2 running backs in your league and 1 flex, instead of going through and like putting all 3 of the running backs that are on your roster in this tool, all you essentially do is you just need to put like 2 empty running back slots. And then underneath here, you can put the running backs that you're considering. And then I can click on them and it will slide them in. But let me just rank the flex options for you because I don't know exactly what our starting lineup requirements are because how this filled out. Obviously, we're going to go Hurts over Rodgers. Running back, we go Walker, Najee, then Chubb. Wide receiver, we go Kupp, Evans, then Metcalf. Tight end, we go McBride, and then Njoku. Ladd is above Douglas. So if it's a league where you start 3 receivers, we start Kupp, Metcalf, Evans. We go Ladd in one of the flex spots. And then we go with Chubb in the other flex over Mostert. If it's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 2 flexes, then you're going to be starting Evans, Metcalf, Kupp. And for the last flex spot, probably Ladd in a good matchup. And then you bench Nick Chubb and wait to see what he's like next week. Hopefully that makes sense. But Big Slick coming out with a massive dono says, hey, Mason, you reviewed the team a couple weeks ago, and I'm not sure why you couldn't see the league. I have some elite level advice on how I should be playing this moving forward. Points against is second most in the league, which hasn't helped my record. No one wants to make any trades. IR, CMC, and Jonathan Brooks. Okay. Well, first off, my friend, if we are currently sitting here with the second most points against, we need to stop focusing so much on our team, and we need to start focusing it up on drawing some game plans to stop up our opponents. We got to come up with some better strategies here. We need better defense. But obviously I'm joking. But anyway, looking at this is the 3rd team in the league analyzer. Definitely a pretty big drop off after the first 3 teams here as well. But yeah, we are currently sitting at 2 and 4. It's a 10-team league in which we only start 2 wide receivers and a flex. So the wide receiver depth, not going to be a super big deal. Quarterback, we have Stroud. Don't love Stroud in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. In this kind of format where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, I would absolutely love going through and potentially trying to sell, say, Jameson Williams and CJ Stroud if we can, and a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade at quarterback. I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. Going over to running back, we have Kyron, top 3 running back rest of season, already through his bye. And he's going to be much better going in the future as this Rams offense gets healthier. So love it. We have Jordan Mason for the short term, CMC for the long term, natural pairing, of course. We have Chase Brown looking like he's taking over. We have Jonathan Brooks coming back in. I will say, I think Sean Tucker is going to be in a 3-man running back by committee in Tampa, where he's possibly the 3rd guy. Maybe he's the 2nd. I don't know. But regardless, possibly the 3rd option. So for me, I would go through and I would cut Sean Tucker and I'd pick up Javonte Williams, where I think Javonte has more standalone value, and Javonte Williams should be the starting option here, of course, in Denver. Going over to wide receiver, we are currently sitting with London, Reed, Deontay, Worthy, Jameson. So we have plenty of wide receiver depth. Like I said, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the depth isn't going to be super important for us. So what I would love to do is I would love to package together, say, Jameson Williams and CJ Stroud to go get that upgrade at quarterback if possible. Going and looking at some of the options that we have on the waiver wire at wide receiver, I think DeAndre Hopkins and Jerry Jeudy are honestly options I'd probably prefer over Romeo Dobbs and Demario Douglas. At the very least, I would cut Douglas in favor of picking up DeAndre Hopkins with the outside chance that we end up getting a Hopkins trade. Maybe I'm a little bit too optimistic about that given what you have, say, with the recent deals of Amari as well as Adams kind of taking the two landing spots that would be interesting. But you have the Chiefs landing spot still for Hopkins. We have the elite tight end with McBride. So overall, I think it's a great team where we've just kind of gotten unlucky, and it's going to be much better going to the future as the roster gets healthier. What I would probably look to do is I would probably cut Douglas, pick up Hopkins, trade Jameson and Stroud for the best quarterback we can get, cut Sean Tucker, and go pick up Javonte Williams. Personally for me. Because, I mean, looking at Stroud obviously is a phenomenal real-life QB, but you do just have the capped rushing ceiling. You have the Nico injury, and at the same time, they're not really letting him air it out. It's kind of, I don't want to say it's to the extent of what we were seeing with Mahomes, but it's reminiscent where they were really just going through and they're really just trying to run the ball and play good defense. But Jager coming out with a trade question. This is Adams and Kraft versus Laporta and Higgins. Kraft to Laporta, slight upgrade. Adams to Higgins, slight downgrade. Personal preference, up to you. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have the Adams and Kraft side or the Laporta and Higgins? Like, obviously, I'm the first person to admit I could be completely off here, but I just think, they're about the same. And it's up to what you want. Robert says Laporta. S5 says Adams, Higgins, Adams, Higgins, Adams, Higgins, Adams, Adams. So it does look like it's kind of split 50-50 here as well. Selfishly, where I have a lot of Sam Laporta, I'm in the Flock League, I'm in Underdog drafts. I would love to come out and say, oh yeah, Sam Laporta is the name we're going with, but I don't know. I think I'm just biased. It is honestly just kind of up to you. But Noah is coming out with a start-sit question. Here we need to figure out the flex spot. We're looking at Montgomery, Flowers, Terry. Terry McLaurin's in a phenomenal matchup against the Carolina Panthers. Right now, sportsbooks are putting the Commanders the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. But with that being said, I would actually rather be rolling with Montgomery, even if McLaurin I ranked higher this week than I've ever ranked in fantasy football before. Now, that Morris kid coming out with a team review. Always happy to see you, my guy. And one thing that we are building out on the site, just to give you a little bit of a sneak peek, because you're the perfect example of somebody that I was talking to the developers about that's always out in this live stream. In the future, and by future, I mean like next week or hopefully by tomorrow or the next day. I don't want to, that's what the developers are saying. When they say that, it always means the next week. But like next time I see your name here, I'm able to go ahead. I'm like, oh, that Morris kid's always out here. He's always supporting the stream. I can go ahead, I can click your name and prompt you and pull you up and like directly from this page, be able to apply like free vouchers to your account. Say like, oh, give that Morris kid like a free start sit question. Give him a free trade question. And that is something that should be coming to the site very, very soon. And of course, once that is there, I owe you a couple free start sit questions, free trade questions. But anyway, what's up, Mason? Made a few more moves since the last time you saw the squad. Still not a fan of the running back room, but not sure if we should make a move before Brooks comes back. Saquon owner wants AJ Jaden Hunt for Saquon and Amari or Debo. Is that too much, or do we sit tight? Much love, my guy. Going to be excited to check it out. And as always, this is a monstrous squad. If y'all haven't seen this team before, you are in for a show, and you can just tell by the league analyzer as well. We are currently 4-2. Maybe a little bit surprised by that. Maybe expected to be sitting here at 5-1, 6-0, but it is what it is. We have Allen, who's been up and down. But it is a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth does matter a bit more here. Quarterback, obviously, Josh Allen has been pretty damn inconsistent. But with that being said, I mean, you're still in a spot in which Josh Allen does have a lot more rushing upside than what you're going to be getting with a ton of these other quarterbacks in fantasy. And now that you have Amari Cooper coming over, I think hopefully we see a little more consistency from this offense. Still was my QB4 before the Amari trade, my QB4 after the Amari trade. I think maybe the only difference is you're a little more excited about the consistency that we can expect. But regardless, don't need to back up because we're starting Allen every week regardless of the matchup anyway. Going over to what we have at running back. We're currently rolling with Joe Mixon, Kareem Hunt, Jonathan Brooks. So we have the RB1 locked and loaded with Mixon. We have Hunt as a quality RB2 starter for now. We have some long-term upside down here built out through the team with these guys like Brooks, Bigsby, Algier, Tracy, Benson. So what we're really hoping that we can do is we're really hoping that like, oh, okay, we can just cycle through these players one by one. Oh, Devin Singletary's out this week. We play Tracy. We get cheap RB2 production, and we beat you at every other position. Oh, Travis Etienne's out this week. We play Tank Bigsby, and we get cheap RB2 production. We beat you at every single position. Now, obviously, for us to be able to get that, we need to be on top of the waiver wire. We need to be beating our league mates there. But I will say, yeah, this, I mean, clearly is a team that is struggling at RB if we had to find a spot. There are a few interesting running backs on the waiver wire that are an injury away from making a difference. So for me personally, if I'm sitting here with the Monroe St. Brown, AJ Brown, Malik Neighbors, Jaden Reed, and DK Metcalf all in the same squad, you have a couple different options. One, we only roster these receivers, and we're going to go ahead and we are going to just absolutely dominate our league mates here. So looking at what you can do, potentially we sell Metcalf and Hunt and go get an RB upgrade that way. We sell Jaden Reed and Hunt, or sell Jaden Reed and Brooks and go get an RB upgrade that way. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 100% you do that, and it's not even remotely close. That's the trade that you have to make. My hesitation is it's a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. And it's a 12-teamer, so the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more here. So I think maybe instead what you could do is, clearly it's working for us, is we can just continue to try to cycle through these waiver wire running backs. So if you wanted to possibly cut Demario Douglas and pick up Roschon Johnson, who's an injury away from being a starter, I think you do it, because in what world do we start Demario Douglas? So for now, we're attacking running back with quantity over quality at our RB2 slot, which I think is a completely fine strategy to have in this format. Obviously, we have Kelsey, elite tight end 1 that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I think it's really just, I would just cut Douglas, pick up another running back like Roschon, and roll with it as is. And then if we're about to get to the fantasy football playoffs and we haven't found a solid RB2, then at that point, maybe we go ahead and maybe we trade DK Metcalf and a running back to get an RB upgrade. But honestly, I think we keep doing what we're doing for now. Love to see the team. And I really wish I could have more for you. I'm sitting here blanking. We've been live for a while. brains turn into mush. And also, this team is 10,000 times better than mine. And we're just kind of just daydreaming of what it'd be like to have a team like this. But sadly, you've seen my team in the Flock League, and it made nothing like this. I'm debating between Javonte Williams and Lavin Conkey. This team's benching freaking DK Metcalf. Now, FrankDETTank says we have J.K. Hall, Henry, Chase Brown, Dowdle. Wide receivers are Hill, Pickens, Ladd, Puka, and Juju. So we actually looked at this same trade earlier. I don't know if it was you, Frank. I think it was maybe someone else. But for me personally, I think long-term, it probably is a better spot to have Olave once you get Jonathan Brooks in. And at the same time, you have Derek Carr back. You have no Shaheed. We have J.K. Hall, Henry, Chase Brown, Dowdle, so we don't need running back depth. Pickens is our wide receiver too. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to pivot over to Olave. Short-term loss for maybe in a long-term upgrade. But D Brown coming out with a free Underdog team review. Really appreciate you. I'm going to be excited to check this out. Here, this is, I want to say, a Yahoo league, right? So you should be able to go through and you should be able to link with Yahoo very easily. I know that yesterday on the site, there was maybe an issue with linking with Yahoo because we had too many people doing it at once. So Yahoo went through and kind of blocked us. They thought that we were spamming them. But with that being said, now that situation is figured out. Link your team with Yahoo if you got it. Anyway, looking at it, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth not going to matter too much here. Quarterback will matter a ton, make up a significantly high percentage of our starting lineup output. We made a trade where we sent Lamb, Amari, Laporta. No, we got Lamb, Amari, Laporta, thank God. And we sent away Adams, Higgins, Moss. Higgins to Amari, lateral move up to you. Adams to Lamb, massive upgrade. Moss to Laporta, upgrade. Absolutely phenomenal trade. Honestly, really surprised we were able to get it done. And going over to quarterback, we're currently rolling with Anthony Richardson. We don't have a backup QB. So I'm assuming that we are just kind of going through and streaming quarterbacks at this point, which I'm completely fine with. And you are sitting with potential. I just wish this team was linked because I'm trying to think of like examples. I know like Dak Prescott was just cutting the Flock League. So if you got like quarterbacks like that sitting out there in your waiver wire, I'm fine just going through and rolling with Anthony Richardson, of course. Wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Kupp that we're able to start presumably every week. 2 top 10 receivers. I think we also traded for Lamb, right? I don't see Lamb here. Maybe we're waiting for this trade to come through. But yeah, Adams and Higgins on our bench turning into CeeDee Lamb. So we're going to get Lamb in the flex. We're going to be starting Jefferson, Kupp, and Lamb every single week. Running back, we'll have Gibbs, Aaron Jones. We have the elite tight end with Kelsey. Down on the bench, we have plenty of running back depth as well with Jonathan Brooks potentially coming back in soon. So we just picked up Laporta. My thing is, when we have Kelsey, I think it's an absolute no-brainer, if possible, for us to package Laporta and Anthony Richardson to be able to bring in a quarterback that you're excited about with both the rushing and passing volume they could see. Whereas Anthony Richardson, obviously, we're only getting the rushing. We're not getting the passing volume. So if we could find a team that needs a tight end that has a top-end QB, and if we could send them Laporta and Anthony Richardson and get that top-end quarterback, I think that's the only thing that this team can do. You're loaded. We have 2 RB1s. We have 3 top 10 receivers. We have the tight end 1 overall in fantasy. Realistically, the only thing that you could possibly do is trade for the elite quarterback. I wish I had more for you, but it's a nutso team. Now, Ghost, always out with questions, says, hey, Mason, 4-2 offered either Marvin Harrison Jr. or DK Metcalf for JK and Mooney. Who's the better receiver? My team is linked. I'd rather have Harrison over Metcalf. Running back, we have outside of Dobbins, we'd be looking left over with Gibbs, Etienne, Hunt, Dowdle. So we do have plenty of running back depth. If I could trade Dobbins and Mooney and go get Marvin Harrison, I think I would. Yeah, this is the trade that I would look to make, especially on a 4-2 team where we can't think about long-term upside. But really appreciate you. Thank you for always hanging out with us in the stream, my guy. But let's move this over. This is Mellow BR. Member of the flock here says, I may have Puka coming off the IR. What moves should I make to improve my team? Garrett and a running back for Derrick Henry or Kyron, or another deal. Thought my priority should possibly be RB2. So full BBR format, honestly, I think that Kyron Williams may be a little bit easier for us to trade for at this point. Now, looking at what we have currently with this in the league analyzer, we are sitting at, I believe, the 4th slot here. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the wide receiver depth doesn't matter at all. I think we actually looked at this team for you previously. Maybe you just wanted to follow up on what we were talking about earlier. We have the elite quarterback with Jalen Hurts. Obviously, don't need a backup here. Going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft. The options on the waiver wire are just absolute garbage. Obviously, we are starting Tucker Kraft over these guys each and every week. So don't really want to make any adjustments there. If you're looking at what we have at running back, I agree with you. RB2 is probably a little bit weak. While we are hoping that we get in Puka Nacua soon, it's not inherently a guarantee here. We have Tyreek for the long-term top 10 wide receiver upside. We have Puka for the long term. We have Rome for the long term. We have Mooney as a quality depth piece. My issue maybe with this wide receiver room is not inherently that like we don't have a good enough RB2. That it's maybe that we're just not necessarily giving ourselves enough chances at the running back depth pieces to break out. Because if we can get more guys like Jaylen Warren here for free, that potentially an injury occurs and then all of a sudden they turn into a starter every single week, that would be exciting. So looking at the waiver wire, I would love to pick up somebody like Braylon Allen. The issue is like, okay, well, do we want to drop Romeo Dobbs for him? I have no freaking idea. So there are a couple different ways that you can go about this. One, obviously, it is a possibility, and it would be great if we could sell Devonta Adams and Bucky Irving, or Garrett Wilson and Bucky Irving / Rachaad White, and go get to a stud running back. Or go sell Garrett Wilson and Chase Brown. If you can get to Kyron, go do it. If you can get to Derrick Henry, go do it. I think that's plan A. But honestly, I think that may be much easier said than done. I don't know if you're actually going to be able to pull that off. And Richard, I see your team eval. I promise you I'll get to it tonight. Don't worry. But here, what I think you actually may end up having to do, because I think plan A is going to be very hard. Like if you can find a league mate to do it, obviously we do it. But plan B, I think, is a little more simple. And it's just looking to make 2-for-1 tier ups at wide receiver when we get the ability to. Where if you could potentially go ahead and say sell Juju Smith-Schuster and Darnell Mooney and get a wide receiver that you like slightly more. Or if you can go ahead and sell, say, Rome Odunze and Puka Nacua and get a wide receiver that you like slightly more. If you can sell Devonta Adams and Darnell Mooney and go get a wide receiver that you like slightly more. If we can make those 2-for-1 trades and get that improvement inside the starting lineup, for me, I think that is something that makes sense in general in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But it's an even better trade with the specific context that you have. The specific context of this roster is one in which we want to be able to have access to picking up these running backs such as Braylon Allen, Blake Corum, Emmanuel Wilson. Or if an injury were to occur, they fundamentally change our team. But we don't have the roster spots available for them, so they'll open up roster spots for us to attack the running back position with quantity over quality. So I think plan A is, yes, let's go get an elite running back if possible by trading Wilson and Brown, Adams and Brown, Puka and Bucky, whoever it may be. But if that doesn't work out, then I think the backup option is going wide receiver for a wide receiver upgrade. And with the open roster spot, then backfilling some of these waiver wire running backs and hoping that we find the next Kareem Hunt, that we find the next Jordan Mason, that we find the next Zach Charbonnet. Charbonnet was RB1 for a while. We find the next Tyrone Tracy. Just find the next guy that we can plug and play there with confidence. But I really appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Badger coming out with a trade question. This is Barkley, Baker, Debo versus Neighbors and Brees. This is a tough one. Barkley, RB1 down to Brees, who's a mid RB. Barkley, RB1 overall, down to Brees, who's a mid RB1. Debo Samuel, low end wide receiver 1, high end wide receiver 2, up to Malik Neighbors, mid wide receiver 1. A Baker Mayfield, I hate saying this, but I'm not starting him over Jordan Love, so I don't care to trade him. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'm going to go ahead. I will take the Malik Neighbors and Brees Hall side, but obviously we don't like giving up Saquon Barkley, and I don't think it's like an absolute no-brainer trade. Okay. Now moving this over to our next question from Adam. Here, made this trade since I'm 1-5. Who won? Bang it on McCaffrey coming back as well as we have him. If we're 1-5, we obviously need points right this second, and we can give up the long-term production. McBride to Pitts, massive downgrade. But Jordan Mason and Brandon Ayuk versus Derrick Henry, it's Derrick Henry by a mile. Nico Collins on a 1-5 team versus CeeDee Lamb, it's CeeDee Lamb by a mile. This is so easily the CeeDee Lamb and Derrick Henry side, especially on a 1-5 team. We're on a 1-5 team, you don't really have another option but to go through and trade away Nico Collins. You just kind of have to be honest. Okay. But moving this over for our next question. It's coming out from Evan. This says, we don't suck much. I think we've seen this team before. This is definitely a team name we have. But Evan says, hey, Mason, back for a third team review. Okay. Been hit with some injuries, and I'm trying to figure out what to do now. It's a 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, double flex lineup where we can start up to 4 wide receivers. Thank you for the clarity. I have no idea why it's telling me that it's a start 6 league. I really hope we didn't mess up one of the previous team reviews with that, but thank you so much for letting me know. But this is the we don't suck much team. We are currently 6th in the league analyzer, right smack in the middle. We are 3-3 as well. Really do appreciate you being a member of the flock. This is another example of, I don't know if you were here in the stream earlier when I said it. What we're working on building out right now is where, like, one, y'all are going to have profile picks. We're going to let y'all pick profile picks and build out like profiles and stuff. And 2, like, if I see somebody out in the live stream, like, very often, and we're going to give y'all like stats and stuff that y'all have attached to your profile as well, I go, oh, Evan's out here. He's been in the live stream with us every night this week. Let me go through and give him like a free team review voucher or a free start sit and a free trade review voucher. But right now it's not live. We're hoping to get that live ASAP for you, my friend. But anyway, going through and checking this squad out. Currently, we have Dak and Herbert at quarterback. Looking at the waiver wire options that we have, they are pretty limited. So, I mean, if we're sitting here with the Dak Prescott bye, looking at who's available, I definitely think that we can go through and make the argument to just start Justin Herbert in a really good matchup against the Arizona Cardinals. Don't love it. We'll get through it. And I think Dak Prescott will be better than he was against the, against specifically the Detroit Lions. But going over to what we have at running back, we are currently rolling with Kyren Williams, Jonathan Taylor. So 2 top 10 running backs that we can be extremely excited about in the long term. Especially with Kyren coming out of the bye, I think you're actually going to see this Rams offense be a little bit healthier and be a little more exciting. Looking over at what we have with our wide receiver position, we have Nico for the long term. We have Brian Thomas, Terry McLaurin. So it's a league in which wide receiver depth actually does matter here. And we don't have much wide receiver depth. Like, this is going to be, honestly, a very tough spot. Specifically, where you're dealing with the Taylor injury, the Brooks injury, the Collins injury, in a league where depth matters, I would absolutely love to go ahead and see if we could potentially sell, say, I don't know, Dallas Goedert and a wide receiver to go get a wide receiver upgrade and open up another roster spot down here near the bottom end of our team. However, the issue with that being said is, like, now with the Dallas Goedert injury, I just don't know if we're going to be able to go through, and I don't know if we're going to be able to get any value out of him. Because obviously going over to tight end, we are rolling with McBride, somebody that we can start every single week regardless of what the matchup is. We don't need a backup tight end here. Goddard has way too much value to go ahead and cut, but you have the Goddard injury, so I don't know if you're going to get enough value to sell. Going over to the waiver wire, I would really like to pick up DeAndre Hopkins, particularly here with these league settings. I view DeAndre Hopkins as somebody that we could start if we are desperate in the short term, and obviously you have the upside here for a trade as well. Tyler Goodson, I understand wanting to roster because you had no Trey Sermon and no Jonathan Taylor at practice today. There is an outside chance that Goodson is a running back that you're able to just go ahead and roll with for this week as a starter. Plan A is we trade Dallas Goedert and Courtland Sutton and go get a wide receiver in a better offense that we can start weekly. After we make that deal, we go and pick up DeAndre Hopkins for free. When we get past this week, we go ahead and we actually drop Goodson once Taylor is back, and we pick up Roshan or Trey Benson, whoever you think has more upside long-term here. Once Dak Prescott's back, we drop Justin Herbert for Tua, where we think that Tua potentially has more long-term upside. And obviously, we wouldn't be starting Herbert over Dak really any week here. Tua, once fully healthy, you could go through and could see that. How the roster stands now, obviously that's plan A. And I think that we go ahead and we try to do that right this second. My hesitation, why I kind of seem bummed about this, is I just think it's so much easier said than done. And me going through and doing these like mental gymnastics with you is, I think the fundamental issue is we're just not going to be able to sell Dallas Goedert for anything. So really the only moves that I think we make right now are nothing. We wait until we get the injured players back. After this week, or after we get Taylor back at practice, we drop Goodson. We pick up either Roshan or Benson. Once we get past the Dak Prescott bye, we drop Justin Herbert. We pick up Tua. And then maybe we can reevaluate once Dallas Goedert is fully healthy and we are able to actually get some value out of him with a trade. So I'm sorry. I really hope I was able to help out in some way. It's just brutal where we have the Taylor injury, the Brooks injury, the Collins injury, the Goddard injury. I think it's going to be very tough to make trades with the team. The lineup's good enough to submit something to get in right this second. And obviously, we'll get better as the season goes on as we get healthier. But I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Again, my friend, thank you so much for everything. And really do appreciate you. Now, let's go over to Elias's start sit question. It says, different team than my trade question. Non-PPR. Okay, non-PPR here. Quarterback's going to be massive. We will go Baker. Goff, brutal matchup against the Vikings. We are going to go Kupp, assuming he is good to go. If Kupp does not play, we pivot to Flowers. Non-PPR, we're going to be giving a bump up to the running backs down here in the flex spot. I think that we go with Bucky Irving if you have no Rachaad White. If White does play, but Travis Etienne doesn't, we go with Tank Bigsby. If Etienne plays and Rachaad White plays as well, then we go with Zay Flowers. Obviously, non-PPR format, we are typically giving the bump up to the wide receiver. the bump up to the running back, and we are moving Zay Flowers down. But if the other starters were good to go in those respective backfields, I still think he plays that Zay Flowers over him. Now, let's move this over to Angel Tovar. Says, hey, Mason, sorry for taking so long to answer. My name is Damage Control, like a good neighbor. Perfect. Thank you for letting me know. I'm so sorry that we had the confusion earlier. We'll be super excited to check out your team right this second. We're going to go straight to that, my friend. This is Angels. This is team name, like a good neighbor here. We are currently third in the league analyzer. We actually thought that it was the Jalen Hurts team. I just didn't want to break down the Jalen Hurts team for you, and then all of a sudden you're not able to get back to me, and we traded Jalen Hurts, and that's why we traded we changed our team name, and then all of a sudden you never got your team review. So I was feeling like just save it, and I figured out here from you eventually. But yeah, again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. We'll be excited to check this out. Now, this is going to be a 10-team league, so there should be some decent options out there on the waiver wire. And at the same time, it is a league in which you do start up to 8 players weekly, so you can start up to 4 wide receivers every single week. So it's a format in which the wide receiver depth does matter a decent bit. It's not the most important thing because, like we said, we should have some quality wide receiver options on waivers. But anyway, when we have Jalen Hurts, really solid spot. You're not having to roster a backup quarterback. We have Hurts. We have Devonta Smith, both good to go. Jalen Hurts gives you enough rushing upside. He's through the bye. We're starting him every week, regardless of the matchup. Going over to running back, we have a solid RB1 through his bye with Jahmyr Gibbs. We have a really strong RB2 here with Josh Jacobs. I think Jacobs could be a low-end RB1, to be honest. Jonathan Brooks, maybe in the long term here, gives you a little more upside with our running back depth. Going over to wide receiver, Malik Neighbors, high-end wide receiver 1. Garrett Wilson, high-end wide receiver 2. T Higgins, low-end wide receiver 2. Waddle, wide receiver 3 until we are going to be getting in, say, Tua. Then he jumps up being high-end wide receiver 2. It's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So, I mean, a really good spot to be in. We even have the depth with like Ladd McConkey, Christian Kirk, Juju Smith-Schuster, Calvin Ridley. Now, my hesitation that we have is, what world are we ever going through and starting Calvin Ridley with this team? What world are we ever going through and starting even Juju Smith-Schuster? I understand it's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, but for me, the wide receiver depth pieces aren't doing much. Like, first thing is, I mean, I would rather have Rome Odunze straight up, if we are talking wide receiver for wide receiver, over Calvin Ridley. So very minimum of what we are doing right now is we cut Calvin Ridley and we pick up Rome Odunze. The second thing that we are looking to do here is if we can trade one of these depth receivers, we're not going to get anything for Juju. We're not going to get anything for Kirk. We're not getting anything for Ladd. We're not getting anything for Waddle. So the receiver that we'd have to trade is presumably we'd have to sell T Higgins. But if you could send T Higgins and Jonathan Brooks to get to a noticeable running back upgrade, what that would do is that would actually open up another roster spot for us where we could have a better RB3. We pick up another running back off the waiver wire. We kind of balance out running back and wide receiver going into the future. Like if you can, let's go through and let's find a team that maybe needs some help at wide receiver that could use T Higgins. This team is the Puka injury. So right now their wide receiver 3 is Jamison Williams. If we could sell like say T Higgins and Jonathan Brooks and get over to Devonta Etienne, absolute no brainer. And then all of a sudden we could just pick up Zach Moss for free off the waiver wire as well. So our team after those moves would be looking like Malik Neighbors, Garrett Wilson, Jaylen Waddle, Ladd McConkey, Christian Kirk, Juju, Rome Odunze. And at running back, we could have like Gibbs, Etienne, Jacobs, and Zach Moss. Because we got to pick him up for free off waivers. I would love to go through and make a move like that where we sell the depth receiver. You're not going to be able to, you can try to sell somebody down here. They're just going to say no. But try to sell somebody down here with Jonathan Brooks, get the RB upgrade. When they say no, just go, okay, I'll give you T Higgins and Jonathan Brooks. Give me a noticeable RB upgrade. Then we get to pick up Zach Moss for free off the waiver wire. And I would also cut Calvin Ridley, and I'd pick up either Rome Odunze or Jake Ferguson. Really, the only instance I'd pick up Ferguson, though, obviously having McBride, is if you think that you are going to be able to go through and you're going to be able to sell Ferguson for more down the stretch after he gets through the bye week and all of a sudden looks a little bit better. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And I'm sorry again for us taking so long to look at your team. I just wanted to make sure that we were going to be able to look at the right team after we changed the name. But again, thank you. Really appreciate you. And really hope I get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon, my friend. But let's move this over to our next question. This next one's going to be Dat Boy Stein. I saw him in the live chat earlier. Please let me know if you are in the chat as I'm reviewing your team. For the love of God, say, Mason, you're reviewing my team, and hit me with any additional questions that you have. Because I'm always going like back and forth looking at the chat, see if I have y'all out here. So if I'm reviewing your team, please let me know in the live chat. Do you have any additional questions? But looking at this says, looking to pivot to a stronger receiver, willing to trade anyone, even though I have Nico on the IR. Should I just be patient and wait? Okay. So going through and looking at this is Texas Shiesty Boys. Right now we are currently the 8th spot in the league analyzer. We are near the bottom here. I mean, it is a pretty even league overall outside of the top 2 teams though, but it looks like the top 2 teams do have a significant edge on the rest of us. But going through and looking at it, I will say it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter, but obviously having a top end wide receiver 1 will make a big difference. Now, currently we are rostering, well, first let me address like the guys that are currently on the waiver wire that are appealing here is, I mean, you could go through and you could always look to just grab Keenan Allen for free, look to grab DeAndre Hopkins for free. I mean, these would be very strong free waiver wire pickups that could make a difference for your team. So, I mean, if we're looking at those adjustments, I would probably drop Pat Frymuth. I'd probably drop Christian Watson to just pick up Keenan Allen and DeAndre Hopkins if you were looking potentially for a little more wide receiver upside with the Nico Collins injury. And then I think at that point, it may be a little bit easier for us to go through and actually find a wide receiver trade where we send a wide receiver depth piece and an upgrade to go and get an improvement where possible. But anyway, we are currently sitting with Stroud and Goff at quarterback. I am fine rostering both quarterbacks, just kind of going through and playing the matchups where you can. Going over to running back, we are currently rolling with Bijan Robinson as well as Devon Etienne. So we have 2 RB1s rest of season. I mean, we even have David Montgomery. We have 3 RB1s rest of season. We have Ray Davis as the premium handcuff back. We have Sean Tucker. I think Sean Tucker, if we have Rachaad White coming back soon, will actually be in a spot where he's kind of just stuck in a 3-man running back by committee. So I wouldn't mind at all if you wanted to potentially just go ahead and move off of Sean Tucker and pick up somebody like Trey Benson off the waiver wire that's an injury away from really making a difference here. If Rachaad White is coming back. If White remains out, then we hold on to Tucker. Going over to wide receiver, we have Collins, Deontay, Brandon Ayuk, Roma Dunze. So obviously the injury at the very top to Nico Collins sucks. We're going to have another 3 weeks with no Collins. We're going to have to be starting Deontay and Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. We have the top end running back that we're able to throw into the flex spot, however. And like I said, if we're looking at the wide receiver depth pieces, we can pick up some of these guys off the waiver wire with confidence. Now, if you were wanting to trade for an elite level wide receiver, I think potentially a move that you are looking to make is seeing what you could get from David Montgomery. I mean, obviously, Montgomery has been an incredibly strong option. Where Montgomery is in RB1 in fantasy currently, I have him ranked at RB12 rest of season here. But still, going forward into the future, I mean, there is an outside chance that this team with no Aiden Hutchinson is in more negative game environments where all of a sudden they're actually having to throw the ball a little bit more and they're not able to run the ball as much as they have been so far in the second half. So if you wanted to potentially sell like David Montgomery and one of our receivers, whether that's Deontay Ayuk or Rome, and see if we can pivot over to a true elite alpha wide receiver 1, we need to be charging a massive premium. You need a massive premium. You need somebody like Justin Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb. You would need somebody that you are extremely excited for. But if you are able to make that 2-for-1 deal, I mean, that would make a lot of sense for you there. Where, I mean, even when you get Nico Collins back in, then in that case, if we're rolling out Bijan, Etienne, Nico Collins, Justin Jefferson in a 2 wide receiver 1 flex format, I think you can do it. So I think those are in general the moves that we would look to make with the roster. I just do want to reiterate, if you are going to look to trade for that elite level wide receiver, here with this being a full PBR format where we have Bijan and Etienne, I think you're selling Montgomery and like Brandon Ayuk, but you would need to charge that massive premium on Montgomery. If someone's not willing to pay it, then we're not willing to trade. But somebody in the stream earlier said they traded Montgomery and a depth receiver and got Justin Jefferson. And if you can make that move, I think I would. Now, Siva DeCool coming out with our next question. Let me just real quick and see if Richard has anything in the chat. Who could I possibly get for Montgomery? Yeah, I think you're looking for that tier 1 wide receiver there. Chase, St. Brown, and obviously you're going to have to package with another wide receiver, but it's Chase, St. Brown, Jefferson. Honestly, Tyreek you could go after as well. Obviously, Tyreek coming at a little bit of a discount given the injury that you have. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way, my guy. But thank you so much for hanging out with me so late in this live stream. But let's move this over to Siva DeCool. Says, comfortably lead my league in scoring, but only 3-3. We have A.J. Brown, Moore, Downs, Juju, Leggett are the other receivers. So Wilson to Collins. If we're 3-3, I'd rather have Garrett Wilson. Like, the thing is that we're not guaranteed to make the fantasy football playoffs. We have 3 more weeks guaranteed to miss from Nico Collins, then week 14 for the bye. So you have 4 more weeks that Nico Collins will not be here for the fantasy until we get to the fantasy football playoffs. Very minimum. That's if he comes back exactly when he can. And you can only get 4 eligible weeks of him in the fantasy football regular season. So you presumably get double the games from Garrett Wilson. If you were guaranteed to be a fantasy football playoff contender, then we go Nico Collins. If you're 5-1, give me Nico Collins. But if you're 3-3, I think you hold on to Wilson. Okay. But let me refresh this and answer some more of the questions that we have on the site. Of course, I do want to reiterate, if y'all ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer on the site, you could always go over to flockfantasy.com, or you could hit that button in the live stream that says ask a question here. And if you're going to go to the site instead of just going through the link, just hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can send a super message, a start sit question, a trade question, or get a full-blown team review. If you did want that full-blown team review, I personally would recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will also be getting a free Bo Nix pick for tomorrow night's game, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who we should be accrediting with that free team review voucher. But thank you again. And we'll be excited to dive into the next squad that we have, or the next question that we are looking at. But this next one is a trade question from Natchez. Says we're currently 4-2. We need an RB2 and a flex. Should we do this trade to get more depth and long-term upside? Hell to the no. Hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no. Please keep Saquon Barkley. 4-2 team. I like buying low on the Miami Dolphins players if we can, expecting Tua to come back in, but you're not getting nearly enough of a discount here. Discount's not close to being strong enough, to be honest. And I see your team review. We're just going in order, my friend. I promised you that we were going to get to yours in this live stream. But Mr. B says, we have a stacked running back room. We need to upgrade at quarterback. They also have Chase Brown. Not sure he would be better. So Bijan to Mason, Purdy to Allen. No, I don't think you can do this. If we're looking at like maybe a different trade where it's a little more reasonable for us, I agree. We have a stacked running back room here. But if instead of trading Bijan, if you wanted to make a deal like this, I think, sorry, not Waddle. I think you trade Etienne. If you wanted to make a trade, it is this one. But we're not trading Bijan for it. We're not going Bijan. Now, De Niro says, or I could try JSN and Pitts, but he won't budge. I think it's a fair deal. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So with it being a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, plus Adams is traded, I think it makes a lot of sense. I would honestly probably rather have Olave rest of season with a Shaheed injury. So if they would rather have JSN, hell, give him JSN, give him whatever gets the deal done. But yeah, Bauer's in a completely different tier than Kyle Pitts rest of season. Now, B-Dog coming out says, I sent James Cook Terry for Derrick Henry 1 out of 10 question mark. Are you asking us to grade it 1 out of 10? Probably put out a 9. Looks great. Wide receiver, we have AJ, Amari, Waddle, Latz. We have wide receiver production. Now we have Gibbs, Henry, Chubb. We're 4-2. Yeah, phenomenal deal. I do still really like James Cook rest of season, but I mean, Derrick Henry at this point, nothing's stopping the man. Now, may or may not be hurting me on Underdog, but I mean, it may or may not be hurting me in the Flock League too, where Zach has the best league and best team in the league. And a big reason for that is Mr. Derrick Henry. So it is freaking tough. I'll say that much. But Driz coming out with a team review. Says, hey, Mason, before week 5, I traded Chase, James Cook, Rome for London, Kyron McBride. What moves should we look to make? Tried trading Pitts, but nobody wants them. Thanks. Thank you. Team name here is Thank You Amon-Ra. It is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer, which is really nice to see. It looks like everybody's kind of in the mix here. We are currently sitting at 3-3, but in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, the wide receiver depth isn't going to be the most important thing in the world. And Driz, much love. Happy to see you in the chat. Please let me know if there's any specific questions that you have about anything that we say here. But yeah, going over to quarterback between Mahomes and Cousins, I think you are probably just kind of playing the matchups between these two guys going into the future. This week with Mahomes having a really tough matchup against the Niners, I think they have an implied team total like 23.5 points, whereas Cousins and the Falcons have an implied team total over 27. I would start Kirk Cousins over Patrick Mahomes this week. I think you keep both quarterbacks the rest of the season, though. You just play the matchups. Running back, we have a top 3 RB with Kyron Williams. Super comfortable. We have Rico Dowdle as a depth floor play. We have Bucky Irving as an upside shot. Roshan as an upside shot. Benson as an upside shot. Maybe Ty Chandler gets you something if you have the injury to Aaron Jones, of course. The issue is they bring in Akers. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with St. Brown, Drake, London. So 2 top 10 receivers that we can start reasonably every single week. We have Puka for the long-term upside. We have Higgins sliding in for the flex. So, I mean, obviously, the absolute no-brainer move, if you could make it, but I completely understand. You already said that nobody in your league wants Kyle Pitts. Is, I mean, if you were able to go through and if you were able to potentially send Kyle Pitts and a running back and go get an RB upgrade and then backfill with another running back off the waiver wire, I absolutely would love to make that move. But with that being said, it is much, much easier said than done. Instead, I think we kind of focus in on some of the simple waiver wire changes that we can make. We probably need to be moving Tracy down our ranks and moving Ty Chandler up our ranks based off the practice reports that came out today regarding Aaron Jones as well as Singletary, where Singletary was at practice. Aaron Jones wasn't at practice. Going over to what we have, say, with more importantly, the wide receiver position. Ladd McConkey is somebody that you need. And I mean need to pick up. I would go ahead. I would drop Leggett for Ladd. What else can we reasonably do here? How is nobody in your league wanting Pitts? Pitts is so much better than every other tight end on the waiver wire. But we drop Leggett for Ladd. Just get a wide receiver that's presumably attached to the better quarterback rest of season here. And as the path to be the wide receiver 1 in his own offense, where Leggett doesn't particularly have that. Once we get Puka back in, then maybe at that point, we can go ahead and we can look to package together T Higgins and a running back and get an upgraded RB. The issue is we just don't know when Puka will be back, so it'd be very risky to make that trade right now. Then all of a sudden, we are just struggling at wide receiver for a while. So I think we're chilling as is with this team. As soon as one of our league mates comes around and realizes that they should trade for Kyle Pitts, we'll send him Pitts for someone. But outside of that, I think what we're looking to do is cut Leggett, go pick up Ladd, and once Puka comes back in, then at that point, we're going to be packaging T Higgins to go and get a running back upgrade elsewhere. But obviously, it is a very tough spot to make moves, specifically because we are dealing with that Puka injury. And like you said, nobody in our league wants Pitts. But honestly, Pitts, I think very easily could see a spike week with how good this Falcons offense looks coming soon. And then at that point, maybe it's much easier to sell him. But moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from WBL Coleman. This is Bucky Irving and Amari Cooper versus Marvin Harrison. For me, this is Marvin Harrison relatively easily. I mean, assuming that Rachaad White will come back healthy, I think Bucky Irving's kind of a loser from this past week, knowing that what? You have Sean Tucker, so now all of a sudden you have a 3-man running back by committee? Where it is tougher to just trust anybody here. Now, MF Jiffy coming out with a start sit question. Here, we may have to pivot over from Drake May to Russell Wilson. It's going to be something that you continue to monitor. Obviously, it's a good matchup for May, but he did get an MRI done on his knee. So in the super flex spot, you may need to pivot to Russ. And then the flex, we have no Collins. I think Brian Thomas is actually in a really good bounce back situation. I'm going to go Brian Thomas and more likely than not, Zay Flowers. Spread within the Baltimore games. I mean, the spread with the Baltimore games within 3 points. So I think you can't see the Ravens forced to throw the ball as we've had over the past 2 weeks. And in those game environments, obviously Flowers does crush. Okay. Now, Rips God coming out with a team review says, injury bug has been killing me. Currently 3-3. I feel like the move is trading Ayuk, Olave, and DJ Moore. I had DJ Moore as a sell-high candidate 2 weeks ago. I think it's going to be a lot tougher to move off of him now. But what move should I look to make? Currently 7th in the league with first place. Teams are 4-2, which is 3 teams. Well, the first thing is this is the 7th team in the league analyzer. So I am expecting to pull this up, and it will be much worse than what we have with the top 3 juggernauts. Where if we go through and if we look at the top 3 juggernauts, I mean, one team has Derrick Henry, Jonathan Taylor, St. Brown. Another team has Kyron, Gibbs, Tyreek. Another team is Lamb, Lamar, Montgomery. So it is going to be tough to go through and compete with them. The second thing that I want to point out is if you are looking to potentially go through and try to sell Olave or Brandon Ayuk, you will be selling at an all-time low. Now, I'll never claim, because y'all call me out on my BS immediately, to be the best fantasy football player in the world. But what I can say is I answer more fantasy football questions every single day than any other person on the planet. And if I'm wrong on that, please show me somebody else that's live streamed for 5 hours every single day this season. And what I've seen is there is not a single soul that has stopped by this live stream that has gone, hey, Mason, I think it's a good idea to trade for Brandon Ayuk right now. What's Brandon Ayuk's cost? There is nobody willing to buy this dude. Maybe if we get a spike week from Brandon Ayuk against the Chiefs in a game everybody should be watching this weekend, then maybe at that point you could go ahead and revisit this. And maybe at that point you could potentially look to sell Brandon Ayuk. Or maybe at the same time, I mean, if you are looking at what we have with Chris Olave here, there is not a single soul wanting to buy Chris Olave in fantasy football at the moment. Now, maybe I do personally, but I'm a sicko. I think this will be another situation in which you're kind of stuck with Olave on your team right now. And we're probably just waiting until he is back and Derek Carr is potentially back in week 8. And then, and quick side note, absolutely crazy that we're almost to week 8. And then maybe at that point we can actually get some value. But looking at quarterback, we have Kyler. I would love to get an upgrade at QB if possible. And how I would love to do this is I would love to sell a depth receiver. I think DJ Moore will be an easier sell than the other options. I think DJ Moore is also a better wide receiver than the other options. But looking at how great our options are on the waiver wire currently, I think if you could go ahead and sell like DJ Moore and Kyler Murray to pivot over to a top 3 quarterback to get to Lamar, Daniels, or Hurts, I think that would be a really strong trade because you can just go to the waiver wire and pick up Jackson Smith and Jigba for completely free. And same thing, I mean, if you could sell Olave or if you could sell Ayuk with Evan Ingram and go get to Travis Kelce, go get to George Kittle, go get to Trey McBride, I think you could look to do it because then at that point, say you sell Ayuk and Ingram for for Travis Kelce, just go to the waiver wire, pick up George Pickens for free. So obviously, if we could, we would. I would love to upgrade to the elite onesie positions by selling the wide receiver depth because we can pick up JSN, Pickens, or Mooney for completely free off the waiver wire. I just think that's going to be much easier said than done. Now, going over to running back, we have an RB1 with Kenneth Walker. We have running back depth with Hunt, Moss, White. Not super excited of any of these guys as my RB2, specifically in a 10-team format, to be honest. Wide receiver, we have the elite option at the very top. We have Evan Ingram at tight end. So the team's solid all around. I definitely would love to sell the wide receiver depth pieces to pivot over and get elite onesies, both at quarterback and tight ends. Specifically, given your format where it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, and the fact that we can go ahead and pick up free wide receiver depth pieces such as JSN and George Pickens. Now, obviously, with all that being said, it's much easier said than done. But we can go ahead and we can possibly look to try it. But really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. But yeah, thank you so much for everything. Now, let's go ahead and let's dive into our next question. This one coming out from K-Baked. This is Jameson and Bucky versus Xavier Worthy. I think this is going to be the Jameson Williams and Bucky Irving side. Now, for me personally, I love the idea of pivoting over from Jameson to Worthy. I just think that if you're including Bucky with it, you're probably paying a little bit too much. Celeris, this is a trade question where we are sending Olave, DJ Moore, and Tank Dell for Cooper Kupp. Afterwards, I mean, this is a league where we can't start 4 receivers. So our wide receivers will have Kupp, Wilson, Ayuk, Lamb. So we're absolutely loaded at wide receiver. It's a 10-team league, so options on the waiver wire to backfill should be decent. So yeah, I'll go ahead. I'll make this move. It's not the easiest spot, but with it being a 10-team league and me assuming that we have solid waiver wire options, I think you can make the move. Now, Carter Man coming out with a team review here says, hey, Mason, new viewer here. I'm currently 3-3 in a 6-team league. I really want to know what we should look to do. And are there any trades we should go for? I just traded away Downs for Mike Evans yesterday. Phenomenal trade. Absolutely love it. Love the stream. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you and going to be excited to check this out. This is Carter's competitive team. Carter, can you please this is definitely Cartman. I'm not going to ask in the chat again. We know what this team is. So, general rule of thumb here. In a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex in a 6-team format, every trade that you are able to make where you send a 2-player package to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup is advantageous. Because every time that you're able to go through and you're able to potentially, say, sell Jordan Love and James Cook and go pivot over to an elite level quarterback, then at that point you can just go over to the waiver wire and you can pick up somebody like Kareem Hunt for completely free. So the first thing that I would say looking at this is we have insane waiver wire options where I would go ahead and I would drop Ramondre Stevenson and I'd be picking up Kareem Hunt. The second thing that I would love to do here, and obviously I will say real quick, you look at the league analyzer, we're by far and away the best team in the league. But the second thing that I would look to do here is I would love to go ahead and sell one of these running back depth pieces that we just simply don't need. Where if you can sell Josh Jacobs and Jordan Love to get to Lamar Jackson, or sell James Cook and Jordan Love to go get to Lamar, Jalen Hurts, or a Jaden Daniels, any of the quarterbacks that have a ton of rushing upside, I think that would make a ton of sense. There, if we make that 2-for-1 deal, you would also open up another roster spot where you are able to just effectively go through and pick up another running back for completely free off the waiver wire, like Chase Brown, that does have a ton of upside as well. So you'd get the elite level quarterback, which is going to be something that's super important in a very small league like this, because everybody's going to be great at wide receiver. Everybody's going to be great at running back, but having the elite quarterback and having the elite tight ends is going to put you in a significant, it's going to give you an edge, which is very hard to come by in a 6-team league. So I love what we have at wide receiver. We're even in a 6-team league. Lamb, A.J. Brown, Malik Neighbors are all top 6 wide receivers for me rest of season. So we have 3 wide receiver 1s even in this format. So I think the main thing that we are looking to do is see if we can go get the elite level quarterback. It's really the only thing that this team can do by selling one of our depth running backs in a 2-for-1 package. And I want to reiterate, those quarterbacks we're looking at are Lamar, Daniels, Hurts, and we could also go for Josh Allen as well. But I really do appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Great Josh Downs trade. Great team in general. Obviously, it's the best team in this league. And I think just having the better quarterback will help us out a lot, to be honest. But let's move this over to Texas Money Team. Says Ladd McConkey, Myers, Demario Douglas, Christian Watson, all available on the waiver wire. Great to know. First thing I would do is I would cut Romeo Dobbs for Ladd McConkey. And honestly, I'd throw Ladd McConkey into the starting lineup. If it's not going to be Ladd this week, I think you would go Juju. And then in the flex spots, I think we would go ahead and more likely than not, if Rachaad White misses, we go Bucky Irving. If Rachaad White plays and if Rachaad White plays and James Cook misses, we go Ray Davis. If both the starting running backs in those offenses play, I think Bucky Irving could be the starter, but it'd be a 3-man committee. Then in that case, we go ahead and we play Jaylen Waddle. But honestly, I wouldn't even do that because hopefully we can drop Romeo Dobbs, pick up Ladd McConkey, and then I throw Ladd McConkey in there over Waddle. Now, moving this over to Eli Davis. This is a start sit. Says, appreciate all the advice. Have a pending trade where we get Harrison and Goff, and we give Swift and Jameson. Immaculate trade. I'll say Goff doesn't make a difference at all in a 1-quarterback format, but getting Harrison there is great. With that info, what are your thoughts on my running back 2, wide receiver 2, and flex for week 7? So we weren't going to be able to start Swift anyway, right? So here, if Taylor does play, Jonathan Taylor is the guy that we jam in. If Taylor misses, then in that case, I will just go ahead and play Chase Brown. But going over to wide receiver, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Deontay Johnson with the guaranteed targets. And then, you know what? Let's just put Chase Brown in at RB2. And then down here on the bench, we can say, if Taylor plays, we go Taylor. If Taylor misses and James Cook misses, then we go with Ray Davis. If Taylor misses and James Cook plays, but Devin Singletary misses, then we go Tyrone Tracy. If Taylor misses, but James Cook plays and Devin Singletary plays, then at that point, we're probably going to go ahead and we will take Xavier Worthy, but Worthy and Juju would be pretty close. Now, moving over to our next question from Ryan. Says, current team is Cook, Jacobs, London, Ferguson, Dell, Daniels, Leggett, Wandale, Wicks, Ray Davis. This is going to be the Breece Hall side for me. I know at running back, we are pretty solid here, but I mean, in general, I think you are really taking on the risk here when we are making this trade with Breece. We're moving from a mid RB1 to a mid wide receiver 1 that has a red flag, and we're getting Brian Thomas for our troubles. For me, I probably prefer Breece Hall in this instance, but I could be completely fine if you wanted to pivot over to the wide receiver package. If it was like a 12-team league where you can start 4+ receivers, then I think I'm a lot more incentivized to go with Thomas and Kupp. Now, Apex Predator coming out with a team review. Going to be excited to check this out. Says, I'm 4-2. Do we have any trade suggestions? Pulling this up, I will say this looks like it is on ESPN, so you should be able to link this with the site, my friend. If you're having any issue linking your ESPN team with the site, just send a message in the Discord chat, and one of the developers will be able to help you out. But this is a phenomenal. This is, what the hell am I supposed to say? Look at this team. This is freaking insane. What are we supposed to do here? How do you get Bijan, Kyron, Chase, and Taylor? This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the depth doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the top end studs inside the starting lineup. And dear God, we got plenty of them. Quarterback, we have Allen, especially now that we have Amari coming in. Is this a 12-team league? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is a 12-team format. This team has Tyreek Hill as well. What the hell am I supposed to say with this team? There's no way. I looked at this and I thought, oh, another 6-team league here. We'll try my best to help you out, but in reality, my recommendation to you is stop wasting your time, set up a YouTube channel, because clearly you're a lot better at this than I am. Anyway, we have Josh Allen. We're starting Allen every single week, regardless of the matchup. You want to pick up Drake May? Completely fine to do so. Obviously, a quarterback's going to run the ball some. You get a good matchup this week, you could see that breakout, hopefully. But anyway, beyond the quarterback position, we are currently sitting with, dear God, Bijan, Kyron, Jonathan Taylor, running back. 3 top 10 RBs in the long term. The depth of the running back position beyond this is limited. We pretty much just have some handcuffs here. Typically, I don't like handcuffing our own running backs, but in the reality, who cares? It's what world are we having to go through and start Devin Singletary here? You're in a really comfortable spot at running back. Going over to wide receiver, we have Chase, Deontay Johnson. So wide receiver 2, you would think, oh, we found a normal spot with this team. We found a situation in which he's not just absolutely dominant. Like Deontay Johnson being a wide receiver 2 is normal for a lot of people. Then you go down on the bench and see the man has Tyreek Hill. So I was like, oh no, I guess Tyreek Hill's our wide receiver 2 long term. Deontay Johnson's our wide receiver 3. We have wide receiver depth pieces if we really needed to roll with them, such as Jacoby Myers, Calvin Ridley. Tight end, we have Dalton Kincaid. I am sorry, my guy. This is an insane team where I have nothing I can potentially say here. I wish I had something. I wish I had something profound. Tight end's a little weak. Let's go through and let's sell. I mean, but the thing is, we don't have much depth with this team. The only thing you do with this team is we make waiver wire moves. I would not make a single. If you trade with this team, the only thing that you're doing is you're putting yourself at risk to go from having the best team in the league to not. I would not trade with this team. The only thing I'm potentially doing is churning this waiver wire week in and week out. Like Sermon looks to be somebody that we can drop at this point, even if we have Taylor. I don't care. Drop Sermon, find a running back that's like Ray Davis off the waiver wire that appears to have more upside. So I don't think you need to be handcuffing your own running backs here. I would just go through, churn, find your favorite running backs and wide receivers off the waiver wire every single week. I wish I had something I could tell this team, but this team has Bijan Robinson, Kyron Williams, Jonathan Taylor, Jamar Chase, Tyreek Hill. Josh Allen. Like, I love it. I think we just turn the waiver wire, and for the love of God, don't make a trade. Now, Roach coming out says, looking to go back to back. We are 6-0, 12-team full PPR redraft league. Lost my RB2 with Travis Etienne potentially. Any upgrades? I'm deep at wide receiver. I've included what's left on the waiver wire. Do I hold the Bears defense? Rest of season looks scary, but maybe they are guaranteed to be top 5 rest of the way, or go ahead and stream another. Thank you, Mason. Thank you. We'll be excited to dive into this. So this is a league where we start 2 receivers in a flex, so the wide receiver depth is not going to matter too much. It's a league in which we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bench spots and an IR slot, so it's a pretty deep bench. And then the options on the waiver wire, I will say, this is a horrible way to be able to like figure out, oh, who should I be picking up off waivers? When you have Chestnut here ranked as the best guy according to ESPN. So this is completely free to do. I see you're on ESPN, so you should be able to do it. My guy, just go over to the sites, hit the My Teams page. And with the My Teams page, hit select league, hit add new. And then there you can select a sleeper, ESPN or Yahoo, just hit ESPN. And then what you're able to do is you're able to see your team. The best waiver wire options in your league sorted this way. And you can look at quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight ends. So I would highly recommend doing this with the site if we are looking for waiver wire options. Like looking at this, it's like, it's just so much tougher. But anyway, if we were looking for anybody that pops off the page, maybe Blake Corum, maybe Vidal as premium handcuff backs at this point of the season. Wide receiver Gabe Davis is potentially a little interesting here. And going over to the defensive streamers that we potentially have. Honestly, all 3 of these top defenses, I think, would be fine options. With the Eagles, the Jags, and the Rams. If you're looking at my rankings this week, which I'm an idiot ranking these defenses, I'm very clear with that. I have the Rams at 7, the Jags at 8, and the Eagles at 15. With Malik Neighbors coming back in for the Giants, I think it's not as good of a spot. But let me pull up what we have with the Bears schedule going into the future. So obviously, if you were to go through it, if you were to roster 2 defenses here, you may have to drop somebody like Ty Chandler, which we don't want to do. Coming out of the bye week, you have them going up against the Bears, gross. Then the Cardinals, whatever. The Patriots, you love that matchup, but then you have the Packers, hate it. The Vikings, hate it. Lions, hate it. Niners, hate it. Vikings, hate it. Lions, hate it. Seahawks, hate it. You drop the Bears defense. I think you stream defenses, to be honest. Going over to what we have with, say, our team here in particular. Currently quarterback, we're rolling with Kyler. When we have Kyler, fine spot to be in a 12-team format. Obviously, we have some rushing upside. If you wanted to roster a backup quarterback, would be okay with it. We don't have one. Running back, Kenneth Walker looks like an extremely strong RB1 rest of season. But yeah, I definitely can't rely on Travis Etienne at this point. Beyond Walker and Etienne, we have Ty Chandler potentially as a short-term fill-in here. We have Nick Chubb coming off the IR. So yeah, you're about to have to move Nick Chubb off the IR. So you definitely cannot roster 2 defenses. Because if we move Nick Chubb off the IR, you're going to have to drop Ty Chandler with this team. I don't know who else you could drop. So we're going to drop Chandler. And then if you were to roster 2 defenses, you have to drop Tucker Kraft too. Which, we have McBride. Obviously, the plan would be if we could sell Kraft and Chubb and go get a running back upgrade, we would love to do it if possible. Going over to wide receiver, we have 3 wide receiver ones with A.J. Brown, London, Chris Godwin. This is why we are currently sitting as the 6-0 team, very top of the league. Going down to the bench at wide receiver, we have Addison, Pickens, Reed. So, I mean, if you could sell Jaden Reed and Travis Etienne and pivot over to a running back one that you're excited about long-term, go get a player like Etienne, go get a player like Jonathan Taylor that maybe the projections are a little lower on right now, but rest of season, we should be more excited. I think that would be something that we are looking to do. And then going over to tight end, we have Trey McBride. And if we are looking at McBride, I think that you're in a really good spot to just go ahead and start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Obviously, I'd love to sell Kraft in a 2-for-1 deal if we can. Probably much tougher to do so after this past week. And if you are a big Ty Chandler guy, I would be okay if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to hold on to Chandler and instead cut Tucker Kraft, knowing that we have McBride with this roster. So we can activate Nick Chubb. But yeah, we don't hold on to the Bears defense. Brutal schedule. They've been phenomenal. They've been an elite defense in fantasy so far, but it looks like they have the toughest schedule of any team going into the future. And honestly, I'm going to try my best to do not tell this to anybody in the Flock League, but I'm going to try my best to sell DeAndre Swift. Because, yeah, I mean, that stretch of games, you get a game against the Niners, you get 2 games against the Vikings and 2 games against the Lions. Swift is somebody that I have to look to sell. I need to get him off my team. But yeah, I really like the squad. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. And thank you again for being a member of the flock, of course. But let's move this over to Cosmos. Cosmos, longtime member of the flock here. I think first question on flockfantasy.com though says, this is competitive eaters. What's the move here? 3-3. Just traded Pollard and Chase Brown for Marvin and Najee. Do I keep this or make a trade? Okay. So let's go ahead and let's dive into this. Traded Pollard and Chase Brown for Marvin and Najee. Pollard to Najee downgrade, Chase Brown to Harrison upgrade. We can view it either way. We gave up the second and third best player in the deal to get the first and worst. So I like it fundamentally. This is the competitive eaters team. So in terms of the league analyzer, we are here second to last. Good news, bad news is, I mean, we're kind of close to the team at 3. Like all these teams here are relatively similar. The issue is the teams at the very top at 1 and 2 are just significantly better than the rest of the field here. Like this team here at 1 has Mixon, Etienne, Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Reed, Collins, McBride. Will be very tough to go through and compete with someone like that. Now, going over to what we have with our squad, we have Josh Allen. Hopefully, Josh Allen, we are going to be getting the bump up very soon now that we have Amari Cooper, maybe a little more consistent play where it's not as up and down. Going over to what we have with our running back room, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Aaron Jones as a solid locked and loaded RB1, RB2 combo. We have Dobbins breaking out as that depth piece. So it does make sense for our deal to go out there and get Marvin Harrison Jr. I think I like it a little bit more seeing our running back room. And then honestly, even adding Najee Harris, what I would look to do at this point is if we could go through and attack one of these teams that really needs help at running back, how the hell is this team 5-1? This team needs running back help desperately. Their RB1 and RB2 is Ramondre and Bucky Irving. If we could go through and make a trade with them to get an upgrade at wide receiver by giving up the high floor of Najee Harris, I personally would be looking to do that. Knowing that with Najee, this RB that, I mean, fundamentally gives you a high floor but a low ceiling, and we're never starting him over Gibbs, Jones, or Dobbins. So if you could go like Najee and Dell or Najee and Ayuk or Najee and Rome and instead pivot over to, say, Devonta Smith, I think we would really like to make that move. Obviously, I'd prefer Chris Godwin. I just don't think we're going to be able to get to Godwin at this point. And then in terms of us rostering this many running backs down at the bottom end, one, I will say, obviously, I'm assuming Gus Edwards is on the IR. If Gus Edwards is not taking the IR slot, then we go ahead and we drop him immediately. I still think maybe you drop him to send a message to the rest of the team. But outside of that, I think I would drop Kimani Vidal for Jaylen Warren and possibly Sean Tucker for Roschon Johnson if you actually get Rachaad White back and healthy, and this is a 3-man running back by committee in Tampa. And then going over to wide receiver, I think it's a decent wide receiver room. It's a league in which you don't really need to worry about the depth here. So as we mentioned previously, I think going through and selling, say, Najee and Dell to go get that solid wide receiver 2 that we're able to play in the absence of Marvin Harrison this week and potentially in the flex in the long term, I think that would make a lot of sense. And then honestly, one thing you could do as well is if you can find somebody in your league that still views Dalton Kincaid as that elite level tight ends, where you can see, okay, we can trade Kincaid and Najee and pivot over to a top 4 player in either Bowers, Kelsey, McBride, or Kittle. I think that would be very interesting as well. But outside of that, I don't see much for us to do other than the minor waiver wire moves and seeing if we can go and sell Najee to a team that actually needs the running back production where we just simply don't. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over to our next question. Coming out from Teresa. Much love, Teresa. Always happy to help you out. It says, if JT and Sermon both out, can we start Algier? I'd probably go Goodson over Algier. Other running backs available in a 12-team double flex format, 5-1. We can pick up Goodson. We'd have to drop Algier, Shakir, Sermon to get it done. So dropping Sermon's no problem if Sermon's going to miss. I think Sermon's barely worth the roster spot as is. Honestly, if you have no JT, I may even just start Tyler Algier over Sermon straight up. I don't think you can trust Sermon at this point. Can y'all please help out Teresa in the chat? Teresa is always hanging out with us, helping us out in the chat in so many different ways every single night. Hypothetically, if you have no Jonathan Taylor as well as no Trey Sermon, would you rather start Goodson or Tyler Algier? In that instance, are you going to go Goodson or Tyler Algier? Please help out Teresa if possible. We got Goodson, Algier, Goodson, Algier, Goodson, Algier, Goodson, Algier, Algier unless Flacco's playing. It looks like it is close. I think if I had no Taylor and no Sermon, I'd probably go Goodson. If Sermon and Goodson are going, I probably play Algier in that instance. But really appreciate you, Teresa. And then if you are going to play Goodson, just drop Trey Sermon. And I don't think you have to worry about that. But Royce says, do we upgrade and get Chase or keep the depth? I think you go ahead and you upgrade and get Chase. It is a 8-team league. So we'll have Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Drake London, JSN, George Pickens. In an 8-team league, we want the best player and we want Jamar Chase. If you're playing in a 12-team format with multiple flex spots, then there I think it'd be tougher. But in an 8-team league, I think it's kind of easy. Okay. Now, let's move this over to Joy Boy J. Says, this is the initial offer. But I think we can change it to Smith plus Brian Thomas Jr. for Amari and Puka, should we? Smith versus Amari, I'd rather have Smith. And honestly, Puka versus Brian Thomas Jr. I'd probably rather have Brian Thomas Jr. at this point with Kupp being healthy and presumably Puka, us not really knowing when he will be back. Brian Thomas Jr. is viable, and I think you could expect him to get better as time goes on as well. But let's move this over to our next question that says, starts it from Parrish, where we are looking at Douglas, Watson, Leggett, Juju. I made a massive mistake, and I accidentally forgot to put Juju Smith-Schuster in the wide receiver rankings video for today. I did update the rankings on the site and include Juju Smith-Schuster there, of course. And we are going to go through and get Juju updated in the flex rankings in the video that comes out later this week. But long story short, we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Juju. And ESPN leagues do sync. We've had thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people sync their ESPN leagues with flockfantasy.com. Please go to the site issues section of the Discord if you're having any issues linking your ESPN league. That way one of the developers can help you out with that. And you can find the link to the Discord in the description of this live stream. Now let's go over to our next question from Imto. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Here right now, our team names, Big TDs. We are currently 6th in the league analyzer, so right here in the middle. We are currently sitting at 5-1. It's a 10-team league in which you have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So here with this, any chance that we get to sell wide receiver depth and get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, that is something that we are going to want to go ahead and do. And at the same time, I think that we can say in general, wide receiver depth's not going to matter nearly as much. So I think when we see a running back like a Bucky Irving available to you on the waiver wire right this second, I would go ahead and I would cut DeAndre Hopkins and Juju Smith-Schuster to pick up Jameson Williams and Bucky Irving, who I'd much prefer having on the bottom end of this team. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's cut Hopkins and Juju. Let's pick up Jameson and Bucky Irving. Going over to quarterback, we have Caleb and Anthony Richardson, who both have rushing upside long term. We can't just go through and we can kind of just play the matchups between these two quarterbacks. No harm, no foul here. Going over to what we have with the running back position, we have Jonathan Taylor as a long-term RB1. Obviously, may miss this week, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world here, in which we are able to go through and we are able to get in, say, James Conner, Jordan Mason, and even if we end up losing this week, frankly, who cares? We're 5-1. We're thinking fantasy football playoffs. Taylor has a ton of upside for the playoffs here. So going over to what we have at wide receiver. We have A.J. Brown, Drake London, wide receiver 1's rest of season. Devonta Adams, solid wide receiver 2. Rome Pickens as upside shot. So I just never see a world where you start Hopkins or Juju. So like I said, I would cut Hopkins. I would cut Juju. I'd pick up Jameson and Bucky. If possible, I actually think that this is a situation in which when we have this solid of depth at the wide receiver position, if you wanted to pivot off of Devonta Adams and get to a true elite level option, either at quarterback or either at tight end, I think that is something you could look to do. Whether that's trading, say, Devonta Adams as well as Tucker Kraft and getting to Travis Kelce, I think you could do that. Or maybe going through and maybe looking to move, say, Devonta Adams and Caleb Williams to get to Lamar Jackson, to get to Jaden Daniels, to get to Jalen Hurts, I think that you could look to do that as well. Going through this, we just have so much depth here at wide receiver in a league where wide receiver depth isn't necessarily the most important thing here. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. And it's a really strong team in general, but I really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Again, thank you. And yeah, thank you. Let's move this over to our next question. We're going to have to refresh this. I don't think we have too many more to go through. How long have we been live? We've been live for about 5 hours. Dear God, how many days in a row are we going to do this? Your boy's about to... Like I said, my brain was already mush before this. My brain after this is extra, extra mush. But Abomination says, I have a decent team, but I don't know how to improve it. My league doesn't trade much. You're goated. Much love. I'll see if there are any players I'd cut from the squad. Obviously, if Taylor is good to go, we're going to go ahead and we're going to start Taylor. Wide receiver, we're going to go through and we're going to be starting, I guess, Ladd McConkey this week. Tight end will go Evan Ingram over Kincaid. If you could sell Kincaid in a package to get a better flex, I would. And then going down to what we have with the bench, if you have no Travis Etienne, we're going to play Tank Bigsby. If Etienne does play, then at that point, we're going to go with Zach Moss. But let's move this over. And our next question coming out from Strider says, just traded Montgomery, Mason, and Downs for Saquon and Devonta Smith. What are your thoughts in a half PPR 12-team format? So Montgomery to Saquon, massive upgrade. Downs to Smith, massive upgrade. We paid Jordan Mason to get done. Absolutely love it. You robbed the man. Great deal. Not even remotely close either. Now, Olave Garrett coming out of the start says, I don't know who to start for the flex. Wide receiver wise, assume Harrison isn't playing, but let me know who to play over him if he does play. Okay, so a wide receiver here, we're going to be going with Amari and Flowers. For the flex, if Harrison does play, obviously we go Harrison. But honestly, I'm expecting that we don't have Harrison, so you're probably stuck playing Brandon Ayuk, which obviously sucks, especially in a tough matchup against the Chiefs. And Ayuk's had 1 game with double-digit points all year. But Zeke Indes Troy says, just made a trade for Lamb, giving up Chubb, Ayuk, and Bucky. Phenomenal deal. I'm looking to package any 2 running backs for Walker. I don't know what running backs we have. Obviously, I'd love to trade for Kenneth Walker. But yeah, going through and making this trade for CeeDee Lamb is an absolute no-brainer, where Ayuk looks like a wide receiver 3 rest of season. Chubb's probably a low-end RB2, high-end running back 3. Bucky looks to be an RB3. We traded like 3 quarters and got $1. Great trade. Now, Sherm, always happy to see us, says, hey, Mason, earlier in the season, I moved Pickens and Ford for DJ Moore. With Nico's injury and slow start for Tyreek without Tua, I went from 6-2 to 6-6 and was wondering if we should hold on to Nico or move him to fill in some holes, and just to consider my next 2 matchups in the league are fairly winnable. So I will say in general, that's looking at this, falling from 6-2 to 6-6 with what's happened to our squad, it's not the end of the world. And obviously this is a team that's playing against the league median, if anybody here is confused. As well as, Sherm, can you let me know in the live chat, what are the exact starting lineup requirements of this league? I would love to make sure that we are on the same page. I would love to make sure that I am not, that I'm not going to mistake anything here. Sherm says 3 wide receiver, 2 flex. Okay, yeah, the league analyzer says it's a start 9 format. Just wanted to make sure, because obviously strategy changes dramatically because of it. But in a league where you can start up to 5 wide receivers weekly and it's a full PPR format, you are highly, highly, highly incentivized to build around the elite level wide receivers and build depth around the wide receiver position as well. Now, looking at this, we are seeing that it's tagged as Dynasty. I'm assuming that it's a keeper league where obviously we were thinking more short-term. So ignore the rankings attached to these players here. It's pulling in Dynasty rankings, which are completely irrelevant for this team, or primarily irrelevant for this team. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Allen, an elite QB that you are able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup, with absolutely no hesitation. Obviously, very excited to see it. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with Braylon Allen, Zach Moss, J.K. Dobbins, Chase Brown, Ramondre Stevenson. So you want to say, oh, it sucks that we lose, say, Zach Moss, but hell, we have Chase Brown too. So honestly, it just simply does not matter. We are going to have a viable running back that we're able to plug and play every week regardless. And we have J.K. Dobbins breaking out. So we have Dobbins and whoever the hell the starter is in Cincinnati. I want to be on record. It's a bad running back room. Even in a redraft league, it's not a great running back room. But specifically in a league where we can start up to 5 wide receivers every single week, who freaking cares? We have Nico, Tyreek, Brian Thomas, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, Tyreek Hill, wide receiver 1 rest of season. Nico Collins when he comes back, wide receiver 1. But in the meantime, Brian Thomas, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore, all solid wide receiver 2 options. Obviously, in a league where the depth matters this much, the Nico Collins injury is significant. Sherman, I'm sorry that it's pulling in that this is a dynasty league, so it's showing the picks rather than the waiver wire options. But can you please let me know in the live chat right now, who are the best waiver wire wide receivers for you? Who are the best waiver wire wide receivers and tight ends? Because to be honest, here, since this is a league in which you can start, say, 5 wide receivers weekly, what I probably would look to do is, if possible, I think it would make a lot of sense to go ahead and just cut Mark Andrews and try to find a viable wide receiver or running back flex play. But in terms of trades, I think the roster is set up perfectly. I mean, this is exactly how I'd want to optimize for your format in particular, where we can start 5 receivers weekly. It's a full PPR league. We just have to be patient, get Tua back in, get Nico Collins back in. Obviously, it sucks for the time being with the Nico injury based off how important depth is, but we probably just go ahead and we just cut Mark Andrews and then pick up our favorite wide receiver or running back off the waiver wire. So waiver wire is looking pretty slim, but some options are Bateman, Bub Means, Palmer, Yoshivash. Sadly, okay, never mind. We cut Andrew. I mean, we keep Andrews and we don't do a single thing. I'm so sorry, my guy. I wish we had something, but I think you've already done a great job optimizing for your format in particular. And it just freaking sucks with the injuries that we had, but I think it's going to be better going into the future. And yeah, I guess we can hopefully get a couple spike weeks from Christian Watson. But what sucks is we probably start Christian Watson this week, chasing the points, especially with the Nico injury. And then all of a sudden the man's going to just give us an absolute goose egg. But I really appreciate you, and I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And again, thank you so much for everything. I know I probably wasn't able to help you out, but it's a great team. Now, Noah is trading Dobbins and Godwin for CeeDee Lamb. We're trading a mid wide receiver 1 and a mid RB2 for who I believe to be wide receiver 1 rest of season. I would go ahead and make this deal. If we're 5-1, especially we're thinking long-term upside, running back, we have Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. You have Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. We can Chase Brown. We can afford to sell J.K. Dobbins. So yeah, I think go ahead and you get CeeDee Lamb here. Now, 7 coming out with a trade question. Here we are trading Lamb for Kamara and Etienne. I think Kamara is a mid RB1, Lamb high-end wide receiver 1. But I think Etienne is a low-end RB1 rest of season here as well. So to be honest with you, I think that this is a deal in which you can go through. You can take the Kamara as well as the Etienne side. I think we go Kamara and Etienne. Now, Rich Pedro with the a trade question says, thinking about sending this trade with Pat or Caleb. I know tight ends are scarce, but Lamar is an upgrade. What are your thoughts? So in general, I want to say that Lamar Jackson is QB1. George Kittle for me rest of season is tight end 2. If you have Mahomes and Caleb, it's very hard for me to know without seeing your exact league dynamics as well as the exact players that are available to you on the waiver wire. If you're telling me that it's going to be very difficult to stream quarterbacks, it's going to be very difficult to find QB upside off of waivers, like you don't have guys like Kirk Cousins sitting out there on the waiver wire for you, then yeah, it probably does make sense for you to go ahead and for you to just pay up for Lamar Jackson. Whereas there's some other teams, like in the Flock League, I was able to pick up Cole Kmet off the waiver wire for free this week. So in that kind of league, I'm probably not wanting to go through and hold on to the tight end. I'd probably rather trade for Lamar, but if it's impossible to find a tight end off waivers, you probably hold on to Kittle. So it's a very close trade. I think it's up to you. I think it's up to your league dynamics. Lamar is clearly a massive upgrade over Mahomes, but you're paying a massive price to get it done. And we don't have a tight end right now. Since you don't have a tight end right now, I'll probably just keep the Kittle side. So we're definitely paying a premium. Now, let's go ahead and let's see if we have any more questions here. And we've been live for over 5 hours. So if you have not hit that like button, for the love of God, go down there, drop a like on this stream. Obviously, we are streaming for every single day, 5 hours plus. Please hit that like button. Now, MJ says, undefeated. We have wide receiver depth on the roster and wonder if we should go out and put... no, you can't make this deal. I like the idea of selling Montgomery and pivoting over to Saquon Barkley. But to pay a high-end wide receiver 1 to get it done, I think that you are just giving up too much here. If you were to make this trade, we keep David Montgomery. This is the deal you could make. St. Brown and Kareem Hunt for Saquon Barkley. But we can't include Montgomery. Okay. Solid Jagan says, what's up, Mason? Trying to figure out what to do at tight ends. Goddard and Cade are my only hope right now. If Zach Ertz is out there, I don't think Zach Ertz is the worst streamer in the world this week against the Panthers. Right now, you are currently sitting with the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL this week. So if you wanted to pivot over to Ertz, I wouldn't hate it. But obviously, Dallas Goedert's missing this week, so you would go with Cade Otton over Dallas Goedert. Now, Edith Field says, trying to ship off Kyler, but he isn't interested. Wide receivers are Puka, Kupp, Waddle, Wandale, and Watson. This is a no-brainer. Obviously, if we're trading for Daniels, we don't need Kyler ourselves. I would still hold on to Kyler with the hope that he does come out and give us a spike week and then we can trade him in another deal. But hell, I mean, Mooney to Kirk, kind of a lateral move. Chase Brown to Jeet and Daniels, massive upgrade. So I'd way rather have the Daniels side. Now, moving over to our next question here. Datboy Stein says, want to confirm this trade before we do it. Can everybody please spam the chat here? What side would you want? that boy Stein, I believe, had David Montgomery as his third running back and wanted an elite receiver. Would you rather have Brandon Ayuk and David Montgomery, or would you rather have Justin Jefferson? Brandon Ayuk and David Montgomery or Justin Jefferson? Please let me know in the live chat. We got Jefferson, Montgomery, Jefferson, 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 and that's where I'm at as well. I mean, if I'm looking at this team again, I mean, this team has Etienne, this team has Bijan. So maybe make the argument that Montgomery's RB2, but regardless, you have two running backs that you can very comfortably rely upon. I think Jefferson is going to give you a significant edge here. Abomination says, last year I asked why JT over Moss. This year I told someone why Jordan Love over Malik Willis. 250 million reasons. A little bit confused here, but yes, I think if you follow the money, you will see the guys that should get the opportunity. And that's why I'm not 100% giving up on Brandon Ayuk just yet. Where obviously he's been one of the worst receivers in fantasy, but at the same time, you can get $120 million. I'm sorry if I don't completely understand this. One, I'm an idiot, and two, I've been live for over 5 hours. But Digby coming out with a massive donut says, thinking about trading a team that needs a win for Cooper Kupp. I would get Kupp here easily. We have Hurts, Walker Barkley, London Chase, Deontay, Harrison, and DJ Moore on the bench. So I would get Cooper Kupp here very, very, very easily. Now, the issue with this is they may look at you and go, yeah, I agree, I need a win right now, but DJ Moore's on bye and Cooper Kupp may play. So if I was the other team, I wouldn't do the deal with you. But hell, I mean, if they offered it to you or you're talking with them and it seems like it may get done, then yeah, let's go ahead and let's go for the Cooper Kupp side here relatively easily. Now, let me see if we have any more questions. Edithfield says, submitting question again with my league synced. Maybe I can get credit, LOL. Shoot me an email, my friend. I'll be happy to try to hook you up. But looking at this right now, quarterback, we have Kyler. So honestly, the thing is the trade, we have Gibbs, Hunt, James Conner at running back. So we have more than enough running back production. The trade's not close enough for us to say, oh, we have Kyler Murray. Never mind. We don't want to make the deal. The Daniel side's winning so clearly with value in my mind that it's a no-brainer, and what we hope for is we hope that Kyler breaks out and crushes. And then at that point, you're able to potentially sell Kyler in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. But yeah, you go get Daniels for now. Abomination says, you're amazing. What are the odds you show some film of you playing football at Texas? We love you. Much love. So the thing is, the film of me playing football at UT is just a little bit too graphic for YouTube. This is why you can't find it on YouTube, right? Obviously, there are certain things that you can't show on these platforms. I tried uploading a highlight montage of my days at running back at the University of Texas. They said it was bullying and harassment to what I did to opposing linebackers. They said they couldn't confirm nor deny that one of the clips involved a murder. So I would love to show some of the film, but sadly, YouTube doesn't let us show anything that violent. But I mean, if y'all saw it live on TV back in the day, dear God, if If y'all saw it live on TV, it was insane. Gnarls, I would make that deal for Dobbins. Now, Laylor coming out says, hey, Mason, I'm 3-3, protected to win this week, but want a wide receiver upgrade. Is this a good trade here? Projected to win this week. Sorry for not being able to read. Bijan Jacobs, downgrade. Higgins to Jefferson, massive upgrade. Or Pan Love to get it done. Currently quarterback, we have Daniels. If you have Daniels, I think you can make the trade. I don't think it's like a massive win, but I think you can make it if you have Daniels. Okay. Now moving over to our next question. This is coming out from Ashton. It says, would you rather have Mostert or Dowdle rest of season? I would very, very easily rather have Dowdle. We saw at the beginning of the year that Etienne will have a role as a goal line back, and obviously Etienne's going to have everything as the receiver, so I don't have much hope for Mostert in Miami. I'd definitely rather have Dowdle. But let me refresh this and see. That may have been our last question of the stream. That was the last question in the live stream. Well, I really appreciate you. I will say if you get into question now on flogfantasy.com, will be the first one that we cover in the live stream tomorrow. Obviously, you can always go ask a question on the site, even when we're not live streaming, or even if you don't want to go to the live stream and you're still going to get your answer sent to you through the site. You can go hit the button in the live chat that says ask a question here, or you can always just go over to flogfantasy.com at any time, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can send in a team review, trade question, start sit question, or a super message. And whenever I answer your question in a live stream, it's actually going to get sent to you directly through the site with a custom YouTube link, where if you click that YouTube link, it's going to take you to the exact time that I answered your fantasy football question. So you can ask a question at any time of the day, and you don't even have to come to the live stream. You'll be able to see the answer as soon as I get to it. So, of course, we just go through with everything in a queue. So if you ever have a question or if you ever want a team review, I'd recommend just asking it whenever you can. That way you're at the top of the queue when we start the live stream, rather than waiting until we start streaming and then being at the bottom of the queue. But much love. I really do appreciate you. If you have not done so already, subscribe to the channel. We just live stream for 5.5 hours, and we're doing this every single day. Haven't missed a day of streaming during the season since we started this, which was in 2020. But much love. I really do appreciate you, and really hope that I can see you out in the live stream tomorrow night.